A group of elegant young ladies gather around a beautifully set table in a garden pavilion, enjoying a delightful afternoon tea accompanied by laughter and sweet treats. As she elegantly holds a warm cup of tea, one of the ladies mentions that her 10-year-old sibling has been causing quite a stir lately by insisting on becoming His Majesty's concubine. The other ladies break into cheerful laughter, finding the young sibling's ambition incredibly adorable for a 10-year-old. Leaning back gracefully amidst blooming roses, the beautiful blonde lady inquires about how His Majesty has been treating the concubines recently. Another lady leans forward with a playful smile, eager to share some juicy gossip about the royal palace's affairs. A knowing smile plays on the blonde lady's lips as she listens intently to the whispered rumors. In her mind, she recalls romantic tales of the handsome red-haired noble who held her close in a sea of blooming roses. She envisions another charming gentleman with silver hair looking down affectionately at his beloved amidst bright yellow blossoms. The silver-haired man gently lifts her chin, his gaze filled with a warmth that makes her heart flutter. She also imagines a tender moment with a soft, brown-haired companion, sharing an intimate connection in a glittering, dreamlike setting. With a playful wink and a radiant smile, her companion's charm shines brilliantly against a backdrop of purple flowers. She then pictures a dashing blonde gentleman holding her close, their eyes locked in deep affection, surrounded by vibrant red roses. Lastly, she imagines strolling happily alongside a handsome, dark-haired man in front of a grand palace, their smiles reflecting pure joy. In her sweet daydream, the dark-haired gentleman rests in bed, reaching out a hand with a gentle, inviting smile. Back in reality, the pink-haired lady rests her chin on her hand, a mischievous yet satisfied smile crossing her face. The three listening ladies lean in closer, their eyes practically sparkling with intense curiosity and excitement. Clasping her hands together in delight, she confidently declares that no matter who she ultimately chooses, she is bound for a wonderful life. She blushes deeply, overwhelmed by the sheer joy of her romantic possibilities. Suddenly, the dreamlike atmosphere shatters as a furious man screams her name, declaring that he can no longer turn a blind eye to her actions. The angry Duke yells at her, accusing her of trying to take Hane's life, causing a scene by attempting suicide, and even forcing a maid to lie about her death. With a red slap mark burning on her cheek, she looks up in shock and despair as the man berates her as an ungrateful wretch. Just then, a red-haired young nobleman bursts into the room, calling out to his father to intervene. The furious Duke barks at his eldest son, Burned Royce, telling him to stay out of it, leaving the young man with no choice but to step back and apologize. Turning his back on her, the Duke coldly announces that he will no longer protect Annette Ethelred, demanding that she leave the estate immediately. Annette desperately calls out to Lord Royce, but his decision is final as he ruthlessly commands her to go live as a commoner. She stares in horror and disbelief as he delivers his final, devastating decree, warning her never to show her face before him again. Left completely alone, she clutches her chest in despair, unable to comprehend the cruel turn of events. Standing outside the Grand Iron Gates with only a suitcase to her name, she fumes with rage, wondering how she could be kicked out so heartlessly. As she pinches the bridge of her nose in frustration, a sudden realization strikes her like a bolt of lightning. In her previous life, she was a lonely orphan, living a difficult and isolated existence. She had simple wishes of living a life without envy, but reality was cruel. Unable to endure the constant abuse from the orphanage director, she made a desperate decision. With nothing but the clothes on her back, she ran away from the abusive orphanage into the cold, dark night. To survive, she worked tirelessly day and night, taking on every grueling job imaginable, from factory lines and convenience stores to cafe shifts. Smaller gigs also kept her afloat, like pet sitting, tutoring, and even selling handmade crafts online. There was no job too small if it meant staying afloat. Through sheer persistence, she managed to save up a substantial amount of money, finally freeing herself from the fear of starvation. Yet, despite her financial security, she was always painfully alone. Hearing her coworkers gossip about a popular web novel, she wondered if reading it would finally help her make friends. The novel they spoke of was titled Crown Princess Hane, a story revolving around a beautiful and wise protagonist named Hane. The story followed Hane as she fell deeply in love with the handsome prince of a neighboring kingdom. While it initially seemed like a childish and predictable tale, it was actually a highly popular, explicit romance novel. But as she was reading, she suddenly coughed up blood, dark crimson splattering across her glowing phone screen. Her body suddenly grew incredibly weak. She panicked, realizing she hadn't even reached the best parts of the novel yet before her vision began to blur. As she lay dying on the cold floor, regret filled her heart. She hadn't even gotten the chance to spend her hard-earned money or find love. Crying silently, she lamented how unfair it was that her life was ending before she could even read the mature scenes of her novel. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to find herself standing in a vast, mystical ocean beneath a brilliant, starry sky, realizing she had indeed passed away. In the midst of the cosmic silence, warm, glowing lights began to descend around her, bathing the starry night in a gentle glow. A majestic, divine being with long flowing hair appeared before her, holding a brilliant, glowing light, stating that her deep desperation had been heard. The deity offered to help her, wrapping her in a brilliant, warm light as her spirit began to change form. She drifted peacefully through the cosmos, ready to embrace the new destiny that awaited her. When she finally opened her eyes, she realized she had been reincarnated into the very novel she was reading, as the tragic villainess, Annette Ethelred. Now sitting outside the gates with her suitcase, she ponders her bizarre reincarnation as Annette Ethelred, a notorious character in the story. In the novel, Annette was the princess of a fallen kingdom. After her family was executed, she was mercifully taken in by the Duke of Royce, managing to survive against all odds. Although Annette was grateful to the Duke, she grew increasingly envious of Hane as the days passed. When it was announced that Hane would marry the neighboring crown prince, Annette's jealousy drove her to plot to poison her. Unfortunately for Annette, her malicious plan was completely foiled when her own maid confessed. With her plans shattered and facing ruin, Annette ultimately chose to end her own life. Annette ponders her situation, realizing that because of her presence, even the villainess's suicide attempt failed. However, she quickly reminds herself that her failed death isn't the real issue at hand. Overwhelmed with grief, Annette cries out in despair, devastated by the realization that all the hard-earned money she painstakingly saved in her previous life has gone to waste. Annette walks away into the sunset, carrying her heavy suitcase as a deep, somber silence falls over her. Annette firmly grabs her cloak, telling herself that overthinking her predicament is nothing but a waste of precious time. Stealing her resolve, she turns around and decides that since things have already come to this, she will focus on much more than just saving money this time. With a bright, hopeful smile, she enthusiastically declares her new goal, to find romance and live an exciting new life. Suddenly, her footsteps grind to a halt as she senses something unusual. Glancing back warily, Annette wonders if her mind is playing tricks on her, feeling a prickle of unease as if someone is watching her from the shadows. Annette continues walking down the quiet streets of the town as the evening sky turns a deep orange. She tilts her head, wondering if the strange feeling of being followed is simply her imagination. Shielding her eyes from the setting sun, she scans her surroundings, trying to navigate the unfamiliar town. Realizing that night is fast approaching, Annette decides she needs to secure a safe place to sleep before darkness falls. From behind a stone wall, a hooded man tightly grips the hilt of his sword, whispering a vow of vengeance against Annette Ethelred. A massive set of ornate doors slams open with a resonant crash echoing through the grand hallway. A sharp-looking gentleman strides confidently down the red carpet, his footsteps echoing with determination. Calling upon his trusted knight, the Duke commands Edwin to tail Annette secretly, ensuring she remains unaware of his presence. The Duke instructs Edwin Cart, Hane's dedicated guard knight, to keep a close watch on Annette and report any suspicious activity immediately, to which the knight obediently agrees. Edwin watches Annette from a distance, thinking that even if Hane is merciful enough to forgive her, Annette could still be plotting some insidious scheme. He remains highly suspicious, fully convinced that she is exactly the type of person to harbor malicious intent. Determined to resolve the threat today, Edwin prepares to intervene, but is suddenly taken aback by what he witnesses. Peering closely, Edwin is stunned to see Annette trembling, wondering in disbelief if she is actually crying. He watches in pure bewilderment as tears stream down Annette's face, unable to reconcile this vulnerable sight with the villainess he knows. Edwin is completely dumbfounded, telling himself that such a thing should be absolutely impossible. He recalls her reputation as a cold, heartless woman who would never show weakness or shed a tear under any circumstances. As Edwin watches in confusion, Annette bites down on her handkerchief, weeping comically over the devastating loss of her wallet and money. Edwin tries to convince himself that his eyes are playing tricks on him, reasoning that Annette must be executing some elaborate, devious plan rather than crying over a lost wallet. He continues to track her as she approaches a local establishment, wondering what her intentions are at the inn. Knowing that she is completely penniless, Edwin is baffled as to how she expects to secure lodging at the inn. Staring up at the building, he begins to suspect that she might have secretly stolen valuable jewels from the estate before being kicked out. Frustrated by the lack of clear answers, he curses under his breath as he enters the cozy establishment. Scanning the bustling tavern floor, Edwin searches for any sign of Annette, wondering if she has already retreated to a private room. As Edwin sits down at a table, a waitress approaches him and politely asks for his order. Edwin looks up, realizing with a jolt that the server standing before him is someone very familiar. To his utter shock, the smiling waitress who just approached him is none other than Annette herself, dressed in simple maid's attire. Edwin's mind races in complete panic, unable to comprehend why a noble lady like Annette Ethelred is working as a common tavern waitress. Edwin tries desperately to maintain his composure, repeating a mantra of calmness to himself, while Annette offers him a radiant, polite smile. Overwhelmed by shock, Edwin loses his balance and crashes spectacularly off his chair, prompting a very worried Annette to check on him. Edwin quickly sits back up and assures her he is fine, completely unaware that Annette is secretly admiring his exceptionally handsome looks. Edwin requests a moment before ordering, left wondering in silent amazement whether Annette genuinely fails to recognize him. Edwin recalls Annette's previous haughty attitude, remembering how she used to mock him as a mere mercenary who was beneath her notice. He bitterly assumes that she likely hasn't recognized him strictly because she never considered someone of his low standing worth remembering. As he watches her work diligently, Edwin cannot shake the feeling that her humble, bright demeanor is incredibly out of character. Seeing her hum a cheerful tune while working, Edwin remains deeply suspicious of what her ultimate goal could be. The tavern owner calls out to Annette, who immediately responds with polite readiness. The boss reminds her that her employment is strictly temporary, and Annette cheerfully agrees, confirming she only intended to work for a single day. The boss kindly suggests that she try seeking employment at the local temple tomorrow, mentioning that they offer both food and stable lodging. After thanking the boss, Annette enthusiastically plans her next move. Watching this, Edwin realizes he must immediately report these bizarre developments to the Duke. Edwin narrows his eyes under his hood, resolving to revise his plans for getting back at Annette Ethelred. Annette is startled as she remembers her handsome customer in the tavern, realizing she almost forgot about him. Annette walks over with a glass in hand, cheerfully asking the customer what he would like to order. Annette pauses in surprise as she stares blankly at the empty table. She realizes with disappointment that the handsome customer has already left. Under a brilliant, starry night sky, Annette sighs in relief, glad that she somehow managed to survive her first day of work. Lying exhausted on her bed, Annette mutters to herself about how her life seems to be filled with endless work, both before and after her reincarnation. Looking up at the ceiling, she feels a sudden wave of sadness wash over her. Annette quickly slaps her cheeks to snap out of her melancholy, reminding herself of her promise to enjoy her new life to the fullest and resolving to visit the temple first thing tomorrow. The next morning, Annette walks through the bustling town square, amazed by how busy everyone is so early in the day. She happily notes that life here isn't much different from other places, but is suddenly startled as she collides with someone. Annette crashes onto the wooden floor, crying out in pain from the impact of the fall. A gentle hand reaches out to help her up, asking if she is okay, to which Annette softly replies that she is. Annette opens her eyes wide in wonder as she looks up at her savior. She is instantly mesmerized by the exceptionally handsome blonde man who appeared out of nowhere to help her. The priest smiles warmly and holds her close, asking with deep concern if she is hurt anywhere. Flushed with embarrassment, Annette blushes deeply and reassures him that she is completely fine. As the priest asks again to make sure she is all right, Annette is utterly captivated by his long eyelashes, beautiful eyes, delicate nose, and cherry-like lips, completely ignoring his calls of "Sister?" Annette giggles dreamily, lost in his stunning looks while he continues to ask if she is okay. Another temple official interrupts them, reminding the priest that he must leave urgently, prompting him to apologize for keeping them waiting. He gently helps her steady herself, apologizing for having to leave so suddenly. Holding her hands, the priest tells Annette not to hesitate to come find him at the temple if she feels hurt later. He gazes intently at her, insisting that she must promise to visit him. Annette smiles brightly with an angelic expression, happily agreeing to his request. Watching him walk away, Annette feels absolute bliss, eagerly repeating that she will definitely see him at the temple. She watches his back as he walks away, determined to meet him again. With clasped hands and a dramatic, flowery aura, Annette begs the priest to wait right there for her. Bursting with excitement, Annette enthusiastically declares that she is on her way to the temple. Annette arrives at the magnificent Grand Temple and introduces herself to the staff, stating she heard they were looking for a maid. The head maid, Anna, greets her politely but remains highly skeptical of the new applicant. Anna looks at Annette with a critical, calculating expression. Anna inwardly notes that Annette has a face that is far too pretty and hands that look like they have never worked a day in her life. Looking at Annette's delicate posture, Anna doubts whether she can actually handle any hard labor. Convinced that this pampered noble girl will run away in just a few days, Anna asks Annette if she is ready to start working immediately. Annette beams with a radiant, confident smile, eagerly assuring the head maid that she is ready. Annette is immediately put to work, pouting in frustration in her new maid uniform. Surrounded by sheets hanging to dry, she grumbles about how she didn't expect to be put to work right away. Annette looks at the massive pile of soapy laundry in dismay, wondering why there are so many blankets to wash. Slumping over in exhaustion, she sighs and laments that this is completely different from the romantic fantasy she had in mind. In her delusion, Annette imagines the handsome priest holding her waist passionately as she calls him father. Her scandalous imagination runs wild as she envisions him placing a garter on her thigh, telling her he can't hold back any longer. Shaking her head in embarrassment, Annette covers her burning face, squealing over how shameless her thoughts are. Annette sighs by the riverbank, suddenly realizing that she doesn't even know the priest's name or how to find him in such a massive place. She quickly stops complaining and prepares to get back to work. Stepping into the wooden tub, Annette resolutely begins stomping on the soapy blankets. She motivates herself by declaring that if she works hard enough, she will surely cross paths with the handsome priest again. Annette suddenly pauses, her attention drawn by some strange noises nearby. Peering through the bushes, she spots a training ground where knights are practicing their swordsmanship. Annette watches in awe, wondering in amazement if every single man in this temple is incredibly handsome. Suddenly, a shadow falls over her as a cold, stern voice demands to know how she dares to spy on them, leaving Annette frozen in pure shock. Annette turns around in surprise, uttering a confused "huh?" as a stern voice suddenly calls out to her. She is instantly mesmerized by his stunning features, swooning in her mind over how exceptionally handsome the man is. However, the man remains cold and distant, gripping his sword as he icily asks if she thinks she can just look at him. Promptly bowing in apology, Annette immediately cancels her admiration, inwardly grumbling about what an absolute jerk he is. Glaring at her with contempt, the handsome knight coldly commands her to get lost. As he turns on his heel and warns her never to let him see her face again, Annette is left behind in a state of utter annoyance. Furiously venting her frustration in private, she rages over his terrible attitude, wondering what on earth is wrong with him. Later that night, Annette is instructed to deliver a prepared dinner to the commander's quarters, as he has not eaten yet. Arriving outside his quarters, Annette politely knocks on the double doors, announcing that she has brought his meal. Receiving no reply, she wonders if the room is empty and carefully turns the doorknob, finding it unlocked. Peeking inside, she calls out to check if the commander is present. Entering the dim, empty room, she notices there is indeed no one in the main seating area. Deciding to leave the food on the table for when he returns, Annette carefully sets down the tray. Just as she is about to leave, she suddenly hears a faint, pained voice calling out for his mother. Curiously opening the door to the inner bedchamber, she realizes he has been in his room sleeping all along. Annette's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she gets a closer look at the sleeping man. She is shocked to discover that the feverish, sweating man in bed is none other than the arrogant jerk she encountered earlier today. Realizing she has seen something she shouldn't have, she decides to escape quickly before he wakes up and catches her. She freezes in her tracks as the fever-ridden commander softly calls out to his mother again. Feeling a sudden pang of sympathy, Annette stops and looks back at him. A quiet interlude passes as she decides to stay and tend to his fever under the warm glow of the lantern. After placing a wet compress on his forehead, Annette sits by the bedside, resting her chin on her hands as she quietly observes him. Watching him rest, she pokes his cheek, thinking he looks incredibly calm and peaceful compared to his harsh demeanor from earlier. Remarking on how large his hands are, she reaches out to touch them, only to be caught completely off guard when he suddenly grabs her hand. With a sudden burst of strength, he pulls her down close, his piercing blue eyes staring right at her. Looking at her with intense suspicion, he demands to know who she is. Squinting in the dark, his eyes narrow as he recognizes her as the maid from earlier. Sweating nervously, Annette offers a shaky greeting, silently amazed by how good his eyesight is even in the dark. Sitting up while firmly holding her wrist, he demands to know what she is doing in his room and if she forgot his warning about showing her face. Smiling awkwardly, Annette explains that the head maid ordered her to deliver his food, adding that she was already on her way out. The commander scowls and calls her bold for talking back, completely ignoring her internal protest that he was the one who asked. They glare at each other in mutual annoyance, with the commander asking if she even knows who he is to be making such faces at him. Unfazed, Annette retorts that she knows he's the commander of the First Night Order, muttering under her breath about how pitifully he was crying for his mother. Her commentary immediately causes the commander's expression to drop into a dark, menacing glare as he demands to know what she just said. Panicking at his terrifying expression, Annette quickly claims she didn't say anything and dashes out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Left alone, the commander sits up in bed, letting out a weary sigh. He recalls how she stayed by his side, gently tending to his fever with a cold towel. He remembers her watching over him as he slept, her expression soft and attentive. He thinks back to their tense interaction, remembering how boldly she stood up to him. Looking down at the damp cloth in his hand, he sits in thoughtful silence. A small smile plays on his lips as he notes how annoying yet incredibly strange she is, officially introducing himself as Lucas Royenthal, commander of the First Night Order. Meanwhile, back at the estate, a fist slams down on a desk as someone furiously demands to know where she went. A report is delivered in the Duke's study, confirming that she went to the local inn. Annette's father, the Duke, groans in distress, explaining that he thought she would simply wander around the mansion before returning to apologize. He asks if she is still at the inn, but Edwin informs him that she already departed earlier this morning. Furious and bewildered, the Duke slams his desk again, demanding to know where that clueless girl could have possibly gone. Annette's brother looks over skeptically, asking if the investigator is really suggesting they have no idea where she went. Edwin calmly replies, stating that according to the innkeeper who spoke to Annette, the Duke is left completely dumbfounded and sweating in shock upon hearing her destination. Pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation, the brother asks Edwin to confirm if she really made her way to the temple. The investigator confirms to Annette's brother. According to the knight guarding the temple entrance, it seems certain. Annette's brother looks down with a grim expression, wondering what kind of trick she is playing this time, before turning to declare that he will go to the temple tomorrow. The Duke sighs in deep exhaustion, instructing his son to bring Annette back if she shows even a single hint of remorse. With a dark, intense look in his red eyes, the brother coldly agrees to his father's command. Back at the temple, Annette steps out in her nightgown, complaining about having to bathe in freezing cold water just because she was a little late. She tosses her towel onto the back of a wooden chair, ready to unwind after a tiring day. With a joyful leap, Annette happily dives headfirst onto her cozy bed. She rolls over onto her side, a contented smile gracing her face as she looks forward to sleeping. Splayed out comfortably on the mattress, Annette reminds herself that since she can earn money now, she intends to live luxuriously in this lifetime. Her imagination runs wild with thoughts of eating sweet desserts, enjoying cultural activities, and going on romantic dates with a handsome boyfriend. Suddenly, the cold face of the knight commander pops into her mind, instantly ruining her sweet daydream. Thrashing her arms in frustration, Annette demands to know why the commander is invading her imagination and refuses to leave her thoughts. Pulling the covers over her head in annoyance, she decides it's best to just try and get some sleep. The next day, the temple dining hall is absolute chaos as Annette rushes around frantically serving hungry knights and clearing tables. After the rush finally ends, the exhausted maids collapse into their chairs, amazed by how incredibly busy the morning has been. One of the maids looks at Annette in wonder, asking if she has worked in a kitchen before because her skills are so impressive. Sweating nervously, Annette claims this is her very first job, inwardly laughing about how she can't exactly reveal she worked in over 10 restaurants in her past life. As the maids laugh together, a sudden loud crash echoes through the dining hall, causing Annette to gasp and spin around in surprise. She spots a young, handsome servant boy trembling on the floor next to a shattered plate, frantically promising to clean up the mess. Rushing to his side, Annette gently holds him back and asks if he is okay or if he got hurt during the accident. Reassuring the frightened boy that everything is fine, Annette asks for his name, to which he timidly replies that he is Leon. Smiling warmly, Annette gently tells Leon to step aside where it is safe while she takes care of the broken glass. As Annette kneels to pick up the shards with absolute grace, Leon watches her in utter awe, wondering how someone so beautiful could possibly exist. Within moments, the tiled floor is swept perfectly clean and sparkles in the light. Annette pats Leon gently on the head, prompting a shy, blushing nod from the young boy. Suddenly, Annette winces in pain as she realizes she cut her finger, but quickly gets excited thinking that showing her injury to the head maid might earn her praise and a raise. Covering her face in anticipation, she giggles to herself, imagining her salary going up in no time. Just then, the head maid, Anna, bursts into the room in a complete panic, calling out Annette's name. Thinking this is her perfect chance, Annette beams brightly and holds up her cut finger, boasting about how she got hurt while working so hard. However, Anna looks absolutely horrified, staring at Annette with wide, sweating eyes. Pointing a trembling finger, Anna gasps in shock as she demands to know if she is actually Annette Ethelred, leaving Annette completely stunned. Staring at her bleeding finger, Annette panics as she wonders how things could have suddenly unfolded in such a disastrous way. Anna quickly leads Annette through the grand hallways, with Annette following closely behind in tense silence. Anna glances back with deep suspicion, silently repeating Annette's full name in her mind. Looking at Annette's nervous face, Anna inwardly wonders why on earth the infamous villainess is working as a maid in the temple. Stopping outside a grand door, Anna informs Annette that the commander of the First Night Order is looking for her and instructs her to enter his office. Annette is consumed by absolute dread, trembling as she wonders how the commander could have possibly found out her true identity. Carefully opening the door, Annette politely announces her arrival, only to stop in surprise when a voice tells her she has arrived. Standing by the large window is a strikingly handsome dark-haired knight in a magnificent white and blue ceremonial uniform. He turns his head and smiles softly at her, greeting her with a calm, "We meet again." Annette's heart skips a beat, and she instantly swoons with cartoonish hearts in her eyes over how breathtakingly handsome he is. The knight approaches her with a slight frown, asking why she keeps giving him such nasty looks, while Annette quickly stammers that she just happened to look his way. Looking down at her, the handsome knight gets straight to the point and asks for her name. Annette tries her best to look indifferent, offering a polite smile as she introduces herself simply as Annette. Unimpressed, the knight commands her to state her last name as well. Swallowing her nervousness, Annette looks up and reluctantly reveals her full name, Annette Ethelred. Repeating her family name to himself, the knight explains that he came looking for her on behalf of the Royce Duchy where she had been staying. Annette looks completely baffled by this revelation, demanding to know why Duke Royce would be looking for her. Leaning back against his desk, the knight explains that the Duke wants her back, but notes that regardless of her status as a fallen princess, she belongs to the temple now. He looks at her intently, stating he was sent to inquire about her true intentions, adding that Burned Royce looked absolutely furious when he came to fetch her. Lucas asks Annette, "So what do you plan to do? Will you be taken away by Burned Royce, or will you stay in this temple?" Beaming with absolute joy and surrounded by beautiful flowers, Annette enthusiastically responds, "Working here." Lucas looks at her, momentarily stunned by her bright and cheerful answer. Turning away with a cool expression, Lucas replies, "Good, you can talk to Burnt Royce yourself." Annette's jaw drops in utter shock as she nervously stammers, "Me? Directly? Do I have to? What?" Twirling her hair nervously, Annette pleads, "Do I really have to see his face? You could just tell him for me." To which Lucas smugly smirks and answers, "Fine, I'm curious about what kind of face Burnt Royce will make. You should go back." Letting out a sigh of relief, Annette politely responds, "Ah, okay." Just as Annette turns to leave, saying, "Then I should go now," Lucas suddenly grabs her wrist, stopping her in her tracks as he firmly commands, "Wait a minute." Gazing down at her with a gentle look, Lucas questions, "Why are you hurt?" While Annette explains, "Oh, just a little, in the dining hall." Lucas stares intensely at her face, softly remarking, "You look so fragile," leaving Annette completely dumbfounded. Looking at her with deep, expressive blue eyes, Lucas says with a touch of concern, "Damn, it feels like you're gonna fall apart." Turning away to head out, Lucas casually announces, "I'll send a knight with you to go see a healing priest." Panicking at the unnecessary gesture, Annette waves her hands frantically and declines, "A healing priest? No, this is just a minor injury." The door slams shut, leaving Annette standing alone in the silent hallway, completely speechless. Back in his meeting, Lucas notes with a sharp look, but it seems like she has no intention of returning to the Royce family. Slamming his hand furiously onto the desk, Burnt Royce yells in outrage, "What? She has no intention of going back?" A tense, icy atmosphere fills the room as Lucas and Burnt glare at each other with deep mutual hostility. Burnt Royce clenches his teeth in absolute fury, thinking to himself how ridiculous it is that a temple knight, claiming to be a descendant of the goddess, is attempting to keep Annette there. Demanding to see Annette immediately, Burnt Royce tries to push past, but Lucas grabs his arm and warns, "It seems like you're misunderstanding something." Burnt turns his head back, glaring at Lucas with a cold and skeptical expression. With a dark and menacing aura, Lucas calmly asserts, "The only one who can give me orders in this temple is Goddess Hela." Burnt's anger reaches a boiling point, his eyes flashing red as he spits out, "How dare you!" Outside the grand double doors, the guards stand at strict attention as the tense meeting concludes inside. Storming past Lucas in frustration, Burnt Royce snarls, "I'll be back soon. By then, I need to see Annette," while Lucas smiles triumphantly and replies, "If Annette herself wants to, then you are welcome anytime." Meanwhile, Annette is busy sweeping the floor in another room, cheerfully saying to herself, "Ha, this should be perfect, right?" Checking her reflection in a beautifully adorned mirror, she gently pats her face and thinks, "At least my cheek is still swollen, so that's a relief." Remembering how the other maids avoided her in fear, Annette sadly reflects, "They say it's because of Annette's infamous reputation, but I never thought I would be avoided." Annette hugs the maid Julie, thinking back to her clever acting. "I even pretended to be abused by Duke Royce to Julie." She recalls holding Julie's hands with puppy dog eyes, and I made up a story that Duke Royce was spreading false rumors. Though her plan worked, Annette looks slightly guilty as she confesses, "I'm glad she seems to believe it, but my conscience feels a bit prickly." Sitting down comfortably on a couch, Annette notes, "By the way, I came to clean the Second Night Order commander's office, but it's really clean here." Looking at the spotless drawers and fresh lilies, she continues, "I did clean it, but it was already so clean that I finished early." Gazing up in awe at a large, glittering frame on the wall, she muses, "To have such a large portrait in his room, it doesn't seem ordinary at all. And he's super handsome. This temple must choose people based on looks." Lying flat on the couch, she recalls her friend's warning, Julie definitely warned me to be careful because the second night order commander is a weird person. She wonders in curiosity, what kind of person could be so alarming? Through the translucent glass of the office doors, the shadow of someone approaching becomes visible. Admiring her handiwork, Annette looks around the sparkling, beautifully clean room and declares, "Perfect." Holding her broom proudly, she smiles and says, "As expected from my touch, it doesn't matter how clean it is, it can't be compared to when I clean it myself." Annette picks up her wooden bucket and decides, I should start wrapping up and head out. Suddenly, the heavy door lets out a loud creak as it begins to open. Annette gasps in surprise, her eyes widening as she turns her head to see who is entering. A strikingly handsome blonde man in an elegant white and lavender suit stands at the entrance, politely saying, "Looks like you haven't finished cleaning up yet. I apologize." Annette is completely mesmerized by his dazzling appearance, realizing in awe, the 2nd Division commander? Wow, seeing him in person though. Quickly bowing in respect, Annette politely greets him. "Hello, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." The blonde commander runs a finger across his surface to inspect it, replying, "No need to apologize. I arrived earlier than expected. Did you clean this all by yourself?" To which Annette answers, "Ah, yes." Flashing a warm, charming smile, the commander praises her. "It's really spotless. I've never been this satisfied with a cleaning job before." Overjoyed by the compliments, Annette clasps her hands together and beams, "Thank you." The handsome commander smiles back warmly, surrounded by sparkling blue roses. Annette swoons with cute cartoon hearts floating around her, internally squealing, "Wow, talking to such a handsome guy? Lucky me!" Gazing at her gently, the charming commander softly remarks, "That's a very pretty name." The blonde 2nd Division commander, Charles Avon, looks into his bedroom and notes with a smile, "Oh, you even did a great job cleaning the bedroom." Taking off his coat to reveal his vest, he smiles and remarks, "It's perfect." Annette, wearing a wide and cheerful smile, reaches out and politely offers, "Oh, I'll take the clothes." Suddenly, with a sharp slap, her hand is forcefully blocked away. Left in a daze, Annette clutches her chest in utter bewilderment, silently wondering what on earth just happened. A tense, dark aura surrounds the blonde commander as he glares down at her, cold-eyed, demanding, "Where do you think you're putting your hands?" Annette stands trembling in shock as she watches him pull out a handkerchief. Flashing a bright but incredibly chilling smile, the commander begins to wipe his hand and asks, "Now could you please leave?" Sweat dropping, Annette quickly responds, "Ah, yes," bitterly reflecting on how she had mistakenly thought things were going well. The handsome commander stands silently in his room, clutching his hands together. He casually holds the handkerchief with the tips of his fingers and drops it, asking, "Could you throw this out on your way out?" Annette forces a polite smile, though she is inwardly boiling with absolute rage as she takes the dirty handkerchief. Back in the common room, Annette faceplants onto the table in deep despair, taking back her previous thoughts and wondering why there are so many idiots around. Meanwhile, another maid, Lucy, approaches and asks, "Annette, I have just heard from Julie. Are you okay?" Lucy holds Annette's hands in deep concern, noticing how exhausted and pale she looks. Annette dramatically laments her situation with tears in her eyes, while Lucy gasps in deep sympathy, crying, "How could this happen?" Waving it off, Annette says, "Well, it hurts, but I'll recover soon," before curiously asking Lucy if she has ever run into the 2nd Division commander. Lucy sweat drops and nervously answers, "Huh? Commander of N? Yeah." Flashing a bright, flowery smile, Annette asks, "Isn't he a total weirdo?" Lucy awkwardly chuckles and explains, "He's just, actually, none of the maids really like him," as she recalls his arrogant attitude. Annette covers her mouth as she chuckles to herself, thinking, "I knew it. Of course they wouldn't." Lucy sweat drops and adds, "He's a kind person, but how should I put it? He's just too much." Pointing to a dark silhouette of Lucas, Lucy warns Annette, "The 1st Night Order commander. That guy is really cold. You should never go near him." Tightly grabbing Annette's hands, Lucy asks in deep concern, "Annette, I heard you're assigned to his office. What are you going to do now?" Annette sweat drops with an awkward laugh, thinking, "Oh, so he's rude to everyone else too, haha." A flashback shows Lucas walking coldly past whispering priests, with the narration noting that even the priests in the main building don't like him because of how stiff he is. Annette's eyes light up with pure excitement as she gasps, "Priests?" Sparkly and excited, Annette asks, "There are priests in the main building?" To which Lucy explains that they carry out most of their tasks on their own, and the maids only see them during big cleaning sessions. Lucy excitedly clasps her hands and asks, "Oh right, tomorrow's the big cleaning at the main building. Annette, are you coming?" Annette beams with pure delight before breaking into a devious, scheming grin, thinking, "What a tyranny! There'll be so many handsome priests, right?" Annette stands before a grand white and gold double door, carrying her broom and wooden bucket. Letting out a heavy sigh, Annette grumbles to herself about how she ended up being assigned to clean both the first and second Night Order commander's rooms today. Gathering her resolve with a determined cat-like chibi expression, Annette knocks on the door, thinking, well, if I want to make money, I better work hard. Pushing the door open with a cheerful smile, Annette announces, I'm here to clean. To her surprise, she sees the first commander, Lucas, sitting on a plush couch reading a book. He looks up calmly and mutters, Annette freezes in surprise, staring at his breathtakingly handsome face with a deep blush. With a loud slam, Lucas forcefully shuts his book. Rising from the couch, Lucas looks at her and asks, what's this? Has your hand been healed? Leaving a startled Annette to quickly respond, huh? No? Lucas approaches her with steady, intimidating footsteps, declaring, then? Suddenly, he firmly grabs her wrist, questioning, you're gonna clean with that hand? Leaning in close, Lucas gazes at Annette with intense concern, while Annette looks up in stunned silence, her heart racing. Holding her hand up to inspect it, Lucas firmly asserts, your wound hasn't even healed yet. Annette sweat drops and offers a nervous laugh, trying to dismiss it by saying, it's fine, I cleaned the second Night Order commander's room earlier too. An anger vein pops on Lucas's head as his expression instantly turns dark and hostile, spitting out, what? Turning his back to her coldly, Lucas commands, from now on, don't clean Charles' room. Annette looks completely outraged and clenches her fists in frustration, thinking, why not? He should at least pay me more. What a cheapskate. Lucas looks over his shoulder with a stern, cold gaze and warns, don't talk back to me. Defiant, Annette argues that she is a maid of the palace and cannot leave without cleaning, but Lucas cuts her off, asserting his authority as the head of the knights. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out, Annette! They both turn in shock as Charles Avenay stands dramatically in the hallway with a bright, flowery background interrupting their argument. Smiling warmly, Charles extends a hand and announces, I'd like to hire you. I want you to be in charge of my room. Annette is left completely flabbergasted, staring at him with wide, confused eyes. Lucas glares at Charles with a menacing, icy aura, his eyes narrowing in intense hostility as he growls, what? What is this freak talking about now? Annette thinks, sweat dropping in utter disbelief under electric sparks of shock. Surrounded by sparkling white flowers, the blonde second commander, Charles Aven, smiles warmly and charmingly. Annette stands in the grand hallway, looking back in surprise as someone calls out to her. Charles points gently towards his office door and politely invites her, saying, over here, Annette. The clean beauty I've been searching for. Charles muses in his mind, envisioning a stunning, glittering image of Annette framed by beautiful pink lilies. Reaching his hand out desperately, Charles calls out, wait, hold on, Annette, as she continues walking through the door. Standing with his arms crossed, Lucas Royenthal remarks coldly, this must be important for a man as busy as Lord Avenay to come to my office. Charles replies with a smug smile. Ah, Lord Royenthal, sorry, but I have no business with you. I only came because I saw that maid enter. Lucas marches forward intimidatingly, asserting, that maid is assigned to my office, to which Charles casually responds, is that so? Well, that won't be the case anymore. Starting today, she'll be assigned to my office. A tense and heavy silence falls between them as Lucas and Charles stand face to face, glaring at each other with intense hostility. Charles smiles beautifully, surrounded by sparkling yellow roses, and offers his hand to Annette. Clasping her hands together with a sweet but incredibly firm smile, Annette flatly replies, no. Charles' head snaps around in complete shock, his smug smile freezing as he stammers, of course it sounds good. What did you say? Looking utterly devastated and confused, Charles pleads, why would you refuse? I was even planning on increasing your pay. With a dark, annoyed shadow over her eyes, Annette internally groans. Why else? You're such a clean freak. Ugh. Holding his hand to his face, a sweat-dropping Charles despairs. How can you look at me with such despising eyes? Charles' golden eye narrows slightly as he wonders, if you look at me like that? A strange, trembling smile creeps onto Charles' face, leaving a sweat-dropping chibi Annette completely bewildered. Annette looks up in utter bewilderment as Charles' hand hovers near her, nervously thinking, is he smiling? What's going on? While Charles murmurs, well then. Lucas steps in firmly, his expression dark and serious as he demands, would you kindly leave now, Lord Avon? The maid's intentions are quite clear. With a dark, angry aura, Annette glares coldly at Charles, thinking, you've finished your business, haven't you? Yeah, get lost already. Blushing and sweat-dropping in embarrassment, Charles turns to leave, saying, my apologies. I'll be off then. A quiet silence fills the large hall as Lucas and Annette stand watching the heavy double doors close after Charles' departure. Lucas looks back over his shoulder at Annette and asks, so you finally met that guy, huh? Looking exhausted, Annette's sweat drops and sighs, he's seriously a weirdo. Weirdo doesn't even begin to cover it. This guy thinks he's the most noble person in the world. Lucas sighs deeply, rubbing his forehead while Charles dramatically poses in his fantasy background. Annette looks at Lucas with a completely flat and unimpressed side-eye, silently thinking, are you one to talk? Turning her attention back to her chores, Annette asks, anyway, when do you think he'll come back? I need to clean. You, I mean, commander of the First Knight's Order? Lucas suddenly grabs Annette's wrist as she holds her wooden bucket, saying, I was told you'd be at the training grounds around this time, so I came now. Glaring with intense blue eyes, Lucas firmly declares, I was just about to leave, but my name isn't you, it's Lucas. Pointing nervously to her captured hand, Annette stammers, right, but my wrist. Realizing what he did, Lucas immediately lets go of her wrist, pulling his hand back in shock. Surrounded by beautiful blue flowers, Lucas looks away flustered and apologizes. Last time too, I grabbed a lady's hand without permission. I apologize. Annette blushes slightly and quickly tries to reassure him, saying, no need to apologize. Turning his blushing face away, Lucas mumbles, still, you should be more careful next time. While Annette happily thinks, what's this? Is he blushing? He is kinda cute today. A soft, gentle smile graces Lucas's face as he watches Annette walk away to continue her chores. The scene shifts to the massive cathedral hall, where maids are preparing for a major cleaning session around the grand statues. Carrying her wooden bucket, Annette remarks to Lucy, it kind of resembles a cathedral from my previous life. Stopping in her tracks, Annette looks up in curiosity and mutters, She gazes at the serene, hooded stone face of a massive angelic statue. Staring in shock, Annette's eyes widen as she wonders, for some reason, it kind of looks like me from my past life. Am I imagining things? Lucy taps her on the shoulder to get her attention and directs, Annette, we're supposed to clean here first, then you'll go and clean the priest's prayer room on the 3rd floor, to which Annette cheerfully replies, oh, really? Got it. Annette's imagination immediately fills with sparkly images of incredibly handsome, smiling young priests, as she cheers, yay, handsome priests! Envisioning a gorgeous white-haired priest surrounded by roses, she swoons, if I keep cleaning around here, Annette squeals with joy in a cute chibi fantasy filled with cake, hearts, and pink flowers. Walking into the prayer room, Annette peers over the shoulder of a young priest who is intensely studying some documents. The young priest has beautiful wavy hair and striking blue eyes, blushing slightly as he notices her presence. Mesmerized by his breathtaking looks, Annette gazes at him in a daze, whispering, Father. Clasping her hands together with a devious, highly pleased grin, Annette giggles, heh. In a comical chibi scene, a bubbly Annette happily skips around throwing hearts, while the panicked young priests run away sweat-dropping in terror. In a comical chibi scene, a bubbly Annette happily skips around throwing hearts as she runs forward shouting, Father, Owl, while the panicked young priests scramble out of her way with their cleaning tools. Looking completely baffled, Annette wonders aloud, what? Why is everyone avoiding me? Lucy gently explains to her, the priests here have a high regard for purity, so they avoid contact with women. That's why they also try to stay away from the maids. Don't take it too personal. Nothing ever goes my way, huh? Letting out a heavy sigh, Annette rubs her forehead in sheer exhaustion, grumbling about how hard her day has been. Dragging her trembling feet up the stairs, Annette groans, honestly, is there anything that functions properly in this temple? Finally reaching her destination, she sighs in relief. Finally made it. Climbing to the 3rd floor was exhausting. Standing in front of a grand, decorated wooden double door, Annette carries her broom and thinks to herself, I can't read the letters here, so I have no idea what's written. Slowly pushing open the doors to the Archbishop's prayer room, Annette reassures herself, well, it should be fine. I'll just clean up quickly and go home. Kneeling devoutly before a grand organ in the bright prayer room, the Archbishop prays to the heavens. Almighty Goddess Hela, the long drought is causing your kids to suffer. Clasping his hands tightly in earnest prayer, the Archbishop continues, as your devoted Archbishop, I earnestly pray, please bring rain and end this drought. Suddenly, the quiet sanctity of his prayer is interrupted by a sound, and the Archbishop turns his head in surprise. Unbothered, Annette slides open the window as the startled Archbishop demands, what did you just say? Bathed in a radiant light, surrounded by beautiful white flowers, Annette stands there, looking incredibly stunning and pure. Staring at her in complete bewilderment and sweating nervously, the Archbishop quickly asks, who are you? Offering a cheerful, sweat-dropping smile, Annette points to her cheek and introduces herself, saying, I'm Annette Ethelred. The Archbishop's eyes widen in absolute shock as he gasps, Ethelred, before thinking in utter disbelief, Ethelred? As in the goddess Hela's? Looking completely astonished, the Archbishop exclaims, Ethelred, as the realization hits him. Ethelred? As in the goddess Hela's? In a celestial vision, the glowing title Ethelred shines above the radiant angelic figure of goddess Hela. Highlighting the legend of the land, the narration reads, according to legends, when the goddess Hela manifested in this land, among the 5 pair who could protect her and stabilize her power, the legend continues, revealing the one she loved the most was said to be Ethelred, her lover, showing a beautiful embrace between the goddess and her beloved. The grand white spires of the royal palace stand tall under a bright blue sky, shimmering with elegance. A solemn portrait framed by red roses reveals the tragic history of the last princess, Annette Ethelred. Narrowing his intense green eyes, the Archbishop deeply ponders. She's here, and then her words about the rain coming soon? Annette stands amidst sparkling white lilies, her pink eyes glowing with an enchanting, innocent beauty. As the Archbishop covers his mouth in deep thought, wondering, how should I take that? Annette stands behind him with a question mark over her head, thinking, what? Didn't he hear about the big cleaning? Why is he glaring at me like that? Looking out seriously, the Archbishop thinks to himself, rain is the goddess's power and her domain. The Archbishop turns to her with a serious question. Are you speaking so recklessly simply because you bear the name Ethelred? Looking calmly out the window at the sunny sky, Annette simply replies, it's going to rain tomorrow. Startled, the Archbishop demands, how can you predict that it will rain tomorrow? Annette sweat drops and hesitates, murmuring, well? Annette internally groans. Would he believe me if I said I could smell it? It's just the smell of water. Annette's internal monologue continues. Even if I say I've been right when even the weather service gets it wrong, this guy probably doesn't even know what the weather service is. Striking a confident pose with her hands on her hips, Annette boldly asks, want to bet on it? Before instantly deflating in a grumbling chibi thought bubble. Oh right, I don't have any money. Deciding to drop it, Annette sighs, forget it, it's gonna rain anyway. She then physically pushes the Archbishop out of the door, telling him, I need to clean, so if you're done praying, please step outside. The Archbishop protests, hey, wait, but Annette forcefully slams the door in his face, leaving him standing in the hallway staring at the door in stunned silence. Suspicious thought bubbles read, Annette Ethelred? Why is she here when she's supposed to be at the Royce Duchy? Looking up at the brilliant, clear blue sky above the temple, the Archbishop wonders, clear skies like this and she says it's going to rain. How could she know that? Staring out the window into the bright sunshine, the Archbishop confidently concludes, no, it's not going to rain. Walking down the silent, grand hallway, the Archbishop despondently thinks to himself, could it be that the goddess Hela has forsaken us? The next day, a heavy downpour of rain completely drenches the beautiful temple gardens. Clenching her fists and tearing her hair out in frustration, Annette screams, I should have bet money. Still lamenting her lost opportunity, Annette mutters, my money, before suddenly stopping as she looks out the window and gasps, huh? What's this? Realizing that bedding has been left hanging outside in the pouring rain, Annette thinks, I didn't hang it up because I knew it was going to rain. Sprinting down the hallway in a panic, Annette screams, who the hell hung up the bedding? As she frantically thinks, crap, the blankets are all going to get soaked. A mysterious shadowed figure stands silently in the dark corridor, peeking out from behind a pillar as Annette runs past. Surrounded by shimmering white flowers and a dreamy aura, the blonde second commander, Charles Even, poses with a charming smile. Clasping his chest as a metaphorical arrow of love pierces his heart, Charles swoons over a chibi vision of Angel Annette, thinking, the one who will become my maid, my goddess, my master. Bursting through the double doors, a frantic knight yells out, Commander! Looking up from a pile of paperwork at his massive desk, Commander Lucas calmly asks, what is it? To which the excited, panting knight exclaims, it's raining, it's really raining. Turning around in utter shock, Lucas repeats, what? Rain? As he stares toward the window. Beautiful light blue flowers gently sway as raindrops fall softly on their petals. Standing by the window in a half-unbuttoned shirt, Lucas gazes out into the rain with a serious but mesmerizing expression. In a poignant flashback, a young Lucas runs towards a beautiful woman standing calmly in the downpour, crying out, Mother, Mother, why are you standing in the rain? Smiling warmly, a beautiful dark-haired woman turns around in the rain and says, Lucas. Holding a black umbrella over a young Lucas, she says with a sweet smile, you'll catch a cold. Let's share this umbrella. As she places a gentle hand on his head, she says, Lucas, your mother loves the rain. Others say the rain is cold and dreary, but looking up at the sky with a radiant smile, she continues, this rain is a blessing that the goddess Hela has sent to bless everyone. Lucas stares at her in silent wonder. Standing in the downpour, young Lucas reaches down and clicks the umbrella shut. Startled, his mother asks, "Lucas, why are you closing the umbrella?" To which he softly responds, "Because." With a bright, adorable smile surrounded by sparkling white roses, young Lucas confesses, "I want to stand in the rain with you, the rain you love so much." Back in the present day, Lucas stands inside looking serious and pensive, muttering to himself, Annette looks extremely flustered, holding her pink hair in distress as she tries to process her chaotic day. With a serious expression, Lucas throws on his jacket as he prepares to take action. In a dramatic move, Lucas swoops Annette up in a bridal carry, but internally his heart beats rapidly as he nervously wonders, is she trying to sleep with me? With her own heart pounding just as fast, a blushing Annette looks up at him and thinks, is he trying to sleep with me? Lucas carries a blushing, nervous Annette in his arms, stepping through the grand, quietly lit room. Blushing furiously, Annette panics to herself. We're not even dating yet. Is it really okay to be like this on the first night? Suddenly, Annette's eyes widen in sheer shock as the atmosphere shifts abruptly. Without a shred of gentleness, Lucas tosses Annette onto the bed with a loud thud. Sitting up on the bed and clutching her back in pain, Annette groans in annoyance. Annette grumbles, "If you could just put me down gently," before Lucas suddenly plops a white towel right over her face with a loud splat. Standing before her with his shirt unbuttoned, Lucas commands with a cool look, "Wipe yourself." Sitting with the towel draped over her head, a highly irritated Annette thinks, "This isn't very romantic. Wouldn't it be better to do it nicely?" As Lucas dries his wet hair with the towel, showing off his highly toned chest and abs, Annette peers out from under her towel and thinks, well, if he's gonna dry himself, he might as well do it while taking his clothes off. Grinning deviously with a heavy blush, Annette giggles to herself, "That way it'd be easier to move on to the next step." Annette asks him, "Why were you out in that cold rain?" To which Lucas, with the towel over his head, responds, "It wasn't cold." Annette is taken aback as Lucas looks at her intently and questions, "It wasn't cold, you say?" Remembering his mother's words, Annette smiles warmly and explains, "Yeah, it was actually warm." Staring at her in silence, Lucas blushes slightly as her words remind him of his mother's perspective on the rain. Turning around to open the door, Lucas instructs her, "Still, you could catch a cold, so it's better to warm yourself up with hot water. Go wash up first." Clutching the towel around her shoulders, a startled Annette blinks and gasps, "Huh?" Left alone in the room, Annette nervous gulps as she prepares to take her bath. Annette gently dips her bare foot into the warm bathwater with a soft splash. Sometime later, Annette emerges from the bathroom wearing a pink robe and a head towel, looking completely flushed and nervous. Suddenly, she is greeted by the sight of a completely shirtless, incredibly muscular Lucas standing in the room, catching her off guard. Annette's mind descends into a chaotic chibi fantasy with pink kittens as she squeals, "Eek! Already taking off your clothes? I'm not ready yet." Before she can process it, the bathroom door is slammed shut, leaving Annette standing outside in a daze as she thinks, don't confuse me like that. Sighing in exhaustion, Annette collapses backward onto the plush sofa. Annette sits on the sofa with a warm blush on her cheeks, trying to calm her racing thoughts. Suddenly, the door creaks open and Annette's heart leaps as she wonders, is it really happening already? To her absolute disappointment, Lucas walks back in wearing a loose, fully buttoned white shirt, making Annette grumble, "What's this? You're just gonna take it off and you come out dressed? Is this right?" Walking with purposeful strides, Lucas approaches Annette as she nervously notes, he's coming. As Lucas leans in close, Annette's heart races and she thinks, oh, he's coming. Gazing directly into her pink eyes, Lucas gets incredibly close, prompting Annette to nervously think, it's happening. Lucas flops down onto the sofa right next to Annette and says softly, "My mother," leaving Annette completely bewildered as she gasps, "Huh?" A beautiful portrait of Lucas's mother framed in roses is shown as Lucas narrates, "My mother was a commoner." While Annette thinks, a sudden flashback? Lucas continues his narration, "She was a maid like you. My mother and father were from different social classes, but they fell in love." Annette wonders, why is he suddenly bringing this up? Is it normal to talk about this from the start? Should I share something too? As Lucas's narration continues, despite my grandparents' opposition, they got married and had me, living happily together. In a dark, somber flashback, a young Lucas weeps over his mother's covered body, with the narration reading, "But my mother passed away from an illness when I was young." Highlighting his tragic past, the narration reads, "After my father remarried the daughter of a duke and had a son, I became a burden." Lucas's father and his new noble wife stand together in front of their grand estate, leaving the young boy cast aside. Huddled alone in a dark corner, a young Lucas is filled with sorrow as the narration reads, "At least I inherited the Royenthal surname due to my mother's last wish, but I had nothing else to call my own. Walking away into the dark night, Lucas concludes his tragic backstory, with the narration box reading, "I left home and came here." Lucas looks down with a serious and pensive expression, his white shirt slightly unbuttoned. Putting a finger to his lips, Lucas softly whispers, "Shh," to a startled Annette, before gently suggesting, "Let's go to bed." Lucas looks incredibly flustered, blushing deeply as his hand rests near his neck. Annette, blushing warmly, holds Lucas's hand with a sweet, affectionate smile amidst a background of blooming roses. Taken by surprise, Lucas falls backward onto the sofa with a startled expression. Leaning over him with a romantic gaze, Annette softly tells Lucas, "Lie down comfortably." Looking down at him with a gentle and warm smile, Annette tenderly thinks to herself, "Must be really tired." Softly cupping his face as he looks up in surprise, Annette affectionately says, "You've been through a lot." Annette's hand slowly slides down, gently resting against Lucas's chest. Blushing deeply with a sweet, devious grin, Annette leans in close and thinks, "Let's start with a kiss." Suddenly, Lucas goes limp and falls asleep, prompting a bewildered Annette to gasp, "Huh? What's going on? Are you asleep?" Lightly slapping his cheeks in disbelief, an irritated Annette exclaims, "Are you really asleep? Are you the kind of person who can fall asleep just by resting your head?" Before despondently sighing, "What a useless guy." Staring at the closed double doors of the room, Annette disappointedly complains to herself, I was really looking forward to this." Walking down the hallway in her maid uniform the next morning, an extremely annoyed Annette fumes, "How could he fall asleep in that situation? This is ridiculous." An overhead view shows the quiet and empty dining hall of the estate, bathed in the soft morning light. Happily greeting her fellow maid, Annette cheerfully says, "Good morning, Lucy." Looking incredibly depressed, Lucy lets out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. Placing a comforting hand on Lucy's shoulder, Annette asks with concern, "What's wrong? Why do you look so down? Did someone bully you?" Tearing up and clutching her hands together in distress, Lucy anxiously prepares to confide in Annette. Blushing, Lucy confesses, I'm seeing a seal, the servant from the temple, in a good way," as a chibi Annette hilariously laments, "Wow, I'm the only one without a boyfriend." A romantic, rose-filled fantasy shows Lucy and Assel walking happily hand in hand. Shaking her head frantically in embarrassment, Lucy gasps, "Ah, no!" Lucy's expression darkens as she mentions, "But there's this Pierre who works in the kitchen," revealing a devious-looking cook laughing wickedly in the background. Wiping away her tears, Lucy explains, "He knows about my relationship with Asila and is threatening me." A shadow falls over Annette's face as she solemnly murmurs, "Lucy." Suddenly beaming with a sparkling, extremely cheerful smile, Annette stands tall. Filled with sudden confidence, Annette continues to smile radiantly in her maid uniform. Startled by her sudden shift in mood, Lucy blinks and asks in confusion, "What?" Placing a hand over her chest with absolute confidence, Annette declares, "I'll help you." Winking as gold coins flutter around her, Annette suggests, "But you might feel burdened if I just solve it for you. A bit of money might just solve that issue, though. What do you think?" Anxiously clasping her hands, Lucy nervously asks, "How much would that be?" To which Annette sweet-talks her, "Would 50 louds be okay?" Annette clenches her fist with a bright, predatory grin, excited by the easy money. Bursting through the double doors of the kitchen, Annette loudly bellows, "Pierre!" Startled while washing dishes, Pierre spins around in shock and gasps, "Ah, Annette?" Approaching him with a sweet, closed-eye smile, Annette mockingly asks, "Oh, did you have a good lunch?" While Pierre looks incredibly nervous. Surrounded by blooming purple wisteria, Annette flashes a breathtakingly beautiful but slightly menacing smile. Sweating profusely as his colleagues whisper in the background, a terrified Pierre squeaks, "Of course!" Leaning in close with a warm, closed-eye smile, Annette softly replies, "Sure," making Pierre nervously wonder, is this a confession or something? Twiddling his fingers with a heavy blush, a hopeful Pierre asks, "Annette, what's the matter?" Glowing with a dreamy, angelic aura, Annette looks at him warmly, as Pierre stands mesmerized, thinking, "Ah, so beautiful." A sudden, tense silence falls as a speech bubble reads, "Hey." Pierre flinches in terror as Annette's sweet smile instantly transforms into a terrifying smirk, with her asking, "You must have heard those rumors about me, right?" Desperately trying to appease her, Pierre clasps his hands and stammers, "Ah, Annette, why the sudden question? I don't believe those rumors." With a sinister, bone-chilling expression, Annette darkens the mood and declares, "Those rumors are true." Grinning wickedly, Annette confesses, "It's true that I used poison. Of course, I didn't kill her," leaving a horrified Pierre to ask, "What do you mean?" Firmly placing her hand on Pierre's shoulder, Annette subtly threatens, "You know about the last time my maid touched my favorite dress? If you knew what I did to her, you'd be shocked. Gripping his shoulder tightly as Pierre trembles in pure terror, Annette calmly notes, "By the way, I heard you've been bullying Lucy." Leaning in close to whisper menacingly in his ear, Annette warns, "If you bully her one more time, you'll find out what happened to my maid. I'll make sure you have the same experience." Giving his shoulder a firm, final pat, Annette softly adds, "And it'd be best if you don't say a word about this situation to anyone." Dismissively waving her hand as she turns to leave, Annette coldly commands, "That's it, get lost," while a terrified Pierre bows frantically, crying, "Eek, yes, understood." Pierre runs away, sweating and crying in terror as he stammers, "Sorry." Left standing alone under the bright blue sky, Annette stares blankly with a cold and unimpressed expression. Sweeping her hand across her forehead, Annette sighs in relief, thinking, "Phew, I earned 50 louds. I seem to have quite the talent." Walking into the dining hall while carrying a piece of bread, Annette spots Lucy and cheerfully calls out, "Ah, Lucy!" Grabbing Annette's hands with immense gratitude and a deep blush, Lucy excitedly reports, "Pierre came by and apologized yesterday." Lucy tears up with joy and says, "Thank you so much. Asile said to thank you too," as Annette humbly replies, "Oh, it's nothing." Lucy wraps Annette in a tight hug and declares, "Got it, Annette, I'm really glad you're here," while a chibi Annette smugly thinks, "I'm glad too. I hope you bring me lots of work in the future." As they walk down the corridor, Annette asks, "Lucy, are you going to marry Asile then?" Catching Lucy off guard as she blushes and gasps, "Oh my." Smiling bashfully, Lucy holds her hands together and says, "No, it's fine. I'll probably say yes." Fidgeting nervously, Lucy continues, "If Asile proposes, I'll most likely accept it," leaving Annette to green-eyed envy as she thinks, "I'm jealous. When will I ever get a proposal like that?" Gazing warmly with a blooming rose background, Lucy compliments her, "You're so pretty." Turning away with a soft blush on her face, Annette quiet replies, "Yeah." Waving a finger playfully, Lucy teases her, "Are you sure your expectations aren't too high?" Throwing her fists up with absolute enthusiasm amid beautiful roses, Annette happily boasts, "Yeah, I like handsome guys." Suddenly, a drop of sweat falls down Annette's face as she senses something and, annoyed, thinks, "Not this again." Feeling a dark presence lingering behind her in the corridor, Annette wonders, which jerk is it? They've been secretly following me since that rainy day. Annette flashes a cheerful, decoy smile while a handsome blonde man secretly spies on her from behind a pillar. Lucy stops and asks in confusion, "Huh? Annette, aren't you done for the day?" While Annette sweats nervously and stammers, there's a bit of a situation, haha." Waving goodbye, Annette says, "See you later," as Lucy cheerfully replies, "Yeah, Annette, good luck." Two pairs of feet are shown walking up a flight of stairs, with the mysterious pursuer quietly trailing behind Annette. Walking up the grand staircase with her eyes closed in annoyance, Annette grumbles to herself, "Still following me, huh?" Standing by a large window, Annette looks out at the sky and sighs, what nice weather." Annette reaches for the window handle and thinks, "I should open the window." Preparing her trap, Annette slowly begins to turn her head as she devises a plan. "I'll just turn around and pretend to look back. Using this moment, Catching the stalker completely off guard, the blonde man gasps, "Gah!" as she suddenly turns around. Extremely flustered and brushing deeply, the young man stammers, Annette," as he tries to back away. The young man blinks in utter shock as Annette disappears into thin air, leaving him to wonder, where is she? Appearing right behind him, Annette grabs his shoulder and demands, "So it was you?" catching the terrified blonde man completely by surprise. With a swift and powerful movement, Annette pins the mysterious blonde stalker firmly against the wall. Leaning in close to the blushing and flustered man, Annette demands, "Tell me, why were you spying on me?" while he growls in embarrassment. Sweat dripping down his face, the man nervously stammers, "Because you," prompting an irritated Annette to yell, "What?" Squeezing his fists together, the blonde man blushes and frantically yells, "Because you're my master." As a tense silence falls over the corridor, the young man looks down with a cute, submissive puppy dog expression. A large shock bubble reads, "What?" as the unexpected confession echoes through the hallway. Annette reacts to his confession with a smug and slightly devious grin. Introducing a new character, the narration boxes read, "Who is Charles Avon, the second son of a family having a claim to the kingdom's throne. He believed that his authority warranted him to be in the highest position possible." Sitting smugly in his lavish chair, Charles's background is explained. Thus, he was secretly disappointed with his older brother Robert, who is less handsome and less capable than him. The narration box continues his internal thoughts, reading, "Was to become the next head of the family. However, he tried to hide this dissatisfaction. Charles puts on a charming and polite smile as he waves to a group of noblewomen in the palace hallway. His charming smile quickly fades into a dark, scheming grin as he plots his next move. Revealing his true character, the narration box reads, "The problem was that his standards for humility were different from others." Highlighting his grand ambition, the narration reads, "Being a nobleman, he wanted to restore his tarnished honor by becoming Grand Commander of the First Knight's Order." Standing in a majestic pose is the current Grand Commander, but then Lucas Royenthal appeared and ruined all his plans. Deeply frustrated by his rival's rise, the narration reads, "How could a half-baked nobleman become commander of the First Knights?" Charles was deeply annoyed. Clenching his fist in sheer rage with a tear in his eye, Charles seized Lucas Royenthal, that arrogant brat. The narration box reveals his obsession. Indeed, he wasn't willing to lose the goddess, Annette, to Lucas too. A gorgeous side-profile portrait of a smiling Annette surrounded by blooming white lilies is shown. The narration box reads, "Who was continuously bumping into him as a hand desperately reaches out toward Annette." Smiling brightly with sparkling roses all around, Charles recalls when he suggested on becoming his devoted maid. In stark contrast to his sparkling memory, Annette stares back with an incredibly deadpan and thoroughly disgusted expression. She gave him a disgusted look. He felt a thrill seeing that expression. Charles clutches his chest as his heart beats wildly in excitement. The narration box continues, which was enough to awaken the hidden desires he had buried. Annette looks down with a cold and thoroughly disgusted expression. The narration box reveals Charles had longed for someone to trample him, to use him like a slave. The narration box continues. The perfect person had appeared, even if they weren't a royal. Annette looks stunning in a lavish blue gown as she smiles elegantly behind her black fan. Looking flustered, Annette nervously asks, "Excuse me, are you all right?" Charles blushes deeply, gazing up at her with a submissive and starry-eyed expression amidst blooming white lilies. Annette gestures with her hand and commands, "Please get up," to which Charles submissively replies, "Yes." Glaring at him with a sharp expression, Annette demands, "Are you the one who's stalking me?" Fidgeting nervously with a deep blush, Charles stammers, "It wasn't stalking." Getting incredibly angry, Annette yells, "It wasn't stalking. You've been following me. You were spying on me." While Charles frantically pleads, "No, I wasn't." Annette continues to shout in disbelief, "What do you mean, no? You did the exact same thing on that rainy day, and now you're here." Annette grabs Charles's arms and confronts him aggressively as he blushes from the sudden physical contact. Spotting his creepy, pleased smile, a horrified Annette asks, "What's with that expression?" Charles dreamily gasps, "My master has caught me," leaving a completely disgusted Annette speechless under a dark, gloomy aura. Backing away in sheer panic, Annette says, "I think you're sick. I'll call a doctor. Just wait here," while Charles desperately protests, "I'm not sick." Charles holds his hands and giggles creepily with a deep, infatuated blush. Charles closes his eyes in absolute bliss, glowing with a heavenly and sparkly aura. Horrified by his bizarre behavior, a chibi Annette screams, "Eek!" Waving her hands to keep her distance, Annette stammers, "First of all, calm down, and when you've calmed down, then we can talk again." To which Charles answers, "No, no." Pointing at him, Annette demands, "Just don't stalk me anymore," as Charles desperately reaches out and calls, "Master." Charles smiles with a dreamy blush on his face, surrounded by blooming blue roses. The next morning, Annette sits on the edge of her bed and lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Frustrated, Annette questions, "What is up with this temple? Everyone is only good-looking. Why have they gone mad?" Stretching her arms, Annette cheers up, thinking, but I received my first salary yesterday, and today is my day off. I should spend all my salary on desserts." Standing proudly by her vanity, Chibi Annette decides, considering what I saved in my past life, I should spend everything before I die in this life. Chibi Annette hands a gift to an excited Chibi Lucy, thinking, "Oh, I should buy a gift for Lucy as well. If I invest, I will get more work in return." Annette cautiously peeks around a wall to make sure the coast is clear. Looking around the corridor, Annette thinks to herself, "I really hope the blonde stalker doesn't follow me anymore." While Annette wonders how to check, Lucas suddenly approaches from behind and asks, "What are you doing here again?" Stunned by his appearance, Annette, annoyed, thinks, "Why does this guy always show up like this?" When Lucas asks, "What are you doing?" Annette turns to him and replies, "What do you think I'm doing? I'm spying." Suddenly, a hand reaches out and firmly grabs her wrist. Lucas holds her wrist tightly and asks, "On Charles Ave? Why are you doing this? Don't tell me you like that guy." Prompting a disgusted Chibi Annette to think, "What are you talking about? Why would I like that crazy stalker?" Annette glares up at him in tense silence. Annette complains in her head. More importantly, he doesn't even appear to like me, but he keeps saying ridiculous things like he's jealous even though he doesn't like me. Last time he left me all alone and acted all cool. Annette turns to Lucas and bluntly asks, "Are you crazy?" while he looks completely taken aback. Annette sighs in annoyance and rubs her temple to calm herself down. Annette suddenly claps her hands with a bright fake smile and exclaims, "This is perfect," while a confused Lucas asks, "Then why are you here?" Annette pushes Lucas down the hallway and asks, "Can you check if Charles is in his office?" To which he asks, "Why should I?" And she insists, "Come on, just do as I say." Lucas complains, "How dare you give me orders? You're getting more and more arrogant." Annette puts on a sweet, charming expression and points her finger to persuade him. Lucas reluctantly agrees as Annette cheerfully chirps, "Okay." Lucas carefully opens the double doors and peeks inside the room. Inside his office, a serious-looking Charles sits at his desk holding a quill pen. Closing the door, Lucas calmly replies, "I have no business with Lord Aven. I just came to check," as Annette watches eagerly in the background. Annette quickly hides behind the wall and gives Lucas a grateful thumbs up. Lucas flashes a handsome smirk amidst yellow flowers as Charles' voice asks, "What did you just say, Lord Roisenthal?" Blushing slightly as he recalls her cute reaction, a flustered Lucas touches his chin and wonders, "Cute? What was I thinking?" Quickly regaining his composure, Lucas opens the door to Charles's office and says, "Never mind. I apologize for the interruption, Lord Aven," leaving a completely bewildered Charles behind. Under a clear and beautiful blue sky, the narrative setting shifts as the narrator remarks, "The weather is so nice." Walking down the busy street, Annette stops in front of a shop window and mutters, as she peers inside. Gazing eagerly at the colorful macarons and pastries on display, Annette's eyes sparkle as she thinks, "Wow, that looks delicious." Spotting a gold price tag of 25 DY, Annette reacts in shock. So expensive. This small thing is half of my daily salary." Feeling thoroughly defeated by the high prices, a sweat-dropping Annette sighs, "First, I need to buy some clothes." Unbeknownst to her, a mysterious figure wrapped in a dark green cloak is keeping a close watch on her from the shadows. Staring intently at her back, the stalker whispers her name in his head, Annette Ethelred. Watching her every move, the mysterious hooded man questions, why is she acting like that? A woman who would risk her life for the dignity of the royal family. Looking at Annette clutching her purse as she walks away, the hooded man wonders in disbelief. Has she really gone mad? Turning to slip away back into the alleyway, the man decides, I guess I need to keep an eye on her a bit longer. A dark, heavy silence falls over the scene as the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. A dark profile of a scheming face appears as the voiceover sneers, "A knight from a lowly mercenary background?" Staring with a cold, intense gaze, the scheming voiceover continues, "A lowly master and an even more contemptible knight? It's a perfect match." Standing next to the elegant pink-haired Hein, Edwin Cart is warned, "You should take good care of your lord." Deep down, Edwin secretly plots, "After all, I might decide to kill him at any moment, right?" Recalling their history, a smug Hein smiles deviously as the narration box reads, "Annette, that was our first meeting." Introducing the hooded man's backstory, Edwin Cart explains, "I am Edwin Cart. Born a commoner, I became a mercenary to survive." Standing on a dark, desolate battlefield surrounded by fallen swords, Edwin recalls, "However, being born a commoner, I could never fulfill my dream of becoming a knight, and the emptiness only grew within me." Describing the turning point in his life, Edwin stands protectively in front of Hein with his sword drawn, thinking, "One day I happened to save Hein from danger." Smiling brightly in a field of light, Hein warmly promises him, "I'll do whatever it takes to make it." Looking down to earth and highly realistic, Edwin responds, "I doubt you can grant my wish. The country doesn't want commoners to become knights." Reaching out to gently hold his cheek, Hein reassures him, "Edwin, it doesn't matter what your original status was." Smiling with absolute confidence, Hein extends her hand to him and declares, "I will make you a knight." A magnificent gold border highlights the historical turning point, and she kept her promise. Proudly standing in front of the royal palace, Edwin Cart poses in a majestic knight's uniform with his ceremonial sword held high. Looking determinately past his sword, Edwin declares, "I vowed to give my life to ensure that Lady Hein would never fall into danger, so the moment I learned that Annette had tried to poison Lady Hein..." Looking at a teacup filled with a dark purple poison liquid, Edwin seethes, "I was filled with rage at my own incompetence and couldn't contain myself." Under a dark, ominous aura, Edwin Cart resolves, "And I reached a conclusion. If Annette were to disappear, the threat to Lady Hein would vanish as well." Back in the present, Edwin peeks around a wooden pillar in his green cloak, keeping a sharp eye on Annette. Wiping away a tear as she thinks of her past, the narrator notes, she who seemed like she wouldn't shed a drop of blood even if stabbed is now crying. Annette looks up with bright, twinkling eyes and a wide, cheerful smile on her face. Walking beneath a bright, sunny sky, Annette says happily, the weather is nice, as the narration box adds, today she's walking on the streets with a smile on her face. Annette skips down the cobblestone street in high spirits, feeling joyful on her day off. Annette holds her chin in deep thought and wonders, I wonder if I should have bought dessert earlier. Approaching a local boutique, Annette decides, for now I should buy some clothes and then head back. I hope they haven't all sold out by then. Stepping inside the boutique, a polite shopkeeper with glasses welcomes her. Welcome, we have a lot of pretty clothes, so feel free to look around. Annette sits down with her arms crossed, visualizing standard t-shirts and shorts before thinking, but in this life, I want to try wearing something pretty. Walking over to the high-end section, Annette gasps, wow, this section looks expensive just at a glance. Seeing a highly lavish, layered ball gown, Annette immediately turns around and says, so I'll pass. Spotting an elegant navy blue dress, Annette checks the tag reading 150 DY and thinks, this one looks kind of nice. What's the price? Realizing it is far beyond her budget, a sweat-dropping Annette waves her hand and says, I'll pass. Finally finding a simple yet lovely olive green dress, Annette thinks in relief, well, this is acceptable. The price is also reasonable. Stepping out of the boutique, wearing her new green dress and a cute matching bonnet, a sparkling Annette beams, this is good enough. I even got the hat as a bonus, hee hee. Now what should I buy next? As Annette happily plans her next purchase, a young boy in a brown vest and a flat cap suddenly runs past, bumping her from behind. Patting her dress, Annette continues her internal monologue. How much would it cost to buy a gift for Julie and also treat myself to some desserts? Huh? Annette freezes in sheer horror as her hands find her pockets empty, screaming, my pocket, my money! Spinning around and pointing accusingly at the fleeing boy, an outraged Annette screams, a pickpocket! You thief! I'm gonna kill you! Charging down the street after him at full speed, an incredibly angry Annette yells, do you know how hard I worked to earn that money? Running swiftly through the alleyways, the smug young pickpocket looks back with a sly, confident smirk on his face. The young pickpocket turns around with a cocky grin, tossing a stolen coin in his hand as he warns Annette, hey miss, if you keep chasing me, it'll really get dangerous. Are you gonna keep following me? Charging forward with absolute fury, Annette screams in outrage, you bastard! Slipping around a brick wall into a side alley, the boy confidently challenges, fine, then come get me, while Annette reaches out desperately, yelling, stop right there. The boy suddenly stops at a dead end inside a dark alleyway, panting heavily as a looming shadow slowly catches up to him. Annette corners the boy, pointing a demanding hand at him as she says, just hand over my money without any trouble. Annette glares at the cornered boy and asks, you have nowhere else to run, do you? But freezes in confusion when she notices a sly smile spreading across his face, wondering, he's laughing? The boy chuckles mockingly, haha, you really have no fear, huh, sister? What were you planning to do after chasing me all the way here? Suddenly prompting a group of heavy footsteps from behind as a voice asks, who is this girl? What, did you bring her along? A group of intimidating thugs emerges from the shadows, with one of them staring greedily at Annette and commenting, oh, she's pretty. Holding Annette's stolen brown pouch, the lead thug sneers, and she even has a nice chunk of money, too. Standing defensively in front of the boy, a terrified Annette commands, don't come any closer. Sweat dropping as the dangerous thugs approach her, Annette anxiously thinks to herself, I wasn't going to risk my life over a few coins. In my past life and this one, I just tried to live well. Terrified but trying to sound threatening, Annette shouts in defiance, do you even know who I am? The bearded thug smiles mockingly as he leans in closer, laughing, what? Who are you? Hee hee, are you some kind of goddess? Before Annette can react, the thug's massive hand reaches out and firmly grabs her chin. Shaking with fear, Annette struggles to pull away and screams, eek! Looking down at the terrified girl on the ground, the thug smiles wickedly and suggests, perfect, why not just sell her along with them? Backing away in sheer panic, Annette shields herself and pleads, don't come any closer. Desperate to defend herself, Annette tightly grips a small stone off the ground, firmly telling herself, no, get a grip, Annette. As she tries to swing the stone, the thug easily catches her arm midair, making Annette gasp, ugh! The thug holds her wrist high up, mockingly admiring her spirit as he says, how cute, all feisty and defiant. Another thug steps forward and warns, even if you resist, you'll get hurt, so just behave and come with us, but is suddenly cut short by a violent blow from behind, screaming in agony. As the thug collapses to the ground in a pool of blood, the mysterious figure in the dark green cloak is revealed. The lead thug recoils in shock, demanding, who the hell are ya? Standing silently under his hood, the silver-haired knight stares at the thugs with a cold, piercing gaze. Surrounded by beautiful blue and white flowers, the elegant detail of the knight's sword and cloak shines in the dark alley. Recognizing the cloaked man, Annette's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as she gasps, that person is... With a swift, sharp ring, Edwin Cart draws his beautifully decorated ceremonial sword. Panicking, the blonde thug brandishes his weapon and charges forward blindly, shouting in fear and rage. With flawless grace, Edwin Cart slashes his sword, effortlessly deflecting the thug's desperate attack. The blonde thug crashes face first onto the stone floor with a heavy thud, completely incapacitated. Shaking uncontrollably, the bearded thug pulls out his own dagger, stuttering in terror. Eek, don't come any closer. Edwin Cart tightly grips his golden detailed sword, preparing to finish the fight. Terrified of the silent knight, the remaining thug lets out a desperate scream and swings his dagger wildly. Realizing he stands no chance, the thug turns around and leaps over the brick wall to escape. With the thugs gone, Edwin Cart stands quietly with his sword drawn, while Annette looks up at him from the ground in stunned silence. Annette begins to tremble and cry softly, catching Edwin completely off guard as he wonders in surprise, Is she crying? So I wasn't seeing things last time. What in the world? Staring down at her weeping form, Edwin's stern expression softens as a slight blush creeps onto his face, prompting him to wonder, was Annette always this kind of woman? Edwin kneels down on one knee and gently extends his hand to her, saying, For now, let's get you up. The ground is cold. To which Annette weakly replies, Thank you. As Annette tries to stand up with his help, her vision blurs and she collapses directly into his arms, prompting a shocked Edwin to call out, Annette. Darkness envelops her mind as the echo of Edwin's panicked voice rings out, Get a hold of yourself, Annette! Annette! Losing consciousness, a faded Annette looks up at Edwin's worried face and thinks, I can't feel any strength. Such a handsome person. How does he know my name? Back at the Grand Palace under a golden sunset, two maids whisper excitedly to each other. They're saying Annette has returned, to which the other responds, That's not all. Surrounded by white roses, the maids are stunned as they recall the sight. Sir Cart carried her in. The maids gasp in disbelief, wondering, What? Sir Carte? Is he out of his mind? What in the world happened between them? Hearing the rumors, Charles Even walks swiftly down the grand corridor with a tense expression, thinking to himself, Nonsense, a knight carried Annette here? I have to see this with my own eyes. Charles stops in his tracks, his face tightening with a mixture of worry and severe irritation. Standing at the top of the grand staircase, Charles glares down intensely at Edwin, who is still holding the unconscious Annette in his arms. Stepping down to take Annette from Edwin's arms, a deeply concerned Charles asks, What happened to her? Why does she look like this? After hearing the explanation about the alleyway and the thugs, Charles holds Annette close, his mind racing with anger. An alleyway? Thugs? What the hell? Carrying Annette away, Charles coldly orders, I understand, return to your quarters, to which Edwin respectfully bows and replies, Yes. Inside a lavishly decorated bedroom, Annette lies sleeping peacefully in a massive bed while Charles sits silently beside her, watching over her. Frustrated by the day's chaotic events, Charles turns his face away and mutters under his breath, Damn it. In a dark, rose-framed dreamscape, a royal crown drifts out of reach as a voice asks, You wanted to become the crown princess that badly? Amidst a dark background and red splatters, a broken cup and spoon float in the air as the voice continues. Not just Hayne's life, but you were willing to risk your own life as well. Charles recalls their past, remembering how he and his father gave Annette everything they could, and wonders, Didn't I and father give you everything? There wasn't anything you lacked. Remembering their fierce arguments, Charles asks, Was it my harsh words that drove you away? But that was because you tried to harm Hayne. And then, looking down with a heavy heart, Charles remembers his past resentment and thinks, And then I only wanted to see you crumble. Watching Annette sleep peacefully, Charles reflects, I thought that if your temper simmered down, everything would be peaceful. Charles gently reaches out his hand toward her head, thinking, So that you could stay here with me, so you could only stay by my side. Annette suddenly gasps and opens her eyes in shock as she notices Charles's hand hovering closely above her face. Startled out of her wits, Annette sits up on the bed and screams in sheer terror, clutching her head as she trembles. Looking deeply concerned, Charles asks, Are you all right, Annette? While Annette backs away defensively, stuttering, Who? Stunned and hurt by her reaction, Charles stares at her and asks in disbelief, Who? You don't recognize me? How can you not recognize me? Shaking with anxiety, Annette struggles to find the right words, stammering, that burned. Looking around the lavish room, a confused Annette asks, "By the way, where is this place?" Prompting Charles to reply flatly, "Where do you think? It's your room." Realizing her mistake, Annette awkwardly laughs and scratches her head in embarrassment, saying, right. Charles narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, highly disturbed by her polite manner of speaking as he thinks, right? Formal speech? What the hell? Annette's eyes suddenly bulge in sudden realization as she screams in panic, "Oh right, my money!" while Charles looks on in confusion. Lunging forward, an enraged Annette grabs Charles by his shoulders and violently shakes him, demanding, "Where's my money, my money?" While Charles' sweat drops, wondering, did she hurt her head badly? What's going on? Annette bursts into dramatic tears, wailing, "Ooh-ah, my money!" as Charles desperately tries to calm her down, asking, "Calm down. What kind of money are you talking about? How much is it for you to act like this? What the hell?" Tears stream down Annette's face as she softly sniffs and sobs, wiping her eyes in genuine distress. Seeing her cry so pitifully, Charles finds himself completely flustered, his face flushing red as he stares at her in shock. Wiping away a single tear from her flushed cheek, Annette continues to weep softly, completely focused on her lost savings. Looking utterly flabbergasted, Charles stands frozen as Annette continues to weep in front of him. Trying to compose herself, a tearful Annette looks up sadly, her eyes still sparkling with tears. Charles agrees to her request, saying, "Yes, please call him," while a voice whispers in concern, "Weren't they saying not to let that dirty mercenary anywhere near here?" Looking highly annoyed and skeptical, Charles glares down at Annette and demands, "Why?" Gripping her blanket tightly, Annette explains, "I just have something to ask him. It's about my money. Maybe he found it or something." Confused by her obsession, Charles thinks to himself, she's talking about money again. There was no mention of any money. Charles tells her, and, as he turns around to fetch something from across the room, with a loud thud, Charles firmly slams his hand onto a wooden jewelry chest. Charles flings the chest open, scattering a massive fortune of sparkling diamonds, rubies, and emeralds before her, as he asks, "With all these jewels being yours, why are you so obsessed with that money?" Looming over her, Charles declares coldly, the Annette I knew didn't care about money, leaving her completely stunned. Gritting his teeth, Charles glares at her with intense scrutiny and demands, "Who are you, really?" Stunned by his sharp question, Annette's eyes widen in sheer panic as she freezes in place. Leaning in with an intimidating gaze, Charles firmly demands once more, "Who exactly are you?" Terrified of being exposed, Annette breaks out in a cold sweat, staring back in absolute silence. From a high angle, Charles stands pointing accusingly at the spilled jewels on the floor while Annette sits small and cornered on the bed. Faking a nervous smile, Annette desperately tries to cover her tracks by stammering, I can't remember," to which an astonished Charles responds, "What? You can't remember?" Putting on a dramatic performance, Annette wipes a fake tear amidst a shower of imaginary roses, sighing, "Actually, after being thrown out, I lost all my memories." Annette glances away nervously, hinting, "So I think I need to see a healing priest," hoping to escape the tense situation. Before she can say another word, a firm hand suddenly claps onto her shoulder with a sharp grip. Grabbing her tightly, Charles looks at her with a mixture of shock and desperation, asking, "You lost your memories? So you don't remember me?" Looking down at his strong, vein-filled hand on her shoulder, Annette nervously responds, "I know who you are, but I can't quite remember the details," while secretly thinking, "Wow, look at the veins on his hand." Heartbroken by her words, Charles gently lets go of her shoulder and mutters in deep sorrow, "You forgot about me." Hoping to make a quick exit, Annette waves her hand with a forced smile and says, "All right then." Suddenly, the heavy bedroom doors burst open with a loud slam as her furious, red-haired father storms in, roaring, "Annette! Annette Eslid!" Gritting her teeth in sheer irritation, Annette sweat drops and curses inwardly. Ah, damn it. A painful memory flashes in her mind, showing her father standing menacingly over a young Annette after having struck her to the floor. Back in the present, a terrified Annette instinctively shields her face with her arms as her father approaches, trembling as she thinks, You're not going to hit me again, are you?" The angry father aggressively grabs Annette by her shoulders and shakes her violently, prompting Annette to think bitterly, "Well, your son already did that. Like father, like son, your actions are so alike." Seeing his sister in distress, Charles quickly steps in with a worried expression to defend her, explaining, Annette has lost her memories, father. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Annette's furious father raises his voice in disbelief. What? She lost her memories? What do you mean by that? What on earth happened? As the calm doctor behind him advises, Your Grace, your blood pressure is rising. Please calm down. Walking back into the room, a gentle voice asks, It's been a long time, my lady. Do you remember me? To which a confused Annette replies, Well, I'm not sure. Sounding professional and reassuring, the doctor requests of the family, Please excuse me for a moment while I examine her. Lady Annette. The kind-faced female doctor approaches Annette's bedside with a gentle smile, setting down her medical bag to begin the examination. As the doctor carefully shines a light to examine Annette's eyes, her father and Charles stand close by, watching the procedure with tense and worried expressions. After finishing her checkup, the doctor turns to the concerned men and delivers her diagnosis. Fortunately, there are no other external injuries, but if it's a memory-related issue, it seems she needs to rest. Gently guiding the protective men out of the bedroom, the doctor says, We're here to make sure that Annette recovers. It would be best if we gave her some room to relax, prompting the father to agree, All right, let's do that. Before the heavy doors close completely, Charles casts one last silent, lingering glance back into the room, his eyes filled with suspicion and concern. Left entirely to herself, Annette collapses backward onto the plush bed with a heavy sigh of relief, thinking, Phew, thanks to the doctor, I can finally be alone. Lying flat on her back, Annette stares silently at the grand, glittering ceiling above as she begins to plot her next move. Sitting up abruptly with a look of fierce determination on her face, Annette declares to herself, Let's escape. Slipping quietly out of bed, Annette opens one of the grand hallway windows and peers outside, wondering, now, let's see, which floor is this? Looking down at the sprawling palace courtyard and fountain below, she realizes her escape route. Not too high. This should be a lot easier than the escape from the orphanage. Using her quick-thinking survival skills, Annette ties several large white bedsheets together and lowers the makeshift rope down from the balcony. Gripping the bedsheets tightly, Annette climbs down carefully and lands safely on the ground, thinking, Phew, thankfully I got down safely. Looking at her pale, trembling hands, she clenches them in frustration, muttering, I keep forgetting how weak my body is sometimes. Stepping onto the dark grass of the estate, Annette looks toward the boundary wall, thinking, now I need to get over the wall. Staring up at the high stone wall silhouetted against the dark night sky, she realizes, but it's too high to climb over. Pushing through the thick bushes along the edge of the estate, Annette searches desperately, thinking, there's gotta be a hole or something around here. Suddenly, a deep and steady voice cuts through the quiet night behind her. What are you doing here? Sending a jolt of sheer panic through Annette as she freezes. Forcing a bright, sweaty smile onto her face, Annette slowly turns around while thinking to herself in irritation, why does everyone keep showing up from behind? Trying to play it cool, Annette pats down her dress and says, Good timing, Edwin. I was just looking for you. Annette extends her hand with a sweet, dazzling smile amidst a shower of imaginary roses, saying, Thank you so much for saving. Standing tall in his uniform, Edwin simply stares down at her outstretched hand in absolute silence. Under the soft moonlight, Edwin slowly raises his hand, hesitating for a moment before making contact. With a sudden firm grip, Edwin tightly clasps her small hand in his. Looking him straight in the eyes while his strong hand holds hers, Annette gets straight to the point. By the way, where's my money? Looking highly flustered and avoiding her direct gaze, Edwin turns his head away with a drop of cold sweat. Annette demands aggressively, What, are you pretending you don't know? Have you gotten my money back? Have you? Keeping his gaze steady and serious, Edwin asks, What money are you talking about? Pointing an accusing finger as she recalls the red-haired thief, Annette retorts, Don't play dumb. You've been following me this whole time. You know why I was chasing that kid. Seeing Edwin look momentarily caught off guard, Annette smirks internally, thinking, Look at you, all flustered. Crossing her arms defiantly, Annette tells him, Still pretending, huh? You clearly know something about my money, but judging by your attitude, if I ask you more, you'll just keep quiet. Feeling the heavy weight of the jewels hidden in her dress, Annette decides to play along. Fine, let's say I believe you. I've already taken the jewels, so I'll back off for now. Annette peers up at him with a mischievous look, thinking, or at least pretend to do so and test you one more time. Confronting him with a sharp look, Annette asks, Now that you mention it, you've been following me since the day I got kicked out of this house, right? Recalling how she spotted him at the tavern, Annette remarks, You even followed me into the restaurant that day. There's no way I could forget that handsome face. And that presses him further, asking, Why have you been trailing me? Were you after my money? To which Edwin firmly replies, No, I wasn't. Leaning in close to his face, Annette asks accusingly, "Then what is it? A stalker? A pervert?" Prompting Edwin to instantly defend himself. "Absolutely not." Fuming in a comical chibi form, Annette points and yells, "So that means you were after my money." Rubbing his forehead in exhaustion, Edwin finally sighs and admits the truth. "I was just following Duke Royce's orders." Utterly dumbfounded by his response, Annette realizes, "Wait, that guy slapped me and then sent someone after me? I don't feel guilty about stealing the jewels." Waving her hand dismissively, Annette tells him, "Fine, I'll believe you. Then you are free to leave. Please go on." Taking a step forward, a confused Edwin asks, "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? You were working as a server in the restaurant, and then suddenly you were shedding tears." Stepping in close to tower over her, Edwin looks down with a heavy heart and says, "You never called me by my name, treating me like I am a nobody just because I'm a commoner and a mercenary." Looking at her with deep suspicion, Edwin murmurs, "It's as if you've become a different person," when a sudden shout from a guard echoes nearby. "Who's there?" Reacting instantly to the danger of being caught, Edwin grabs Annette by her arm and pulls her quickly into the shadows of the garden. Pressing her back against the stone wall, Edwin holds Annette close in the narrow space, placing his hand near his face to stifle their breathing. Holding her tightly in the dark, Edwin's face flushes a deep red with embarrassment as he wonders, What's going on right now?" Looking up at him with a serious and warning expression, Annette holds up her hand and whispers, "Shh, be quiet." Hearing footsteps in the garden, a guard stops and wonders aloud if he heard a voice, but his partner dismisses it, believing it was just a trick of the mind. Hiding together in the narrow gap, Annette lets out a soft sigh of relief as the guards finally walk away, while Edwin looks down at her, blushing intensely. Looking down at her under the soft moonlight, Edwin asks with genuine concern, "Are you hurt?" Gently touching Annette's forehead, Edwin notes with worry, "It feels like you have a fever." Startled by his sudden touch, Annette immediately slaps Edwin's hand away with a sharp slap, crying out, "Ouch!" Rubbing her wrist defensively, Annette glares at Edwin in annoyance as he asks, "What's with you? I'm just trying to help you." Turning away with a cold demeanor, Annette dismisses him, saying, "Let's just go our separate ways now. Take care." Left standing alone in the garden, a deeply flustered Edwin rubs the back of his neck with a groan of frustration. A quiet and peaceful night settles over the Grand Palace estate, surrounded by lush green foliage. Crashing face first onto her bed in exhaustion, Annette laments, "Sigh, what a cursed fate. What kind of vacation is this?" Eager to check on her stolen loot, Annette reaches into her dress pocket, thinking happily, "Hee hee, but still, the jewels I secretly took earlier are right here in my hands." Feeling nothing but empty space, Annette gasps in sheer horror as she pulls at her pocket, exclaiming, "Huh? A hole? Where are my jewels?" Dropping her head in utter despair, Annette lets out a hollow, defeated laugh, completely devastated by the loss. Early the next morning, a scream of pure agony echoes from Annette's room, startling the birds outside into flight. "Ah, why is this happening to me?" Looking pale and completely drained of life, Annette stands in her maid uniform as a concerned fellow maid asks, "Annette, you had a day off yesterday, right? What happened?" Sweeping the floors listlessly, Annette forces a weak response. Nothing much happened. The kind maid sweetly offers to help if anything comes up, prompting Annette to think tearfully of her as an angel, while wishing for more work to recover her lost fortune. Resigned to her reality, Annette busily wipes down the window frames under the bright morning sun. Lost in thought while cleaning, Annette suddenly bumps hard into the back of a tall visitor passing through the corridor. Turning around with a gentle smile, a priest in white and blue robes politely greets her. "Hello, Lady Annette Esseled," to which she responds in surprise. "Ah, hello." Bowing deeply, the priest introduces himself, saying, "I didn't properly greet you back then. I am Noah Castus, the High Priest of the Temple of Hela." Glancing past High Priest Noah, Annette politely says, "Ah yes, I'm Annette Esseled," while her eyes lock onto an incredibly handsome man standing behind him, wondering who he is. Under a shower of sparkling light, a beautiful long-haired blonde priest smiles warmly at her. Introducing himself with a gentle smile, the blonde man says, "Hello, I'm Enoch Castus," sending Annette into a daze of adoration as she thinks, "Enoch, what a lovely name." Pointing back and forth between the two of them, a curious Annette asks, "Huh? Castus? Are you two brothers?" Confirming her suspicion, Annette smiles dreamily to herself, blushing as she imagines, "Then if I marry Enoch later, my surname will also be Castus." Regaining his composure, High Priest Noah politely requests, "Lady Annette, may I have a moment with you? Let's go to my office." Seated in the priest's office, Annette takes a slow, graceful sip of warm tea from an elegant green teacup. Setting her cup down on the table with a soft click, Annette asks directly, "What do you want to talk about?" Folding his hands together, High Priest Noah takes a deep breath and begins, Well?" Looking at her seriously, Noah asks, "Do you remember when you told me it was going to rain last time?" Annette confidently beams and replies, "Oh, of course. If we had made a bet then, I would have won." Noah confesses, "Yes, I suppose so. Actually, I didn't believe it at first." A warm and joyful memory flashes of the day it rained, showing Noah smiling as the citizens celebrated the life-saving downpour in front of the temple. Leaning in with an eager gaze, Noah asks, "By any chance, when do you think it's going to rain again?" catching Annette completely off guard. Scratching her cheek sheepishly, Annette smiles and replies, "Well, I don't really know that." Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Noah presses further. "I see. Then how did you predict it last time?" Annette explains that she usually feels the weather changes a day or two in advance, offering to let him know if rain is coming, which surprises the high priest. Annette gives a dazzling, confident smile and reassures him, "Yes, it's not that hard." Placing a hand on Enoch's shoulder, Noah suggests, "Then could you tell me through Enoch if there's a chance of rain again?" Overjoyed by the proposal, a chibi Annette excitedly wonders, "Through Enoch? Where will I find him?" Smiling beautifully, Enoch stands framed by flowers, prompting Annette to think to herself that the library suits him perfectly. Noah hints with a knowing smile, "If you predict rain again, I may need to ask you to do something." Annette asks, "Are you talking about a job?" while internally grumbling about her already heavy workload as a maid. Noah chuckles and admits, "Haha, a job? I suppose you could say that. As a priest, it feels a bit wrong for me to say this." Envisioning the high priest offering piles of glittering gold, Annette's eyes instantly turn to sparkles as she gasps in excitement. Jumping to her feet with burning determination, Annette cheers, "Then I'll definitely do it. If it seems like it's going to rain again, I'll let you know right away." Looking forward to their next meeting, Enoch smiles warmly as Annette promises to return soon with news about the rain. Ready to head out, Annette carefully pushes open the heavy, ornate wooden doors of the office. As the doors slide open, Annette freezes in surprise as she spots someone standing right outside, gasping, "Huh?" An elegant man in a military uniform suddenly appears before Annette under a shower of blue roses, prompting her to ask in surprise, "Captain Lucas, what are you doing here?" As he calmly replies, "What a coincidence." Looking down at her, Captain Lucas tells her, "It seems Bernd Royce is looking for you again," before asking with concern, "You're not going to meet with him this time, are you?" Sweating nervously, Annette remains silent and hesitates, unsure of how to respond. As Lucas turns to leave, saying, "Well, I'll let him know that," Annette stops him by speaking up, "I might as well meet him." Turning back in disbelief, Lucas asks, "What?" To which Annette determinedly replies, "I can't avoid him all the time." Turning around with a serene and resolute expression, Annette prepares herself to face Bernd. With a soft creaking sound, the heavy, ornate wooden doors of the room are slowly pushed open. Captain Lucas stands protectively behind Annette as she bravely takes a step into the room. Inside the room, several handsome men are waiting. The blonde man smiles warmly, while the tanned man in green calls out to her, "Annette." Feeling the intense gazes of all the handsome men in the room, Annette breaks into a nervous sweat and forces a comical laugh. Annette screams internally in sheer panic, thinking, "All the crazy people I know are gathered here." Annette and Captain Lucas stand at the top of the stairs, looking down at Bernd, Charles, and the tanned soldier seated around the table. Looking down with a shadowed gaze, Bernd addresses her coldly, "Annette Ethelred, I don't want to complicate things." Framed by beautiful golden roses, Bernd makes a direct demand, "Let's go home." Sitting elegantly with his hands clasped, Bernd looks up at her with a serious and unyielding expression. Stepping protectively in front of Annette, Captain Lucas firmly counters, "Besides, she's already said she doesn't want to go back." Bernd glares intensely at Lucas, his red eyes filled with silent rage. Sparks of hostility fly between the two men as Bernd thinks to himself in fury, "Lucas, how dare you speak for the master?" In the romanticized perspective of Charles, the blonde noble, Annette is seen as a delicate, trembling maiden seeking refuge behind Lucas. Swooning and blushing dreamily, Charles thinks, "Even among such rubbish, Master, you are so gorgeous." In reality, Annette is completely exasperated and deeply annoyed, thinking to herself, "What a mess, seriously." Glancing over at the tanned man standing silently in his green military uniform, Annette wonders what his deal is. Massaging her forehead in exhaustion, Annette sighs, I guess I should start wrapping things up." Stepping forward, Annette raises her voice and commands sharply, "Stop it." Her sudden outburst leaves Lucas, Bernd, and Charles completely stunned and speechless. Taking charge of the situation, Annette walks forward and asks, "Everyone stop. Bernd, why did you want to see me?" Bernd looks at her and replies, "I wanted to talk with you alone," prompting Annette to ask, "Just the two of us?" Hearing this, Lucas and Charles turn to look at her, clearly displeased with the idea of leaving them alone. Bernd sighs in frustration, slamming his hand onto the table as he says, "Fine." Worried for her safety, Captain Lucas and Charles immediately call out, "Annette and Lady Annette?" Clapping her hands together with a sweet smile, Annette requests, "Let me speak to him. Could everyone else wait outside?" Accepting her decision with a silent nod, Lucas and Charles reluctantly turn and walk out of the room. Once the room is cleared, Annette stands tall, looking down at Bernd as a heavy silence falls between them. Admiring his handsome face despite the tension, Annette thinks to herself, wow, he looks good even when he's frowning. Annette gets completely distracted by the attractive veins on Bernd's hand until he calls out her name to snap her back to reality. Bernd looks at her with genuine concern and says, "If you've lost your memory, you need to rest right now, so stop this nonsense and come back with me." Bernd reaches out a gentle hand to her, his expression softening as he waits for her response. Annette's heart skips a beat as she looks at his handsome face, momentarily swayed by his gentle demeanor. Slapping her cheeks in comical chibi form, Annette quickly shakes her head and tells herself, "Get a grip, Annette." Annette confronts Bernd with the painful truth, saying, "No, remember, my first memory is of you grabbing my chin, shaking me, and saying something. Then I got slapped and kicked out. Do you think I'd want to go back to a place with memories like that?" Trying to piece things together, Bernd asks, "So you lost your memory after drinking the poison?" To which Annette coolly responds, "I suppose that's the case." Crossing her arms, Annette firmly declares, "And I'm an adult now. Stop acting like my guardian. Besides, who's to guarantee I won't be hit again if I return there?" Bernd's hand flinches and trembles as he tries to explain himself, stammering, "That was because you tried to take Hein's life." Filled with deep regret and shame, Bernd looks down, unable to find the words to defend his past actions. Sensing an opportunity, Annette asks, "And why do you keep insisting I return home? It's not like there's treasure waiting there, is it?" While internally celebrating the possibility of finding actual treasure. Putting her hand to her chin, Annette asks, "First of all, how are you going to guarantee that you won't lay a hand on me again?" Placing his hand over his heart with absolute sincerity, Bernd promises, "Annette, I give you my word in my honor." Hearing this, Annette casually extends her hand and agrees, "All right, I'll go back," leaving Bernd utterly dumbfounded. Under a beautiful shower of flower petals, Annette flashes a mischievous, greedy grin, thrilled at the thought of recovering her lost fortune. Outside the room, Captain Lucas stands with his arms crossed next to the tan soldier, waiting anxiously for the private conversation to finish. Pushing the door open, Bernd looks back at Annette and says, "Then I'll come to pick you up tomorrow," leaving Annette standing in her maid uniform with a look of surprise. Suddenly, Captain Lucas appears at the doorway, glaring intensely as he asks, "What do you mean by picking her up?" Annette cheerfully explains, "Well, I've agreed to work on a daily basis," leaving Lucas utterly stunned as she confidently walks past him, adding, "Since we've come to an agreement, commuting doesn't sound too bad." Lucas's mouth twitches in quiet frustration as he clenches his teeth in response to her decision. Lowering his gaze with a shadowed look, Lucas softly replies, "I see." Turning her attention back to the hallway, Annette speaks up. "But Captain Charles?" Charles abruptly turns around and walks away down the corridor, leaving Annette sweating nervously and wondering what his deal is. Annette internally sighs, thinking to herself, "Ugh, whatever, I need to grab something to eat." In the bright dining hall, a cheerful maid named Lucy enters, happily holding a tray of food. Sitting down at the table, Annette asks, "Lucy, why are you eating lunch so late?" To which Lucy happily replies, "I lost track of time watching a seal chop some wood," making Annette internally grumble about the bragging. Forcing a smile with angry tick marks popping up on her forehead, Annette asks, "Haha, by the way, is Pierre still bothering you?" Lucy happily claps her hands and says, "Nope, he won't even look me in the eye anymore. It's all thanks to you, Annette. I'm really grateful," prompting Annette to warmly reply, "Haha, if you need any more help, just let me know." Lucy's expression suddenly turns hesitant as she murmurs, prompting Annette to ask, what's wrong? Something else in your mind?" As Lucy nervously fidgets with her fingers and admits, "Yeah, actually." Lucy begins her explanation. Asil's father runs a small watch workshop in the marketplace. Lucy continues, "It appears he created an elite watch for the Terrell Count family." Lucy explains that because the Count is a judge, he was thrilled and ordered a special watch, but once the watch was completed, the situation turned terrible. Bowing her head in deep sorrow, Lucy explains, instead they were told that it was an honor from them to offer the watch, and were beaten and driven away. Slamming her hands onto the table, Annette stands up in absolute fury and shouts, "What? A judge did that?" leaving Lucy completely startled. Sparkling with a confidence-filled aura, Annette proudly declares, "Leave it to me. I'll take care of it." Walking down the grand corridor, Annette sighs in exhaustion, holding her cheek as she thinks, it's already past lunchtime and I can't think straight. I can't believe Asil's father's watch is worth 30,000 lauds. He must be an amazing craftsman." With fire burning behind her and determination in her eyes, Annette pumps her fists, saying, "With the determination of life and death, I say this. Imagining Yukis, burned, and Charles, Annette sweats nervously and wonders, who should I ask to come with me? I don't think I can go alone, knowing that whoever she chooses, the pressure will be immense. Suddenly, Annette stops in her tracks and gasps in surprise. Huh? Peeking around a corner, Annette spots a maid and calls out, Julie? As the maid turns to greet her. Annette then asks, Julie, what are you doing here? Julie bites her finger nervously while a chibi Annette with sparkling eyes senses another business opportunity, thinking, I smell a profitable case here too? Julie sadly explains, Commander Charles said he won't accept my cleaning anymore, leaving Annette in absolute disbelief as she thinks, what? Refuse cleaning? That germaphobe? Grabbing Annette's hands desperately, Julie pleads, he said he'd only accept Annette's cleaning from now on and wouldn't even open the door for me. What should I do? I mean, I can do other things, but I think Annette will have a hard time. Realizing she made a mistake and missed out on money, Annette sighs in defeat and tells Julie, I'll do it. Hand over the cleaning supplies. Annette reluctantly pushes open Charles's door, thinking to herself, I don't want to go in. As the door opens, Charles is revealed standing in a radiant, flower-filled light, looking ecstatic to see her, prompting a horrified Annette to scream, eek! Charles eagerly gestures toward a plush white sofa, saying, I've been waiting for you, master. Please, sit here, leaving Annette groaning in annoyance. Charles kneels before Annette, holding her hand with absolute devotion as he blushes and says, I can't believe master came all this way just to see me. Sweating nervously, Annette pulls her hands back and says, first of all, let's try talking first. Seated on the sofa, Annette looks down at him in exhaustion and asks directly, why do you keep calling me master? Charles looks up with a dreamy, blushing expression and replies, and you're my master, causing Annette to shout in frustration, no, I mean, why? Jumping to her feet, Annette demands, since when have I been your master? And aren't you from the renowned Aven family? What's this about being a slave? Surrounded by sparkles, Charles leans in dreamily and says, right, I'm the most noble slave in the world, and you, master, are the only one who owns me. Massaging her temples in sheer frustration, Annette sighs, fine, got it. Sure, I understand, but never ever call me master in front of others, got it? Charles lowers his head like a dejected puppy and asks, then what should I call you? To which Annette replies, just call me by my name, it's fine. Squeezing her hand eagerly, Charles asks, then how about Lady Annette? To which Annette happily responds, yes, that's perfect, call me that. Blushing deeply, Charles bows with his hand over his heart, but Annette internally grumbles, he called me master right after I told him not to. Shoving Charles out the door, Annette insists, I'm going to clean now, so please leave, as he protests, how could I let master clean my room? While Annette snaps, enough, it's a hassle, so just go. Annette shuts the door as Charles desperately yells, then at least let me clean my room, master, while she barks back, I said it's fine, I don't need your help. Left outside the closed door, Charles stands in the hallway with a blissful, blushing smile. Charles looks serious, yet deeply devoted as he thinks to himself, but I'd rather she pamper me than scold me. An older, gray-haired butler wearing a monocle and mustache approaches Charles with a polite but nervous smile. Turning his gaze coldly to the butler, Charles asks, what's going on? The butler respectfully holds out a sealed letter and announces, the Duke has sent for you. Holding his forehead in annoyance, Charles grumbles, does he want me to attend another ball? Take it back. Send a suitable reply to my father making an excuse. Suddenly, Charles turns the letter over in surprise and gasps, wait. Under a warm, glittering light, Charles flashes a mischievous and scheming grin, clearly plotting something in his mind. Leaning against the windowsill and enjoying the beautiful sunny day, Annette smiles warmly and says, I feel great. Looking down from her window, Annette thinks to herself, the view is always wonderful as usual, as she spots Captain Charles training in the courtyard below. As Annette dreamily wonders, but is the first commander training shirtless again? Charles suddenly appears right behind her, commenting, I swear, the weather's great today, prompting a startled yell of master from Annette. Utterly startled by Charles' sudden presence, Annette screams gah as she slips and tumbles backward out of the window. Before she can fall, Charles swiftly moves in and catches her in a romantic, flower-filled dip, holding her close as their eyes lock. Blushing in embarrassment, Annette demands, what, have you been here the whole time? To which Charles dreamily replies, of course, I've been waiting right outside the door. How could a humble slave leave while his master is cleaning? Squeezing her hands gently, Charles gazes into her eyes with devotion and says, I came in because I have something to tell you. In cute chibi forms, Annette questions, didn't we just talk? But Charles happily explains, this is a different matter. Annette sighs, what is it? As Charles begins, this. Slipping a beautiful letter with a red wax seal into her hand under a gorgeous shower of pink roses, Charles presents it with an intense, captivating gaze. Looking at the grand, luxurious estate pictured in the letter, Annette asks in confusion, "So, why are you showing me this?" With a sudden, dramatic movement, Charles drops down onto his knees before her. Kneeling before Annette with absolute devotion, Charles blushes and asks, "Master, will you accompany me? Please grant me the honor of escorting you." Shrugging her shoulders in complete exasperation, Annette responds, "Seriously, do you know how busy I am? Why would I go to something like that? There's no money in it, is there?" Seeing Charles lower his head with a dejected, puppy-like expression and clear his throat with an awkward ahem, Annette begins to feel a bit guilty. Charles's eyes instantly light up with stars as he eagerly declares, "Of course, master, whatever you ask. I'll do anything. I'll even wash your feet. Or maybe," causing a horrified Annette to shout, "Stop, stop, just zip it, please." Annette looks down and sighs. Anyway, it's going to be a bit of a difficult favor, so listen carefully. A peaceful transition frame shows the running water in the bathhouse as a steady splashing sound echoes through the quiet night. Emerging from the bathhouse in a comfortable nightgown and drying her long pink hair, Annette sighs in relief, thinking, "Whew, at least I found someone to come with me to collect the money from the legal officer." Shivering from the cold draft, Annette grumbles, "Ugh, it's freezing. There's only cold water at this hour, so it's really inconvenient," before stopping in her tracks with a surprised, "Huh?" A handsome, glowing Lucas appears before her in a loose white shirt, leaving her completely startled as she wonders, "Lucas? What's he doing here at this hour?" Glaring at her intensely, Lucas immediately asks, "Are you crazy?" making Annette sweat nervously as she asks, "Excuse me?" while internally grumbling, "Why is he picking a fight as soon as he sees me?" Pointing at her, Lucas demands, "Why are you using cold water when there's hot water? Is this some kind of training?" To which a completely dumbfounded Annette sighs, unbelievable." Attempting to walk past him, Annette explains, "The servant's bathroom only has cold water at night," and then coldly adds, "If you're just trying to pick a fight, move aside, will you?" Suddenly, Lucas reaches out and grabs her wrist with a firm, strong grip, stopping her in her tracks. Blushing slightly, Lucas looks away but commands her firmly, "Warm up in my room before you leave." Staring at her with a soft, blushing expression, Lucas holds her hand gently, his tough exterior softening completely. In cute chibi form, Annette looks completely bewildered by his sudden shift in attitude, thinking to herself, what kind of development is this all of a sudden? Sitting on Lucas's grand canopy bed, Annette looks around awkwardly and wonders, "Why on earth am I here again?" Turning her head toward the bathroom door, Annette continues to complain to herself, "And why do I have to take a shower as soon as I walk in?" Remembering Lucas's serious and intense look as he told her, "Warm up in my room before you leave," Annette blushes at the memory. Attempting to pull her hand away from Lucas, Annette insists, "No, it's fine. I'll just go back to my own room." Clutching his shirt over his chest, Lucas looks at her with absolute sincerity and pleads, "Please, you promised to do me a favor last time." Walking down the hallway, Annette sighs deeply and wonders to herself, what was with that look? The door creaks open as Lucas walks out completely shirtless, drying his hair with a towel and asking, "Sorry for the wait, is your body?" Scrambling to her feet in a panic at the sight of his incredibly muscular chest, Annette quickly says, "I'm feeling a little better now. All right, I'll be off." Lucas stops her in her tracks, raising a hand and saying, "Hold on." Looking down at her legs, Lucas asks with deep concern, "What's that wound on your ankle?" Caught off guard, Annette blinks in confusion and asks, "Wound?" Annette looks down at her left ankle, realizing there is indeed a nasty red scar there, and softly gasps, "Ah." Annette flashes back to a painful memory of her past, running through the cold rain in a green dress and crying out in agony as she falls. Looking at the red scrapes and scars on her ankle in her memory, Annette thinks, "It's from that time when I got injured." Snapping back to reality, Annette waves her hand dismissively and says, "It's nothing." Lucas walks over to her, his muscular bare back on display, and asks softly, "Why are you always covered in injuries?" Kneeling down before her, Lucas looks up with deep worry and says, "I suppose you're not planning to show that wound to a healing priest either." Prompting Annette to coolly reply, "Of course not. Who would bother with such a minor wound?" Pointing toward a plush blue sofa, Lucas insists, "Then sit down. I'll apply some ointment for you." Annette reluctantly walks over to the sofa while Lucas watches her with folded arms, muttering, "It's okay." Annette sits down on the edge of the plush sofa with a soft thud. Lucas gently reaches out and takes her ankle into his warm, large hands, treating her with utmost care. Looking up at her with complete sincerity, Lucas promises, "Consider this as my favor as well. I'll be willing to help you again when you ask next time." Annette accepts his offer with a quiet murmur, thinking to herself, "Well, fine." Lucas gently holds her injured ankle in his hands, asking with deep concern, "Does it hurt?" Annette looks at him softly and replies, "Not really. You're the one who's always dealing with wounds like this." To which Lucas reminds her, "That's because I'm a knight." Admiring the care he takes, she thinks with relief, "At least it looks like it won't leave a scar." As Lucas carefully applies the ointment, Annette's eyes widen and she blushes, completely startled by his sudden proximity. Finished with the treatment, Lucas slowly stands up, his muscular bare back facing her. Lucas suddenly leans in incredibly close, causing Annette to tense up in surprise as his hands grip the sofa beside her. Blushing furiously, Annette suddenly springs to her feet in a flurry and shouts, "You're done with the ointment!" Scurrying away in a panic, Annette quickly calls out, "Thank you for applying it," leaving Lucas behind. Walking down the hallway, Annette clutches her burning cheeks and wonders in confusion, "Whoa, what was that? Does he actually like me? He's good looking, but..." Shaking her head frantically in cute chibi form, she reminds herself, "Ugh, no, I have a knock." Overwhelmed with guilt, Annette clutches her head and calls out internally, "Enoch, I'm sorry. I got a little distracted for a moment, but you're the only one in my heart." Dressed in her maid uniform, Annette peeks into the library, thinking, "By the way, isn't it going to rain? There's no smell at all." Seeing Enoch in person would make things better at times like this. Her face lights up as she spots Enoch reading a book surrounded by a beautiful, glowing background of roses, thinking, "There he is." Hearing a noise, Enoch turns his head in surprise. Annette gasps and retreats in alarm as she is caught peeking, letting out a startled "ack." In her haste to back away, her movement causes a heavy book to slide off the shelf. Annette peeks back behind the wall in embarrassment, thinking, "Why am I hiding? Looking at the empty desk, she wonders in confusion, "He's not here. Where did he go?" As she hears a sudden sound behind her. Annette turns around just in time to see a heavy book falling right toward her. Suddenly, a swift hand reaches out and catches the falling book right before it can hit her. Enoch leans in close, shielding Annette as he catches the book with effortless grace. Holding the book, Enoch smiles warmly and asks with gentle concern, "Are you all right, Miss Annette?" Twiddling her fingers in embarrassment, Annette blushes and says, "Enoch, I was going to surprise you." Enoch chuckles and remarks, "It looks like you were even more startled than I expected," while Annette squeals happily in her mind, "He's so close. I like it." Talking in the library, Enoch asks, "Did you come with some good news?" To which Annette replies, "Oh, not yet. I'm just on a break," prompting Enoch to smile and ask, "You came to see me?" Setting the book down on the desk, Enoch offers, "Then I'll go get you some warm tea." Just a moment before a loud bell echoes in the background. Hearing the prayer bell, Enoch stops and turns around, saying regretfully, "Oh, I'm sorry. I think I need to leave since it's prayer time." Bowing politely as he departs, Enoch promises, "I'll treat you to tea next time you come to see me," leaving a disappointed Annette behind. Standing alone in the empty library, Annette sighs in disappointment, thinking, "He's gone." Annette picks up the book Enoch left behind, thinking, "Is this the book that Enoch took? If it had hit me, I could have ended up in trouble again." Walking away with heavy footsteps, Annette flips through the pages and wonders, what kind of book is this with all these monsters drawn in it? Before grumbling, "I need to come earlier next time if I want to spend more time with Enoch." Touching her forehead with a heavy sigh, Annette worries, "By the way, how am I supposed to face Lucas again? I need to ask him to come with me to sort things out with a seal." Suddenly, Charles pops up right beside her, calling out a cheerful "Miss," which scares Annette out of her wits as she shrieks, "Eek!" Charles asks, "Do you have business with Count Royenthal?" To which Annette replies, "Oh no, I'm just here to clean. What about you, Charles?" Touching his chin with a sly grin, Charles tells her, "I have something to discuss with you." Annette asks, "What is it?" And Charles instructs her, "Come to my office after lunch tomorrow." Putting a finger to his lips, Charles smiles mysteriously and says, "That's a secret. I'll tell you when you come." Annette sighs deeply, grumbling to herself, I really can't relax, when Lucas suddenly appears right behind her, demanding, "What are you doing here?" Startled once again, Annette clutches her chest and exclaims, "You scared me! What's going on? Why does everyone keep appearing out of nowhere?" Seizing the moment, Annette points at him with a grin and says, "Anyway, you came at the perfect time. I have a favor to ask. You said you would do anything for me yesterday." A peaceful transition scene sets a gentle mood before the story continues with the characters. Annette looks at him expectantly, repeating her request. "You came at the perfect time. I have a favor to ask. You said you would do anything for me yesterday." Crossing his arms with a stern expression, Lucas asks, "What's the favor?" Smiling brightly, Annette tells him, "There's a place I want you to come with me to." Lucas looks down and asks, "And where is that?" To which Annette confidently answers, "Count Tyrell's mansion." Clenching her fists with excitement, Annette explains, "I need to collect some money from Count Tyrell, and I was hoping you'd come with me," while Lucas remains completely speechless. Seeing his silence, Annette waves her hands and teases, "What's this? You're not going to change your mind now, are you? The Knight Commander isn't one to go back on his word." Lucas sighs and gives in, saying, "All right, but what money are you talking about?" As they begin walking down the hallway, Annette starts to explain that I'll explain it later, Annette says dismissively as she turns to leave, to which Lucas reluctantly replies, fine. Pumping her fists in excitement, Annette thinks to herself, yes, with 2 knight commanders, the Count won't dare to refuse to pay. Lucas asks with curiosity, is that all? And Annette confidently replies, yeah, that's it. Lucas looks at her in silence for a moment before asking softly, how's your ankle, by the way? Annette twirls elegantly to show she's perfectly fine, replying with a smile, it's fine, why do you ask? Blushing slightly, Lucas scratches his head and mutters, it's nothing. Feeling a little confused, Annette waves goodbye and says, all right then, I'll be heading out now. Lucas watches her walk away in silence as her footsteps echo down the corridor. A warm, sparkling transition scene sets a gentle and elegant mood. Annette, dressed in a gorgeous noble dress, sighs and thinks, looks like I'll be heading to the Royce estate after work today. Walking down the corridor in her dress, Annette worries, it should be fine, right? She walks with determined steps as she reflects, people probably won't look kindly on Annette because of what she's done, but still, with all those beautiful clothes and jewels waiting, I can't not go. Annette gasps in surprise, as her eyes widen at someone's presence. Standing amidst a pathway of beautiful yellow roses, a handsome red-haired man approaches and says, you're here. Looking at her gently, he adds, I was waiting. Annette walks toward a luxurious carriage, murmuring, you didn't have to come pick me up yourself, before looking at him and thinking, wow, what's with that outfit? Isn't it heavy? He turns to her and explains, I plan to pick you up personally every day, except when I'm away at the estate, and of course I'll take you in the mornings too. Looking at her simple dress, he asks, by the way, are you coming home in that outfit? To which she indignantly replies, what am I supposed to wear if I was kicked out in rags? At least buy me some clothes. Seeing him turn away in silence, Annette smiles awkwardly and thinks, look at you changing the subject because you have nothing to say. What an annoying guy. Stepping into the carriage, Annette places her hand on the incredibly soft leather seat. Sitting down inside, she is amazed by the luxury and thinks, wow, it's really nice and spacious. As she looks around in awe, the man notices her reaction, prompting Annette to ask, what are you looking at? Turning his head away with a sigh, he remarks, well, it's amazing how you're acting like it's your first time riding in a carriage. Annette looks out the window and quietly thinks, it really is my first time, so that's why. Resting his chin on his hand, he smiles gently and says, you said you've lost your memory, so I guess that's expected. While Annette looks at him in surprise and thinks, so you know how to smile? As the carriage rumbles through the lush green trees, he comments, I can't even remember the last time I was this quiet with you, before asking, so do you dislike it? Startled, he replies, no, actually. A peaceful silence falls over the carriage as the handsome man smiles warmly in the glittering sunlight. The carriage creaks to a stop in front of a majestic, towering mansion as he announces, we've arrived. Walking her inside, he opens the grand doors and says, I've redecorated your room. I hope you like it. He smiles warmly and welcomes her, saying, welcome back. Annette is stunned as she is greeted by a double row of maids and a butler bowing deeply on a plush red carpet. One of the maids trembles in absolute terror, sweating as she thinks, what should I do? She's back. Clutching her trembling hands, the maid panics in fear, thinking, she's definitely returned to kill me. Annette's newly redecorated room is breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with elegant pink furniture and lovely rose bouquets. Clasping her hands together in delight, Annette blushes and smiles happily at the gorgeous sight. Chuckling softly, he tells her, I decorated it with your favorite roses. Do you like it? Annette happily looks around the stunning room, her face lighting up with absolute joy. Admiring the beautiful pink vase filled with roses, she thinks to herself, wow, how much money did you spend on all these roses? She looks over at the bookshelf and wonders, there aren't any flowers around the bookshelf. To which he explains, these are the books I brought from Ethelred Palace. Scratching his cheek sheepishly, he adds, since you told me not to touch those books, recalling a memory of the previous Annette furiously screaming that no one was allowed to touch them. Looking at the bookshelf, Annette wonders, that Annette owns books? That book is the one I saw at the temple, right? It's here too. The butler approaches and asks, should we prepare dinner, my lord? To which he replies, yes, I'll be having dinner with Annette, so please prepare accordingly. Turning back to her, he says, then take your time looking around and wash up. Change your clothes too. And she simply replies, sure. Left alone in the quiet room, Annette sits at her vanity table and sighs with relief. Now I'm finally alone. Her eyes light up with excitement as she slides open a drawer, thinking, then should I first take a look at the jewelry? Annette happily scoops up a handful of glittering, sparkling jewels and smiles with pure delight. Spotting a sturdy wooden box tucked inside the drawer, she tilts her head and wonders, but was there ever a box like that? Picking up the heavy wooden box with metal reinforcements, she shakes it and realizes it's locked. Looking at the mysterious box, Annette thoughtfully notes, first of all, the fact that it's locked means it's something very precious. And precious things, Annette's heart flutters with excitement as she thinks about what could be inside the locked box. It must be enormous jewelry. She envisions a massive, sparkling purple gemstone of unmatched beauty and value. Smiling happily, Annette slides the vanity drawer shut and thinks, I'll have to find the key later and open it. As she stands in her room, she looks around thoughtfully and wonders, by the way, what should I wear? Rummaging through her wardrobe, Annette is dismayed by the collection, sighing, all the clothes are dark and dull. Annette, your taste! Suddenly, her eyes light up as she pulls out a dress, saying, Oh, this is pretty. I think I'll wear this. The grand doors to the dining hall open with a creak as a servant announces, Miss Annette has arrived. The butler and maids inside look up in unison, gasping in absolute shock at her sudden appearance. Annette enters looking like a vision in a beautiful off-shoulder blue dress, prompting Edwin to look at her in awe and murmur, Annette. Edwin suddenly rises from his seat in surprise, shouting in disbelief, You? That outfit? Framed by soft roses, Annette stands gracefully in her stunning gown, waiting for his reaction. Soft petals drift around the dining room as Edwin stares at her, repeating softly, Annette. Standing up from the table, Edwin points at her dress and demands, That outfit you're wearing? Realizing his sudden outburst, Edwin sits back down with a sigh and mutters, Never mind, leaving a confused Annette to ask, Huh? Sitting down to dinner, Annette slumps back in disappointment, thinking, what was that about? How disappointing. Her eyes sparkle with pure delight as she looks at the massive feast laid out before her, exclaiming, Wow, what's all this? Taking a delicious bite of steak, Annette happily reflects, After eating bread every single day, I suddenly get such a feast. I'm glad I decided to commute. Across the table, Edwin silently watches Annette eat, a quiet and heavy tension lingering between them. After dinner, Annette hums a cheerful tune as she walks down the hall, while the maids bow deeply as she passes. Once Annette is out of earshot, one maid whispers to another, Claire, did you hear about this? There's a rumor that Lady Annette has amnesia, right? Whispering in a low voice, the maid reveals, turns out it's all a lie, causing Claire to look on in absolute horror. When she came back, she wore that outfit of all things. What do you think that means? The maid whispers, prompting Claire to panic and run off down the corridor. Back in her room, Annette collapses happily onto her large pink bed, sighing, Whew, I'm so full. Dreaming of the delicious food, she smiles warmly and thinks, I guess I'll be able to eat like that every day now. Suddenly, a sharp knock on her door interrupts her thoughts, making her sit up and ask, Who's it? Claire opens the door, trembling in absolute terror as she mutters, Oh, Lady Annette, leaving Annette thoroughly confused. Claire immediately falls to her knees, crying, Lady Annette, I'm so sorry. As a concerned Annette holds her hand and asks, What's going on? Is everything okay? Annette gently holds her arm, asking, Why? What are you sorry about? Shaking with fear, Claire cries, Lady, I made a mistake. I really messed up. Wah! But Annette kindly tells her to stand up and come inside. Once inside, Annette places a comforting hand on Claire's shoulder and says, So I've lost my memory and I have no idea what's the matter, so please explain it to me properly. Trembling, Claire finally confesses, I changed the poison that Annette had instructed me to put in the day you were thrown out, and I reported it to Sir Edwin. Annette gazes at her calmly and asks, If you didn't put poison in it, then why did you tell Edwin? Annette reaches over to pick up a beautiful pink floral teapot. Pouring a cup, Annette calmly remarks, I guess you really hated me, making Claire break out in a cold sweat. Terrified, Claire drops to her knees again and begs, I'm sorry, I was just so scared. Annette leans down, her expression serious, as she commandingly says, Get up. Annette holds out the cup with a warm, bright smile and says, Calm down and drink. Staring at the liquid in terror, Claire trembles as she thinks, Wait, this isn't poison, is it? Before crying out, Lady Annette. Tears streaming down her face, Claire begs, I'm sorry. Please, just let my siblings live. She gulps down the liquid, but instantly clutches her throat in agony, imagining her own violent death. Opening one eye cautiously, Claire looks down at her hands, realizing she's completely unharmed. Annette looks at her with an awkward expression, saying, I didn't poison it, it's just water. Standing beside her, Annette sighs and reminds her, I told you, I lost my memory. Claire looks up in disbelief, whispering, but everyone thinks it's a lie. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Annette scratches her head awkwardly. Claire clutches her chest as she struggles to find her words, stammering, Suddenly, Claire stands tall and declares with a determined expression, I won't continue doing the bad things you order me to do anymore. I want to be someone my siblings can be proud of. Looking slightly surprised but amused, Annette shrugs and says, that's good. Filled with a new resolve, Claire clenches her fist and shouts, yes. But after a moment, she blinks in utter confusion, asking, huh? Annette sighs with exhaustion and says, yes, so please just go back, to Claire, who stands before her looking extremely anxious. Claire leaves the room quietly, her mind racing with confusion as she wonders, why does she keep speaking to me formally? Walking down the hallway with a furrowed brow, Claire suspects, could it be that she really lost her memory? Back in her room, Annette collapses onto her large pink bed in exhaustion, thinking to herself, Annette's sins are the reason I must be so exhausted. Running her hand over the plush sheets, Annette marvels in delight. Oh, this bed is so incredibly soft. Annette begins to daydream about sharing a romantic moment on this fluffy bed with a handsome partner. She envisions the beautiful priest pulling her close, surrounded by a cascade of lovely pink blossoms. Giggling happily as she rolls around on the mattress, Annette thinks, hey, this is awesome. I should have some sleep and then go to work tomorrow to meet Enoch. A beautiful floral backdrop signals a fresh morning as she thinks, I've prepared everything. Annette stands before the mirror with a bright, cheerful smile, fully dressed in her neat maid outfit. Sliding open a dresser drawer, Annette is relieved to see her treasures, happily thinking, my cute jewels are all safe. Ah, how beautiful. Grabbing the doorknob to head out, Annette confidently asks herself, shall I head to work? Upon opening the door, she is startled by Claire, who gasps, Miss Annette, leaving Annette to stare back in quiet surprise. Claire nervously offers, I came to help you get ready, but Annette calmly walks past her, replying, it's okay, I'm already finished. Claire quickly asks, then would you like me to bring your breakfast? But Annette shakes her head, saying, no, it's easier to work on an empty stomach. Annette suddenly pauses in her tracks as an important thought crosses her mind. Turning back to face the young maid, Annette asks, what's your name? To which the girl replies, Claire. Smiling warmly, Annette instructs her, I see, Claire. I'm going to work, so please make sure no one enters my room, prompting Claire to bow deeply and reply, yes. Viewed from above, Annette walks gracefully along the stone garden path on her way out of the estate. Outside by the carriage, Edwin and his silver-haired knight stand waiting. Edwin remarks, you're out sooner than I expected, while Annette defensively thinks, what, are you looking for a fight this morning? Glancing back with an annoyed expression, the silver-haired knight thinks to himself, oh, that person is out too. No matter how I think about it, I'm sure that guy took the money last time. Annette points an accusing finger at the knight and sternly says, you fix your bad habits, leaving him completely bewildered. Edwin steps forward and calmly asks, what's going on? As Edwin helps Annette into the carriage, she simply replies, nothing. Once they are seated inside, Edwin looks at her and says, I'm talking about the clothes you were wearing yesterday, leaving Annette to tilt her head and ask, huh? Edwin gazes at her seriously and asks, don't you remember? Looking at her intently, Edwin presses, what was that outfit like? Inside the rumbling carriage, Edwin repeats, about the clothes you wore yesterday, while Annette mutters, Edwin asks her directly, you don't remember? Confused, Annette looks at him and asks, what kind of clothes were they? While Edwin watches her in silent disbelief. Edwin explains, they were made by Hayne Royce. I gave them to you as a gift the day before you left for Villain. Annette looks at him in surprise and asks, the day I was exiled, right? To which Edwin replies, yes, leaving her to awkwardly sweat and think, what the? I thought he was staring at me because I look too pretty. Annette suddenly remembers details from the novel, thinking, oh right, Hayne used to make clothes too. There was even a scene in the novel where she wore an underwear she made herself. A highly romantic and passionate scene of Hayne and the male lead from the original novel flashes through Annette's mind. Covering her blushing cheeks in embarrassment, Annette squeals in her thoughts. I wish there had been at least one R19 rated scene. Edwin observes her calm demeanor and suspiciously ponders. After Hayne left for Valen to become the crown princess, Annette, who used to get angry even at the mention of Valen, now shows no reaction at all, remembering how the old Annette would violently break things in a rage. The carriage rolls to a stop outside the Grand Palace, and Annette excitedly notes, we've arrived already. Stepping down from the carriage, Annette waves him off, saying, it's fine, you don't need to come out with me. Smiling brightly, she calls out, see you after work. Please prepare steak for dinner. Edwin is left sitting in the carriage, staring out the window in absolute stunned silence. Inside the temple, another maid sweeps the corridor and asks, Annette, did everything go well at the estate? To which Annette happily replies, yes, it was fine. The maid smiles warmly and says, that's a relief, you seem more energetic than before, prompting Annette to ask, do I? While thinking, looks like I've gotten used to this body now. Annette stops sweeping for a moment and gazes out the window, completely lost in a daydream. She envisions the word love floating beautifully amidst a field of white daisies. Overwhelmed with dramatic emotion, Annette clutches the window frame with teary eyes, deeply moved by her romantic fantasies. Imagining the handsome blonde priest Enoch, Annette's face lights up with sheer joy as she thinks, at this rate, I'll skip dating and head straight for marriage. Snapping back to reality, Annette walks down the hallway with her broom, thinking, better go clean Charles's room now. As she opens the door, Charles greets her with a bright, rosy-cheeked smile and exclaims, "Welcome, Lady Annette." Annette looks completely horrified at the mountain of clothes scattered across the room, thinking, what is all this? While a cheerful female designer claps and exclaims, so it was you. The designer claps her hands and beams, you two look amazing together. You'll surely be the stars of the ball. As Charles explains, she's Nanadoa, the best designer in the capital, here to tailor Lady Annette's dress, leaving Annette to scream in horror. What? Designer Nanadoa, holding a tape measure, says, now would you please come closer? While Annette, dressed in her maid outfit, looks at her calmly. While measuring Annette in front of a full-length mirror, Nanadoa looks back and orders her assistant, Jenny, go fetch some fabric. Jenny trembles in fear, replying, yes, yes, while sweat pours down her face as she thinks, why is everyone acting like this is normal? Or do they not realize? That woman. In a dramatic dark frame, Jenny's mind screams in utter horror, that's Annette Ethelred. Jenny recalls her past, thinking, I worked for a different top designer in the capital. That implies until they fled from the capital, as a memory of a stylish boutique and a designer running away with a suitcase flashes. Jenny remembers how Annette caused her former employer's ruin, thinking, and it was all because of Annette Ethelred. She recalls how nobles mocked Annette as the princess who ruined the country, but still admired her as the last noble royal. Jenny thinks about how the envious nobles would copy everything Annette bought, searching desperately for her designer. A memory of Jenny's past employer kneeling before Crown Princess Hayne plays out, declaring, I wish to become the exclusive designer for the esteemed Crown Princess Lady Hayne. The memory of Annette's chilling reaction to the request plays in Jenny's head, where Annette thought, ridiculous? Or maybe my ears are playing tricks on me. With a swift strike of her fan, a furious Annette had shouted, you need some more education, terrifying Jenny's former master. Coming back to the present, Jenny clutches her fabric bag, sweating as she wonders, I only found a job just after all that. Why is Annette Ethelred here of all places, and in a maid's uniform? Nanadoa strokes Annette's long hair, marveling, oh my, I thought your hair was platinum blonde, but it's not. While Charles happily thinks, any color suits her though. Staring at them in disbelief, Jenny sweats profusely and screams in her mind, that hair color is proof it's her, Annette Ethelred. Figure it out already. Nanadoa asks, now shall we choose a design? What kind of silhouette do you prefer? Prompting Annette to reply, something comfortable for sure, while secretly thinking, so I can drink plenty of alcohol. Nanadoa holds up a purple dress and says, how about this dress? I think something that accentuates your curves would look great, making Annette nervously worry that the waist might be too tight. Nanadoa shows her a pink ruffled gown, noting, we also have this design, while privately thinking, quite the picky customer. Annette steps forward decisively and declares, I'll just pick it myself, leaving Nanadoa looking a bit startled. Nanadoa beams, oh my, such a bold and decisive person, while Charles chimes in warmly, that's her charm. Adjusting her glasses, Nanadoa observes, I don't know what that maid did, but the second son of the Aven family seems to have completely fallen for her. If I stay on good terms with her, I can keep doing business with them. Annette happily holds up a simple white dress, saying, this one is nice, but Nanadoa sweat drops and explains, sorry, but that's an undergarment to be worn beneath the dress, thinking to herself, she's just a pretty face and knows nothing. What would a temple maid know anyway? Annette smiles brightly and suggests, please base the design on this and make it in the Empire model, leaving a confused Nanadoa to wonder, Empire dress? I've never heard of that. Surprised that the designer doesn't know it, Annette asks, you don't know what an Empire model dress is? Could you bring me a sketchbook? And begins explaining the design details to a fascinated Nanadoa. Finishing her notes, Nanadoa says, got it, I understand the design you want. Now we need to choose the accessories, so please try on the dress. Sighing with exhaustion, Annette thinks, I thought this was over. What a hassle. As Nanadoa cheerfully leads her behind the screen. Annette glances back nervously with a sweat drop as she gets ready to change. Outside the changing screen, Charles stands blushing intensely with his hands clasped, eagerly waiting for her to step out. Annette peers over the partition screen while Nanadoa and Jenny prepare the dress, thinking to herself, he's insane but has a gorgeous smile. Nanadoa claps her hands in delight and says, it's finished! Your skin is so smooth! Jenny, bring the accessories. Trembling in absolute terror, Jenny brings over a tray of necklaces, stammering, yes, yes. Looking at Annette's reflection, Nanadoa smiles and says, "If we decorate the bodice with jewels, it'll suit you perfectly." Charles is left completely speechless, staring at her in stunned silence as she prepares to reveal her look. Annette steps out in the elegant, high-waisted white empire dress, asking with a smile, "What do you think?" Captivated by her grace, Nanadoa commands, "No matter the cost, use the most beautiful jewels." Charles blushes furiously, clutching his chest amidst a cascade of pink roses as he thinks, "My master." A close-up shows Charles's handsome face glowing red with pure admiration and adoration. Charles leans close, holding Annette's hand gently and whispers, "Master, you're too beautiful." Charles moves in even closer, gaze locked onto her, causing Annette to blush deeply in surprise. Surrounded by beautiful blue flowers, Charles gazes into her eyes and whispers softly, "Master, you're so beautiful." Annette's eye widens in shock as she blushes, completely startled by his closeness. Annette quickly pulls back with a nervous laugh, backing away as Charles watches her with a look of disappointment. Annette quickly looks over at the designers, nervously thinking, "No one heard him call me master, right?" While Charles happily daydreams, "Master touched me again," Annette shivers in embarrassment, thinking, "Crazy," but luckily, it seems like no one heard it. Letting out a soft sigh, Annette tries to calm her racing heart. Against a backdrop of white and pink roses, Annette stands in the elegant dress, looking incredibly graceful. Clutching her chest as she blushes, Annette wonders to herself, "Why does this crazy guy have to smell so good?" Picking up her suitcase, Nanadoa bows and says, "Well, now everything's done. I'll bring you a dress more beautiful than any other," while Jenny bows deeply in the background. Charles smiles and says, "All right, good job," while Annette's sweat drops beside him thinking, "Yeah, I was fooled by that gentle tone too. Perfectionist, crazy guy." Once they are alone, Charles happily calls out, "Master," prompting Annette to scold him, "We agreed you wouldn't call me that in front of others." Pouting sadly and twiddling his fingers, Charles apologizes. "I'm sorry, master, but you're just too beautiful. I couldn't help it." Annette crosses her arms defensively, thinking, "I won't be fooled by his face," before telling him, "You remember what I asked, right? I'll be there the day before the ball, so make sure everything is ready." With his face flushed red and hands clenched in excitement, Charles beams with pure joy, surrounded by sparkling lights and white flowers. Standing by the door in her maid outfit, Annette looks around in confusion, wondering, where did he go? Suddenly, a tall, dark-haired man approaches Annette from behind, causing her to gasp in surprise as he asks, "What's going on?" Blushing deeply, Annette looks to the side as she catches a scent, thinking to herself, the smell of grass. Surrounded by white lilies, the dark-haired man leans in incredibly close, holding Annette as she nervously realizes he is close. Staring straight into her eyes with his deep blue gaze, the handsome man remains silent, leaving Annette completely breathless. Feeling overwhelmed by the sudden tension, Annette backs away, flustered as she thinks, "Charles, Lucas, why is everyone acting so strange today?" Annette clears her throat and speaks to Lucas, saying, "It's about the favor I asked yesterday. I wanted you to come with me in 4 days." Lucas looks at her thoughtfully and replies, "If it's in 4 days, all right, I'll keep that in mind." Relieved, Annette quickly runs down the hallway, calling back, "Yes, I'll be going then." Leaning against the wall, Annette clutches her chest as her heart races, recalling a memory of the shirtless, dark-haired man kneeling before her and holding her bare ankle. She wonders, why do I keep thinking about that time? Standing alone, Lucas looks down thoughtfully, adjusting his collar with a serious expression. Stepping outside under the bright sun, Annette stretches her arms high and happily exclaims, "Finally done for the day." Annette stops in her tracks as she sees a luxurious carriage waiting by the gate, wondering in surprise, "Huh? What? He's here already?" Stepping down from the carriage, the red-haired Edwin gently takes her hand, smiling as she asks, "You're out early today. How long have you been waiting?" Annette asks, "Don't tell me you've been here all day since morning," to which Edwin replies warmly, "I'm not that free. I just came out early to be on time for you." Inside the carriage, Annette rests her chin on her hand and smiles happily, daydreaming, "Hee, there's steak and jewels at home." Noticing her happy expression, Edwin asks, "Is something good happening?" But Annette playfully replies, "It's a secret." Edwin looks out the window and informs her, "I won't be able to pick you up myself tomorrow. I have to go to the estate." When Annette asks how long it will take, he explains, "It's right next to the capital, so it shouldn't take long. I have to go because of a tax issue." Edwin adds, "Instead, the family knights will take turns picking you up," as Annette calmly replies, "All right, well." Annette immediately daydreams of the handsome, blonde priest Enoch holding her hand in a field of pink hearts, thinking, if possible, it'd be nice if he could send a handsome knight. Sure, maybe someone like Enoch. "My heart is yours alone, Enoch," while Edwin smiles, thinking, glad to see that she's in a good mood. The grand and luxurious palace stands majestically under a warm golden sunset. Inside Annette's room, a beautifully decorated dressing table with a pink rug, potted plants, and elegant drawers sits in perfect order. Back in her room, Annette smiles brightly and says, "My jewels, have you been well? I finally feel like I can relax a bit." Looking over her room, she wonders, by the way, what should I wear when I go to collect that money owed to me? Suddenly, she hears a creaking sound from the wardrobe and gasps, "Huh?" Looking under the hanging clothes, Annette pulls out a large green trunk, wondering, a box? Annette opens the green trunk only to find another wooden chest secured with straps inside, muttering, "What is this? A box within a box?" Frustrated by the endless layers, Annette tosses the lids and boxes aside, shouting, "Crazy! How many are there?" Suddenly, Annette stops in her tracks, her eyes widening as she spots something unusual. Surrounded by floating flowers, Annette happily cradles a medium-sized dark brown leather box. Annette tries to open the box but struggles as the lid remains tightly shut, thinking in frustration, "What? Why won't it open?" Losing her patience, Annette pulls on the lid with all her might, only to get her finger pricked, causing her to cry out in pain. Annette holds up her pricked finger with a distressed look, sighing, "Is my luck running out?" Looking at the boxes scattered all over the floor, Annette grumbles, "Ugh, this is frustrating." Annette picks up the dark brown box again and sighs, "When will I ever clean all this up?" Suddenly, a soft click echoes, and Annette gasps, "Huh? I heard something open." Annette's eyes light up with surprise as the box suddenly opens, revealing a bright glow from within as she exclaims, "What is this?" Annette carefully pries the box open, her eyes locked onto the contents as she gasps in disbelief. Staring down at the glowing box, Annette is left completely astonished, whispering, "This is..." Realizing what is inside, Annette stops herself and says, "Ah, it's a white outfit. I can't let it get dirty." Annette carefully gathers her maid outfit and skirt out of the way before reaching back into the box. After bandaging her pricked finger, Annette holds up her hand with a smile and announces, "First aid complete." Annette holds up a beautiful, pristine white uniform with elegant gold embroidery, marveling, "By the way, what kind of material is this? It's so smooth, and it doesn't wrinkle at all." Annette holds the white outfit against her body in front of the mirror, smiling as she thinks, "It fits the temple vibe so well, and it would be perfect to wear to Count Tyrell's estate." Annette strikes a graceful pose with the uniform draped over her arm, declaring, "All right, that's one dilemma solved. I'm hungry, so I'll quickly change and head out for dinner." Now dressed in a stunning teal off-the-shoulder gown, Annette walks down the grand staircase as the butler greets her, saying, "Ah, my lady, I was just on my way to inform you that dinner is ready," to which she replies, "Oh, really?" Annette eagerly runs down the stairs with a bright smile, calling out, "Let's go quickly then. Time to eat." Following behind her, the butler looks at her with a suspicious and calculating expression, wondering, did she really forget everything? It's like she's become a completely different person. Leaning over the dining table, Annette licks her lips in anticipation at the sight of the delicious steak and red wine, exclaiming, "Wow, this looks delicious." Edwin smiles warmly across the dining table, saying, "I prepared steak, just like you mentioned this morning," as Annette politely replies, "Thank you." Annette takes a large, satisfying gulp of red wine from her glass, enjoying the luxurious dinner. Letting out a satisfied sigh after drinking, Annette beams with joy, leaving Edwin watching her with an intrigued expression. Annette asks Edwin, "By the way, you're heading to the territory tomorrow, right? Are you leaving early in the morning?" Edwin replies, "Yes, I'll leave in the morning and return in about a week," prompting Annette to mischievously think to herself, "Ooh, should I secretly smuggle jewels to the temple in the meantime?" Edwin gently rests his chin on his hand and says, "I'll make sure to bring back a gift for you when I return," making Annette ask curiously, "Oh, a gift? What kind?" With a small smile, Edwin promises, "You've probably never been there before, but I'll bring you the most famous item from the Royce territory." Annette eagerly guesses, "What, something like jewels?" Which causes Edwin to reply in disbelief, "I've already filled your room with more jewels, isn't that enough?" Smiling brightly in front of a daydream of golden treasure, Annette insists, "It's not that it's not enough, but the more the better, right?" Leading Edwin to agree, "All right then, I'll make sure to bring you jewels." Clasps his hands, Edwin specifies, "It's the most famous ruby from the Royce territory, to be exact." A flashback shows Heineen wearing a sparkling red necklace as the narration explains, "Several years ago, the finest quality ruby produced in Royce was gifted to celebrate Heineen's birthday." In the memory, Annette viciously snaps the necklace off Haynes' neck, throwing it to the floor as she sneers, "And you think you could possibly become the owner of that ruby necklace?" The screen darkens as the narration recalls, "As always, Annette snatched it away and smashed it to pieces." Edwin angrily defends Haynes, shouting at Annette, "Annette, what on earth do you think you're doing right now?" Glaring with pure hatred, Annette warns him, "Step aside, Burned, unless you're looking to get hurt." As the narration notes, that incident made an already strained relationship even worse. Back in the present, Edwin stares intensely with his ruby-red eyes, murmuring, "A red ruby would certainly suit you well." Annette happily dismisses the sentiment, saying, "Ruby? Oh, well, but I actually prefer diamonds. Well, it can't be helped. I'll gratefully accept it if you give it to me," while secretly thinking, "It's famous, so it'll probably sell for a lot anyway, right?" Watching her, Edwin thinks to himself, Annette never used to be this obsessed with jewels. Did losing her memory completely change her personality too? She only ever wanted something better than what Hayne had. Still, there haven't been any major issues yet. Edwin studies Annette closely, trying to understand the dramatic shift in her behavior. As they sit across from each other, Edwin continues to reflect. Actually, it's been a long time since I've had such a calm conversation with Annette. For now, I'll just keep watching. Annette cheerfully wishes him, "Anyway, travel safely," to which Edwin quietly responds, "All right." The next morning, the temple stands majestic under a bright blue sky, surrounded by white and blue flowers. Dressed in the pristine white uniform with elegant gold embroidery, Annette gracefully walks down the stairs surrounded by beautiful blooming flowers. Waving cheerfully with a warm smile, Annette calls out, "Hey!" Standing side by side, the handsome blonde Enoch and dark-haired Lucas look stunning in their formal white uniforms and blue capes. Annette runs up to them and compliments, "Wow, everyone looks incredible today. How do I look?" Blushing slightly as he looks at her, Lucas replies softly, "It suits you well." Enoch trembles and blushes intensely with excitement, causing Annette to sweat drop and think, "Let's not look over there." Ha. Suddenly, someone leans in close, catching Annette's attention as her pink eyes widen in surprise. Enoch suddenly steps in close and grabs Annette's shoulders, catching her completely off guard. Leaning in to whisper softly by her ear, Enoch says, "You look amazing, my lady, just like a goddess." Flushing bright red, Annette pushes back and stammers, "I told you not to say things like that in public," while Enoch simply smiles. Watching them closely, Lucas glares with jealousy and wonders in frustration, when did they even get that close? Annette points toward the carriage and declares, "All right, let's get going now," as Enoch and Lucas follow close behind. As they walk, Annette stops and asks, "Yes?" in response to footsteps approaching. Simultaneously, both Enoch and Lucas extend their hands to Annette, commanding in unison, "Hold it." Staring at their open palms, Annette's sweat drops in sheer disbelief, thinking, "What the? This is awkward." Bypassing both of their hands entirely, Annette nimbly leaps past them, leaving the two knights completely stunned. Leaning out of the carriage window, Annette calls out, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get on. I'm going to explain the plan now, so pay close attention." As the carriage rolls along the bumpy forest path, Annette's voiceover explains, "There's a servant named Asil at the temple. The watch, Count Tyrell's." The luxurious white carriage screeches to a halt right in front of the grand gates of Count Tyrell's estate. A butler at the estate looks over in surprise, asking, "What?" as the carriage arrives. As Annette walks in, flanked by Enoch and Lucas, the butler nervously wonders, was there something the temple needed to retrieve? The butler bows slightly and asks nervously, "What brings you here?" Radiating a divine and gentle aura with a warm smile, Annette replies, "I've come from the temple to deliver a message." Clasping her hands, Annette gently adds, "A message from the goddess. Could I perhaps have a glass of water?" Causing the completely mesmerized butler to stammer, "Yes, of course," before running off. A peaceful silence hangs over the grand estate of Count Tyrell under the warm sunlight. The butler opens the door to a grand drawing room and announces, "I've brought a guest," as Annette and her handsome guards step inside. The noble women at the tea party begin whispering among themselves, questioning, aren't they from the famous Temple Night Order? Why are they here? More importantly, who is that woman? And I'm not sure, there should only be male priests at the temple. The atmosphere grows tense as one of the noble women pauses in surprise, her eyes widening as Annette approaches. The tea party at Count Tyrell's estate is underway as the Countess, smiling behind a pink fan, welcomes her guests, saying, "Welcome! What brings you all the way from the temple to this humble place?" Greeting her visitors with a calculating look, the Countess asks, "Welcome! What brings you all the way from the temple to this humble place?" Beaming with a pure and innocent smile, Annette clasps her hands and politely requests, "I've come to deliver a message from the goddess. May I sit for a moment?" To which the Countess replies, "Yes, of course. Please bring tea for these guests." One of the handsome knights pulls out a chair for Annette, who gracefully bows her head as she prepares to sit down at the tea table. Suddenly, Annette gasps in exaggerated shock, raising her hand to her cheek as she exclaims, "Oh my!" Annette points to the watch on the table and asks, "Countess, is this pocket watch?" Prompting the Countess to laugh behind her fan and reply, "Ah, so you really are from the temple. You recognized it right away. It's a piece crafted by a master artisan." Holding the elegant golden pocket watch, the Countess boasts, "There's an artisan hiding in the corner of the bustling district. Supporting poor artists is also a virtue of the nobility, isn't it?" Annette mentions, oh my, the temple is actually in need of a clock as well. Could you tell me the price? Which prompts the Countess to dismissively fan herself and scoff, why would I bother memorizing something so trivial? Seriously. Annette tilts her head with a sharp, knowing look and asks point blank, you didn't pay for it, did you? The Countess turns red and stammers, what are you talking about? How much could that watch possibly be worth? How rude of you. Of course I paid for it. While Annette narrows her eyes and thinks to herself, liar, how shameless. Slamming her hands onto the table in fury, the Countess yells, what kind of disrespect is this? But Annette calmly counters, excuse me? I'm merely conveying that Goddess Hela dislikes lies. A wicked grin plays on Annette's lips as she rests her chin on her hand, teasing, oh my, it seems like you're feeling a bit guilty about something. Countess sits back, slamming her closed fan onto the table as she demands, wait, are you implying that I lied? Annette suddenly slams both hands on the table and dramatically shouts, those who tell lies will be struck down by the goddess's lightning and will die. The recent drought is also a curse from the goddess, you know? How could you be so ignorant? Leaving the Countess utterly startled. Whispering nervously behind their fans, the other noblewomen gossip, with one saying, I've known about it for a long time. The Marquis told me about it. And another agreeing, I think I've heard something like that too. Trembling with humiliation, the Countess glares at her friends, thinking, how ridiculous. First you were sucking up, and now you're just echoing this nonsense. How shameless. Laying her fan down beside the watch, the Countess mutters, of course, I knew about it, while Annette steps in and says, actually, the reason I came here is because of this clock. Annette points decisively at the watch on the table, declaring, this clock was originally supposed to be delivered to the temple, which leaves the Countess sputtering, there's a limit to your nonsense. What did you just say? The narration explains this clock was one of the offerings ordered to pray to the goddess for rain. The beautiful, shimmering gold pocket watch floats against a radiant, sparkling background. The narration continues, but then I heard someone intercepted the clock along the way. Gasping in pure outrage, the Countess snaps, ha, intercepted? Annette smiles brightly, challenging her by leaning over the table to say, is that not true? Then please show me the receipt for the payment, while the cornered Countess sweats and stammers, I see, I can just bring it out. As the Countess hurries away to get the receipt, Annette watches her with a calm, calculating gaze. Annette stands up from her seat and whispers to the knights, could you please wait a moment? As she prepares to follow the Countess. Annette sneaks up right behind the sweating Countess with a sweet smile, whispering, I've come to collect the money owed. Now hand over the payment for the clock. Whipping her head around in shock, the Countess gasps, who are you? How do you know this? Leaning in close with a terrifyingly dark grin, Annette threatens, it's 30,000 louds, but with interest makes it 33,000 louds. You'd better hand it over willingly, or else the goddess will make sure you face the consequences. Clutching her chest in panic, the Countess thinks, how can you keep saying such nonsense? But I can't let myself be embarrassed in front of everyone. Placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, Annette reassures her, saying, yes, of course, I'll tell them it was all a misunderstanding, prompting the resigned Countess to agree, all right, if it means keeping the secret safe. Having successfully collected the money, Annette bows politely to the remaining guests, saying, well then, we'll be on our way. As Annette walks away, flanked by her two handsome knights, the Countess asks with deep suspicion, by the way, who are you? Framed by elegant red roses, Annette turns back with a radiant smile and proudly announces, Annette Ethelred, I work at the temple for the goddess. The two noblewomen at the table begin to shiver with absolute terror, whispering, if it's Annette, then that, as they realize her true identity. Annette cheerfully holds up the heavy pouch of gold, singing 3,000 louds you're mine, as the two knights walk beside her with proud, fond smiles. Meeting with Asil's parents, Annette hands them the principal payment, explaining, since you're Asil's parents, I'll only take the interest, which is 3,000 rouds. However, if something similar comes up in the future, please introduce me. As the grateful couple bows deeply, sobbing, thank you, thank you. Outside a shop, Annette gently holds the pouch of gold to her cheek and cheers, hee hee, the sweet reward of labor. Annette waves her hand to grab the attention of her two guards, calling out, now you two, hold out your hands. She drops a gold coin into each of their palms, saying, you've just been standing like a backdrop all day, but I'll give you your payment. Lucas stares down at the single gold coin in his palm, and while he notes it's worth 50 louds, he silently thinks to himself, I'd prefer being petted by my master over money. Lucas gently takes her hands in his, looking at her with an earnest expression as he requests, I don't need the payment. Instead of money, I'll accept a favor like last time. Happily reclaiming the gold coin, Annette smiles and thinks, he knows the concept of give and take. I like it. Before agreeing aloud, all right, but no difficult requests, please. Seeing them get close, Enoch panics in the background with dramatic lightning crashing, shouting, Master, me too! The sky suddenly turns dark as heavy storm clouds roll in over the carriage, making Annette wonder, why the sudden storm on a clear day? Annette begins to sniff the air inquisitively as Lucas asks, what's going on? And Enoch calls out, Annette? Annette's eyes light up with sudden realization, thinking, this smell of rain, before shouting, let's hurry back to the temple. Running excitedly, Annette thinks of High Priest Enoch with hope and anticipation, whispering to herself, Enoch, I can definitely smell rain. I'll bring you this good news right away. Annette throws open the temple doors only to find the room empty, gasping, he's not here? As a gentle voice from behind asks, Annette? Startled, Annette spins around to see High Priest Enoch standing right behind her. She gasps, Enoch, while he smiles warmly and says, you seem like you're in a good mood. Did you come to see me today? With a brilliant and glowing smile, Annette replies, no, today I come with good news. Clutching his chest as his heart flutters, High Priest Enoch listens to Annette happily announce, yes, it looks like it's gonna rain. Holding her hands gently, Enoch asks with anticipation, is that true? As Annette beams and replies, yes, it's true. Let's have some tea and I'll tell you all the details. Holding Annette's wrist, Enoch suggests, oh, rather than here, let's head to the High Priest's office, Annette, leaving her slightly disappointed as she thinks to herself, I wanted to speak with you alone. As they walk side by side down the grand corridor, Enoch notices their matching attire and remarks, now that I think about it, you're wearing a robe similar to the one I'm wearing today. Giggling happily to herself about how they look like a couple, Annette is surprised to realize they have already reached their destination, saying, oh, we've already arrived, Enoch. With a slight pout, Annette knocks on the door and announces, Noah, I'll go in now, as the heavy doors slowly creak open. Sitting at his desk with a quill in hand, the elder priest looks up in surprise and asks, what brings you here? Could it be? High Priest Enoch enters the room, radiating an incredibly divine and bright aura that leaves a sparkling impression. Seeing them stand together, the elder priest eagerly asks, well, what is it? While Annette's sweat drops and thinks, I feel like I'm working for the weather service. Looking intently at them, the elder priest asks, when do you expect the rain to come? To which Annette confidently replies, it should be here in a day or two. The elder priest begins, Annette, if it really rains tomorrow, as I mentioned last time, prompting Annette to cheekily reply, the job you mean? I'm a bit expensive, so you'll need to prepare accordingly, as she celebrates her busy lifestyle. Turning to leave, Annette cheerfully says, got it, let's talk again when it starts raining, leaving the elder priest blinking in silent confusion. Before they can leave, the elder priest calls out, wait a moment, Annette, causing her to turn back in curiosity and ask, yes. Staring intently at Annette's attire, the elder priest is struck by a sudden realization and wonders, is that robe? The intricate golden embroidery shimmering on the hem of her pure white robe catches the light, standing out elegantly. Looking closer at the sacred garments, the elder priest hesitantly asks, by any chance, this robe? The elder priest quickly grabs a thick book and flips it open, revealing an illustration of the goddess wearing the exact same robe, and demands, how did you get the goddess's robe? Looking extremely startled and defensive, Annette clasps her hand to her chest and stammers, what goddess? This is my robe. Holding the ancient text, the priest asks with deep suspicion, but how could you have the goddess's clothing? To which Annette crossly retorts, where could I have, what, stolen it from? Sweating nervously at her reaction, the priest tries to appease her by saying, I'm not suggesting you stole it or anything. Crossing her arms, Annette huffs, soon I'll even charge you for letting you know it's gonna rain. Where in the world is there anything free? While the priest mutters, but spotting the massive red volume in his hands, Annette changes the subject and curiously asks, what's that book? It's so thick. Presenting the heavy volume, the priest explains, it's an ancient book about the legend of the gods. It's a collection of stories passed down by word of mouth. Would you like to read it? Intrigued, Annette reaches out her hand and agrees. Sure, let me take a look. As Annette takes the thick red book, her eyes widen in shock as she recognizes it, thinking, oh, what's this? This is exactly the same book that Enoch was reading back then. Flipped open to pages depicting terrifying mythical beasts, the priest comments, yes, it especially contains detailed records about the mythical beasts and the legends, prompting Annette to think with a sweat drop, well, it's good that it's just a legend. With a swift, decisive motion, Annette slams the thick book shut in front of her chest. Feeling satisfied, Annette declares, well then, is everything settled? I'll be heading back now, I'm quite busy. Holding the book firmly under her arm, Annette turns to make her exit from the office. Annette smiles and says, Enoch, I'll visit the library again next time. Let's have tea together then. To which Enoch warmly bows and replies, of course. Blushing gently amidst a backdrop of gorgeous blooming white roses, Enoch bids her farewell, saying, you're always welcome, Annette. As the sun sets, casting a warm golden glow over the grand estate, the narrator notes that it is evening on Annette's way home. Walking briskly toward the gates, Annette notices the empty entrance and wonders, what's this? Is there no knight here to pick me up today? Throwing open the carriage door, Annette is startled to find a gray-haired knight waiting inside for her. Wide-eyed with surprise, Annette gasps, huh? As she gets a closer look at her unexpected companion. The stoic knight sits up straight as Annette boards, while she mentally notes, what's this? There is someone after all. Settling onto the carriage seat, Annette asks, you're the one who came today? To which the knight politely explains, yes, I've come in place of the young master who went on a business trip to the Royce estate to escort you, Annette. Noticing his slightly awkward demeanor, Annette thinks to herself, I guess taking my money makes you feel guilty, huh? Before telling him, excuse me, let me say something as your older sister. Framed by vibrant pink flowers, Annette winks playfully and wags her finger, advising him, you should fix those habits quickly. Got it? Staring back with a completely blank expression, the knight sweat drops at her words and retorts, I'm actually the older one, as he thinks to himself how strange she is being. Freezing in absolute shock, Annette's excitement immediately deflates as she sighs, so you weren't a younger man after all? I got all excited for nothing. Stretching lazily in her large, plush pink bed, Annette groans in annoyance. It's here, the day of the ball, as promised with Charles. How troublesome. Clenching her fist with newfound resolve, Annette plans ahead, thinking, since it's come to this, I might as well drink a little, even if it's just to ease the mood. Amidst a flurry of noise and activity, the butler leads a group of maids carrying heavy luggage and fabrics into the room, saying, Miss Annette, please excuse me. Surrounded by bustling servants preparing her attire, Annette grumbles from her bed. Even though it's a ball, is it really necessary to cause such a fuss from the crack of dawn? Rubbing her temple in exasperation, Annette listens as the butler hesitantly asks her, Miss Annette, are you really attending the ball? Annette looks up and replies simply, yes, why? Causing the butler to visibly flinch and sweat with nervousness. The narrator explains that Annette hadn't attended a ball in years because she always caused trouble chasing after Miss Hayne, culminating in a dramatic flashback of Annette throwing red wine all over Miss Hayne's white dress. The narrator notes that Annette's behavior had changed recently due to her memory loss, as a flashback shows her red-haired brother Bernd instructing the butler, ensure she is taken care of more carefully while I'm away, and ordering that her wishes be fulfilled as much as possible. Back in the present, the butler looks down anxiously, wondering, what should I do about this, while Annette simply tilts her head in silent confusion. Looking at the stack of elegant gift boxes, Annette asks the head maid in confusion, but what's all this? Is this all preparation for the ball? The head maid smiles warmly and replies, oh my, you didn't know? Lord Avon is truly romantic. All of these are gifts for Miss Annette, leaving Annette to gasp in surprise. Gifts? Shaking her head, Annette thinks to herself with deep suspicion, no, even so, this is too much. Do you know what that sly fox might ask for in return? Clasping her hands happily, the maid tells Annette the dress you'll wear to the ball today has also been beautifully finished. Would you like to try it on right now? Dragged away by the enthusiastic maids, Annette sweat drops and protests, already? Please wait just a moment. Let me have a meal first. Excuse me? As the maids begin styling Annette's long blonde hair, the head maid proudly mentions the jewels used to decorate the dress are all diamonds. While they fasten an elegant pearl necklace around her neck, the maid comments, it's rare for someone to be able to order a dress like this, prompting Annette to command, wait, stop. Glaring at the startled maid, Annette sternly demands, I clearly asked you to wait just a moment, didn't I? Clutching her rumbling stomach in chibi form, Annette whines, I'm so hungry. Please bring me something to eat. As the nervous maid asks, eat something? Should I prepare a simple salad? Gripping the maid's sleeve, Annette flatly replies, will a salad fill me up? Make it steak. Leaving the maid to gasp, steak? With a determined smile, Annette instructs, yes, if I drink on an empty stomach, it'll be a disaster. Make it thick and rare, got it? While the maid nervously squeaks, yes. Turning to fetch the food, the maid sweats anxiously and wonders, is Miss Annette continuing to test me? I don't know what to do. Glancing back with worry, the maid thinks, there's no way she would ask for something as unreasonable as a steak before the ball. Surrounded by a flurry of hearts and beautiful flowers, Annette happily chews on her food and beams, delicious, having completely polished off her plate. Holding up a pair of elegant white heels, the head maid flatters her, saying, everyone at the ball will only be staring at you, miss. Lord Avon will definitely be nervous. Well then, shall we make a grand entrance? Sitting gracefully, Annette says thank you, as the maid carefully slides the white heel onto her foot. Admiring her reflection in her beautiful golden dress, Annette smiles contentedly and thinks, it's definitely a comfortable design, even after eating. All right, now I should go have a drink or two. A majestic white and gold carriage stands parked in the grand courtyard of the estate under the golden evening sky. Dressed in an elegant white suit with intricate gold embroidery and a sparkling green gem, Charles stands by the carriage, blushing softly as he waits. Smiling warmly, Charles reaches out his hand and says, "Miss Annette, you look so beautiful." Placing her hand in his, Annette stares at him and thinks, no matter how I look at it, he's so handsome. If only he weren't such a madman. Annette's eyes widen and her cheeks blush in surprise at Charles's sudden gesture. Bending down elegantly, Charles places a gentle kiss on the back of Annette's hand with a soft blush. Startled, Annette's heart beats wildly as she looks down with a deeply flushed face. Walking briskly past him to hide her embarrassment, Annette tells him, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get in the carriage," leaving Charles touching his mouth in surprise. Smiling brightly with a deep blush, Charles happily replies, "Yes, no, Miss Annette." As the carriage rolls along, Charles sits beside Annette, watching her with a gentle and warm expression. Looking away toward the window to avoid his gaze, Annette mutters, "Yes, well." Suddenly, Charles pulls Annette into a tight, unexpected embrace, making her gasp in shock. What? Drawing the carriage curtains closed, Charles looks at her with a flushed, intense expression and whispers, "I've been waiting for just the two of us to be left alone, master." Looking extremely flustered, Annette thinks to herself in disbelief, what's wrong with him? Is he acting up just because of his looks? Gazing at her with heavy, blushing eyes, Charles repeats, "I've been waiting for just the two of us to be left alone, master," while Annette's heart races as she thinks, what's wrong with him? He's getting bold just because of his looks. Pushing him away with a red face, Annette loudly protests, "Master, never mind, don't say anything." Crossing her arms defensively, Annette tries to regain her composure and declares, "No matter how foolish I am, I can't just fall for it so easily. When the ball is over, our deal will be finished." Looking at her with a gaze full of longing, Charles pleads, "Got it? Please don't leave my side, master." The night sky outside is suddenly illuminated by brilliant bursts of light, causing a surprised Annette to wonder, "Fireworks?" Charles explains gently, "Is this your first time seeing them? Priests who are often called upon by the palace use magic to create fireworks." Peeking through the curtains at the dazzling colors in the sky, Annette softly says, "I see." From high above, the carriage travels along a forested path beneath the sparkling golden bursts of the magical fireworks. Stealing a glance at Charles, Annette's face blushes as she warns herself, "Phew, that really surprised me. Don't be fooled by his appearances. Think of Enoch, Annette." Upon entering the grand ballroom, Charles leads Annette through the crowd as the guests begin to whisper, "Oh, isn't that the second young master of the Aven family? I heard he doesn't usually attend balls. What brings him here? But why?" Walking side by side amidst a backdrop of beautiful orange poppies, the two make a striking and elegant entrance. Smiling charmingly down at her, Charles says, "Everyone is looking at you." Looking around hesitantly, Annette asks, "But they don't look very pleased. Is my outfit strange?" To which Charles reassures her, "That can't be. Even if a real fairy were to appear here, she wouldn't get any attention." Waving her hand dismissively, Annette focuses on her true goal. "Anyway, where are the drinks and food?" Charles points toward a lavish buffet table filled with roasted meats and desserts, saying, "If you head that way, you'll find it. I just need to go greet someone. Would you like to have something to eat and drink first?" While a chibi Annette rejoices, "Sounds good. I'll drink plenty of free booze." Looking at her with sweet concern, Charles gently says, "I'm worried you might get drunk. I trust you'll drink in moderation, my Annette." To which she quickly replies, "Ah, yes, I understand. Please hurry and go." Sneaking over to the food, Annette happily takes a sip of wine and pops a berry into her mouth, cheering, "There's so much food! This ball is the best!" Suddenly, a freckled noblewoman with a purple fan approaches with a fake smile, identified as Sophia Oldenburg, the eldest daughter of the Oldenburg family, who remarks, "Oh, Lady Ethelred, could it be that you have some good news?" Looking Annette up and down, Sophia snidely insults her, "Wearing a dress that looks like something even a pregnant woman wouldn't wear, and the way you're eyeing the food, it really reminds me of our pregnant maid at home." Ho ho ho, leaving Annette staring blankly in response. Rejecting Sophia's snide remarks about her appearance, Annette pops a sweet macaron into her mouth and flatly declares, "I'm not pregnant. I'm just wearing this so I can eat and drink comfortably." Sophia's hand trembles with pure rage as she clutches her fan, thinking to herself, "What? Is that all you have to say? Even if you're from a fallen royal family, how could you wear such an extravagant dress?" Looking down with bitter jealousy, Sophia is consumed by frustration as she recalls how Annette lost the position of crown princess to Hain. Annette sighs in exasperation, covering her eyes for a brief moment before suddenly spinning around with her glass of red wine. Sophia shrieks in terror and covers her face as Annette threateningly raises her glass of red wine, expecting to get splashed again. Staring Sophia down coldly, Annette remarks, "You sure are interested in other people's lives, so what do you want from me? If you're so concerned, you should just keep living tightly bound in your own world." Standing alone on the balcony under the night sky, Annette sighs deeply, wondering, how many enemies has Annette made? No one will leave her alone. Suddenly, a hand reaches over and ticks her wine glass as a voice asks, "How many drinks have you had?" Annette spins around in surprise, demanding, "What's this? Are you trying to sneakily take what I was drinking? I haven't had much." But Charles looks at her with concern, replying, "Haven't had much? You smell strongly of wine." Looking up at the full moon through the trees, Annette assures him, "Don't worry, I'm not drunk yet. By the way," gazing out at the night sky, Charles notes, "It looks like it's gonna rain soon," prompting a surprised Annette to ask, "Rain?" Annette leans back against the balcony railing with a heavy sigh, muttering, "Yes, it's about time for it to start." Charles looks at her with deep concern and offers, "Could it be that you're slightly drunk? I'll bring you some cold water." As he walks away, Annette thinks, "Do you have to stay here and wait so motionlessly?" Standing alone on the balcony, Annette is suddenly startled by a loud rustling sound coming from the garden below. Annette's eyes sparkle with romantic excitement as she wonders, what was that sound? Could it be something like those secret moments that often appear in novels? At a ball? Smiling mischievously, Annette lifts up her golden dress and decides, "I'm gonna check, just in case. You never know." Annette sneaks down into the courtyard, carefully peering through the bushes to find the source of the noise. Following the hushed whispers, Annette thinks it should be somewhere around here, as she overhears fragments of a conversation nearby. Suddenly, Annette turns her head quickly toward the direction of a sharp rustling sound. Peeking through the bushes, Annette is shocked to spot a freckled nobleman aggressively confronting a young lady in a purple dress. Realizing that this is far from a romantic secret encounter, Annette sighs in disappointment, thinking, "What is this? This isn't the right atmosphere." Annette decides, "Let's go back." But she is suddenly stopped in her tracks by a terrified scream. The freckled nobleman forcefully grabs the struggling woman's wrists, prompting her to shriek in fear. "What are you doing right now?" Hearing the violent struggle, Annette quickly turns back around with a sharp, alarmed expression. Furious, Annette rushes forward and grabs a handful of the nobleman's hair, shouting, "You perverted bastard," making him scream out in pain. While Annette firmly holds the groaning man down, the terrified young woman quickly flees from the garden. Glaring up at her in a mix of pain and fury, the nobleman demands, "What are you doing? Do you know who I am?" Upon recognizing her face, the freckled nobleman's eyes widen in sheer shock as he gasps, "You again? Annette Ethelred?" Hearing his words, Chibi Annette sweat drops and thinks in confusion, "Again? What's happened between you and the original Annette?" The nobleman crosses his arms nervously and asks, "Wait, could it be that you like me, so you keep messing things up on purpose?" Leaving Annette to clench her fist in disbelief. Annette waves her hand in disgust, firing back, "Me? Are you crazy? I heard screaming and thought some perverted bastard was around, so I came to check." But the delusional nobleman smugly replies, "You don't have to lie. Haha, honestly, it would have been better if you had just said it." As the nobleman creepily wiggles his fingers, a horrified Chibi Annette clutches her head in absolute agony, screaming inside, "I'm going crazy." Unable to stand his delusion any longer, Annette turns and runs away, fuming, "I've had enough of these crazy people." Suddenly, the nobleman grabs her wrist tightly from behind, calling out, "Embarrassed? Do you want me to catch you?" Gritting her teeth, Annette fiercely wrenches her arm out of his grasp with an expression of pure disgust. Striking an elegant pose, Annette bluntly tells him, "Sorry, but I like good-looking people, you know? You're too ugly. Sorry." The nobleman gasps in disbelief. "What?" As Annette firmly reiterates, "My ideal type is a good-looking man." Consumed by blind rage at her brutal rejection, the nobleman lunges forward with a furious roar. "Ah!" With a harsh push, the nobleman shoves Annette backward into the garden fountain, sneering, "Ha! Serves you right! What? Ugly? You vicious woman?" Panting heavily, the nobleman glares down at the soaking wet Annette and vows, "I'll make sure to get my revenge." Sitting in the cold water of the fountain with a ruined dress, Annette glares ahead with a terrifying aura of pure rage building around her. As the nobleman happily skips away celebrating his victory, Annette sits motionlessly in the fountain, surrounded by a heavy, menacing purple aura. Snapping in anger, Annette stands up, growling, "You little..." But her wet heel suddenly slips on the slick edge of the fountain. Annette gasps as she completely loses her balance and begins falling backward toward the hard stone floor. Her pearl necklace flying wildly as she falls, Annette can only watch the night sky in shocked silence, bracing for the impact. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms catches her just in time, and Annette looks up in surprise to find Charles holding her close with a stern, protective gaze. Hearing the commotion, the freckled nobleman turns around and visibly flinches in terror upon seeing Charles's cold glare. Completely ignoring the cowardly nobleman, Charles gently looks down at Annette and says, "I've been searching for you for quite a while, Lady Annette." Looking up at Charles's incredibly handsome face under the moonlight, Annette's cheeks turn bright red as she lets out a soft breath. Without another word, Charles effortlessly lifts a blushing and soaking wet Annette up in a warm princess carriage to take her away. As bright fireworks burst in the night sky above the grand palace, Charles looks down at her and gently says, "Let's go back, Lady Annette." Underneath the dazzling fireworks display, Charles carries the soaking wet Annette in a princess carry away from the garden fountain, leaving the stunned, freckled nobleman standing behind them. Looking down at her dirty hands, Annette gently touches his chest and apologizes, I'm sorry, my clothes are all dirty." Looking at her with mild frustration and concern, Charles gently holds her and asks, "Why didn't you listen to me? I clearly told you to wait right there." Pulling her slightly closer, Charles cuts her off and tells her, "You're so stubborn, master. You deserve to be scolded by me." Feeling a bit defensive about her choices, Annette grumbles, "Well, I'm sorry, but I wouldn't say it was completely my fault." Pressuring him to admit his own fault, Annette asks, "Go on, master, say it. Did you do something wrong or not?" Causing a blushing Charles to turn away and hesitantly reply, "Yes, well, I guess I was wrong." Annette points a dramatic finger and declares, "So, master, you need to be punished," leaving a shocked Charles to ask, "What?" Charles quickly shifts the focus and asserts, "We're going to my house," which prompts a surprised Annette to shout, "Wait, why?" Annette looks down at her dress, noting that it is covered in unsightly dark stains and completely ruined. Gazing at her softly, Charles explains, "I can't send my partner back in this state," causing Annette to blush deeply and cross her arms protectively. Annette raises a practical concern. "But if you get in the carriage like this, won't the inside of the carriage become a total mess?" To which Charles smoothly answers, "Don't worry about it." Charles reassures her that it makes no difference whether his clothes or the carriage are soiled. Smiling radiantly amidst glowing white flowers, Charles confidently states, "I'm always elegant and clean anyway." Stunned by his boundless self-satisfaction, Annette's sweat drops and mutters, "Oh, is that so?" And looking at her warmly, Charles says, "That goes for you too, master," making Annette's heart flutter with a sudden, intense thumping sound. With a sweet, blushing smile, Charles tenderly reassures her, "No matter what anyone says, you're my master." Annette watches from the carriage window as they ride off under the full moon, thinking, "Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Either way, going home like this would be troublesome," while nervously wondering if she's getting dragged into something. Having arrived at his estate, Charles dries his damp hair with a towel, looking effortlessly handsome in an open-collared white shirt. Hearing a sudden sound outside the window, Charles looks up in surprise and wonders, "Rain?" He recalls their conversation on the balcony earlier that evening, when he had predicted the upcoming rain and she had reacted with quiet certainty. Shaking his head, Charles dismisses the thought and begins walking, muttering, "It's probably just my imagination." Dressed in a clean pink nightgown, Annette opens the door and peeks into his room, asking, "Charles, what are you doing?" Excited by the sound of the storm, Annette excitedly runs past Charles toward the window, exclaiming, "It's raining?" Looking out at the pouring rain, Annette smiles as Charles asks, "Master, how did you know it was going to rain?" To which she casually replies, "Well, it was just a feeling." Staring at her back, Charles is amazed, thinking, "Rain that even the high priest can't predict, just by instinct?" His heart pounds rapidly in his chest as he gazes affectionately at her profile under the soft light. Taking a slow step closer to her, Charles softly calls out, "Master." Bowing elegantly against a backdrop of blue flowers, Charles asks, "No, Lady Ethelred, may I ask you for a dance?" Flustered by a sudden request, Annette asks, "All of a sudden?" Prompting Charles to explain, "Earlier, we didn't get the chance to dance at the ball." Looking away with a deep blush, Annette hesitantly admits, "I don't know how to dance. I can't even remember how." Charles gently pulls her close with a charming smile and reassures her, "It's okay, I'll teach you." As she reluctantly agrees, Annette's face turns bright red as she notices his close proximity, thinking in disbelief, "Why does this lunatic smell like a baby?" Hiding her movements, Charles gazes deeply into her eyes and instructs, "Look at me. You need to look into my eyes." Annette looks up into his eyes, blushing furiously as she asks, "Like this?" When Charles gently cups her cheek, Annette frantically tells herself, "No, I need to snap out of it," while Charles softly whispers, "Yes." And finally, Charles leans down slowly, bringing his face incredibly close to hers as the romantic atmosphere peaks. Breaking the spell, Annette panics and forcefully slaps his hands away, yelling, "What are you doing right now?" Annette pulls her arm back defensively, her face burning with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Blushing with pure masochistic delight, Charles asks, "Could you please step on my foot a little more?" prompting a horrified chibi Annette to warn herself, "Baby smell or not, just don't forget that he's a lunatic, Annette." Annette stomps firmly on his foot in response, yet Charles only responds with a satisfied sigh. As they continue to spin and dance together around the room, Annette smiles and realizes sometimes things like this aren't so bad. The next day at the temple, Annette stands by the window watching the heavy rainfall, thinking, come to think of it, Enoch must have been happy to see the rain too. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Lady Annette," causing her to turn around. A handsome priest named Enoch walks in smiling and praises her. "I can't really believe it. That's an amazing ability, Lady Annette," while a chibi Annette swoons over his looks. Enoch tells her, "The high priest is also happy for you. He's waiting for you. Would you like to go together?" To which Annette happily agrees, confirming that Enoch will accompany them. The scene transitions to the grand interior of the temple hall, lit by beautiful chandeliers. An awkward, heavy silence falls over the room as Annette sits across from Enoch and another priest at a tea table. Looking thoroughly displeased, the senior priest sighs and asks, "So what are you trying to say by making such a fuss about it?" The priest turns his gaze directly toward her and addresses her, saying, "Lady Annette." The senior priest looks at Annette with a very serious expression as he suggests, "Like to create a new world with me?" Flustered by his vague proposal, Annette sweat drops and thinks, "A new world? A cult?" before politely asking him to explain the details, especially about the compensation. The priest begins recounting the history, explaining that according to legend, dark magic practitioners summoned monsters in the distant past and plunged the continent into chaos. He explains that the goddess descended to lead humanity to victory against the monsters, but notes that even that hard-won peace did not last very long. He continues his narration, explaining that greedy humans rejected peace as time passed and began waging wars among themselves. Pointing to a picture of a greedy man, the priest explains that the ongoing drought is the result of human greed, yet people blame the gods or claim it is the goddess's curse. He adds that even though the war has technically ended, the impoverished people feel as if the conflict has never truly stopped. Placing his hand down firmly, the priest declares that he aims to restore the temple's authority and bring salvation to the people through Lady Annette. Under a glowing illustration of the goddess, the priest proposes that with her permission, he will spread rumors that she is the living embodiment of the goddess who can predict rain. Annette slams her fists on the table in outrage, calling him out for wanting to use her and leaving her to be branded a fraud if her predictions turn out wrong. The priest sweat drops and desperately tries to calm her down, explaining that she doesn't actually have to be accurate and that they just need attention to generate money for the temple. He details their plan to collect donations and secure tax collection rights over the land from the nobles. He explains that they will use those funds to provide free land to farmers to stabilize their lives, but Annette internally protests that she cannot handle such a burden. Gripping her hands tightly, Annette thinks about how she can only smell the rain and realizes this scheme is far beyond anything she can handle. Standing up and turning away, Annette politely tells the priest that she will take her leave now. The priest is left reaching out after her in desperation, calling out, "Lady Annette." Walking down the hallway, Annette thinks about the goddess, taxes, donations, and farmers, resolving that she cannot give up her stable life, even for Enoch. Annette opens the large doors to leave, only to hear someone running up behind her. She gasps in surprise as a worried Enoch suddenly catches up to her and grabs her shoulder, calling out, "Lady Annette." Annette insists that she really needs to go home, but Enoch quickly reassures her that he wants to speak with her about something unrelated to their earlier discussion. Blushing deeply, Enoch looks away shyly and hesitantly confesses, I became personally curious about you, Lady Annette." Surrounded by beautiful blooming pink flowers, Enoch reveals that he wants to know what Lady Annette likes. A chibi Annette squeals and wonders if she is getting a green light as she looks at a blushing, handsome Enoch. After she explains, Enoch gets a bright idea and says, so Lady Annette wants a house of her own, is that right?" To which she agrees, stating that anyone would feel more secure with a house in their name. Annette sweat drops and grumbles to herself about how Enoch conveniently left out the part about the handsome, well-built man she mentioned earlier. Enoch politely bows and thanks her for her time, and though Annette offers to sit and talk more, Enoch insists on not disrupting her busy schedule. As Enoch walks away, Annette watches him in utter disbelief, wondering why he keeps playing this push-and-pull game of being interested and then suddenly distant. In the pouring rain, a horse-drawn carriage rattles down the path and pulls up outside a grand mansion. The butler and maid bow respectfully to greet Annette at the entrance, saying, "Welcome back, my lady." Walking inside, Annette thinks about how she is starting to get used to this lavish greeting and tells the maid she will take a walk before her meal. The butler and maid bow deeply in unison, replying, "Yes, understood, Lady Annette." Walking through the rain-soaked garden with her pink umbrella, Annette admires the blooming pink roses but thinks, roses are nice, but she smiles eagerly, thinking that there's an even better sight to see inside the building. Peeking through the window, she eagerly notes that plenty of well-built knights have gathered inside to take shelter from the rain. Inside the room, several handsome knights are laughing, drinking, and having fun playing darts. Meanwhile, the cool, silver-haired knight Edwin stands quietly near the dartboard reading a book, completely ignoring the darts flying past him. Watching from behind the door, Annette realizes they are playing darts and wonders if they have placed a bet on the game. A chibi Annette grins as she remembers how she honed her dart-throwing skills while working a part-time job at a pub in her past life. One of the knights mockingly addresses Edwin, saying, "Ah, the noble and illustrious mercenary king, once again you refuse to grace us with your company." The other knights laugh heartily and jingle a bag of coins, mockingly asking how lowly folks like them could mingle with the great mercenary king, unless the sound of money piques his interest. Observing this from the doorway, Annette is disgusted by their behavior, thinking, are the grown-up knights seriously bullying Edwin right now? Even if he's just a petty thief, I can't stand by and let him be treated like this. Gripping the handle of her umbrella tightly, Annette smiles with a determined look, thinking, well, perfect timing. Letting her heels click loudly as she walks into the room, Annette speaks up, saying, I suddenly find that story very interesting, which instantly startles the mocking knights. Annette confronts them with a sharp smile, asking, why do you look so startled, like people caught bad-mouthing someone behind their back? Annette sets her umbrella down on the table, holds up a dart, and boldly suggests, you were playing darts, weren't you? If you've got money left, why don't you let me join for a round? The flustered knight frantically denies any bad intentions as Annette presses them, asking if they find it beneath them to play with someone like her. Annette points toward the target and confidently declares, then let's all join in. The nervous knight offers to explain how to throw, but Annette smiles brightly and declines, while the other knight grumbles about her wasting a turn. As Annette prepares her throw, the knight's sweat drops and thinks, why did she suddenly show up? Guess I'll have to humor her just enough to avoid any trouble. Annette throws the dart and hits the exact center of the bullseye, leaving the knights completely speechless as they panic and wonder if she used dark magic. Annette slams her hands down in anger, yelling at the knights, what the hell are you talking about? You saw it with your own eyes. Which dark mage would use dark magic on a simple dart game? Smiling smugly, Annette boasts, if you're so upset, then why don't we play another round? Before adding, first, let me take my winnings. A chibi Annette grins with star-filled eyes, thinking, now's my chance to make a big score, as she eagerly prepares to throw. Annette stretches and shakes her hands to prepare and loosen her wrists for another round of the dart game. Pulling another dart from the board, Annette looks back at the knights and asks, so no one else has money left, right? While a sweaty, defeated knight answers, no, there's none left. Annette looks at the three nervous knights and tells them, by the way, enough with the childish behavior, prompting them to sweat and nervously ask, what do you mean by that? Raising her hand as she lectures them, Annette says, you're knights, but you're acting like you look down on each other just because of your different backgrounds. It doesn't look good, does it? The three chibi knights are seen running away in embarrassment under a bright golden flash of starlight. Annette is left standing alone in the large room, looking towards the empty table after the knights make their quick escape. Edwin thanks Annette for her help, but remarks that the knight's attitude toward him won't change, while Annette crosses her arms and asks, why? What's wrong with being a mercenary? To which Edwin replies, because knights and mercenaries are different. Scratching her cheek in curiosity, Annette looks at Edwin and asks him, then why did you become a knight? Blushing slightly under a backdrop of golden flower outlines, Edwin confesses, I wanted to live and die honorably as a knight without being swayed by money. Annette thinks back to the three mocking knights as she asks Edwin, so did those idiotic knights look that honorable to you? With a swift, powerful motion, Annette throws another dart with absolute precision. The dart hits the exact dead center of the bullseye, shocking Edwin, who stares in complete disbelief. Surrounded by beautiful blooming pink roses, Annette smiles warmly and says, where is there any honor greater than money? To my ears, the title Mercenary King sounds much more honorable than being one of those knights. Back at the temple, Enoch reports to the high priest, yes, Lady Annette says she wants a house in her own name. Placing his hand on his chin in deep thought, the high priest mutters, a house, I see. The high priest thinks to himself that while material bribes are good, he must win her heart more decisively, thinking, persuading her with material things is one way, but I need to win her heart more decisively. To do that, the high priest addresses Enoch, commanding, Enoch, we're planning a volunteer trip to the slums. Get ready to leave with Lady Annette, to which Enoch bows and replies, yes, high priest. Standing in his grand office, the high priest smiles confidently, thinking, once she sees the miserable lives in the slums, Lady Annette will surely change her mind. The next day at the Royce estate, heavy rain pours down over the majestic and sprawling mansion. The butler bows respectfully and informs Annette that the Duke remains in his territory and Sir Bernd is busy in the capital, prompting a relieved Chibi Annette to think, "Whew, I was still uneasy around Duke Royce, so that's a relief." Annette hums a happy tune, wondering when Bernd will return with his promised gift, when suddenly a voice calls out her name. A handsome red-haired man surrounded by red roses smiles warmly at Annette, saying, "Have you been well? You look like you've lost some weight," while a starstruck Chibi Annette swoons over his captivating red eyes. Blushing deeply as he gently takes her hand, Annette coyly asks, "Do I?" while thinking to herself, "The more I see him, the more I notice this subtle air of decadence about him." Bernd tells her, "I didn't forget the gift I promised you, so wait in your room," to which a delighted Annette happily replies, "Really? Okay." In her room, Annette gasps in awe as she opens a large gift box containing a stunningly brilliant and sparkly necklace. Chibi Annette sweat drops as she looks at the massive jewels, thinking, "But isn't this so heavy it could hurt my neck?" Bernd proudly gestures to the gift, explaining, "These gems are the finest rubies produced this year. They're so valuable that regular jewelers wouldn't even be able to handle them." While a Chibi Annette worries that the rubies would be hard to resell, Bernd smiles amidst a background of pink flowers and says, "Annette, I've prepared something else for you. Let's head outside." Annette eagerly grabs Bernd's hands and says, "Really? Let's go quickly," while he looks at her with a gentle expression. Bernd stands next to a gorgeous white horse, explaining, "The most famous things from the Royce territory are its rubies and horses. These are exceptional horses, born as rare anomalies among the finest. The one I'm gifting you is this golden horse." Annette points toward a majestic, dark-colored horse nearby and declares, "Why? I like that horse better," to which Bernd warns her, "That one is too dangerous. Its temperament is too wild to tame." Annette steps closer to the wild, dark horse and says, "But," as she admires its fierce look. Annette observes the horse closely, noting, the horse's handsomeness aside, its coat-changing color depending on the angle is intriguing. Staring into the horse's glowing golden eyes, Annette continues, "And those bright yellow eyes, they really draw me in." Smiling brightly, Annette points to the dark horse and confidently says, "Still, I'll take this one." Bernd sighs and places his hand on his head, saying, "All right, if you can handle it, then I'll allow it," prompting Annette to pout and argue, "What? Since when do gifts come with conditions?" Before Bernd gently replies, "It's for your safety." Pouting with her hands on her cheeks, Annette asks, "Can I ride it now?" While Bernd advises, "All right, but I'll come with you. Change your clothes first." Dressed in a dashing blue and white riding habit, Annette walks out into the sunny forest and asks Bernd, "Did you wait long?" as she approaches the horses. Holding the reins of the wild dark horse, Bernd looks back and replies, "Not really," before asking with concern, "It could be dangerous. Are you sure about this?" Annette steps up close to him and playfully asks, "Do you not trust me?" as Bernd blushes slightly and replies, "It's not about trust." Annette nimbly leaps onto the saddle, shouting, "Up we go, see?" While a Chibi Annette proudly thinks, "Haha, my part-time job at the riding stables is finally paying off." Bernd is left staring at her in utter shock and amazement, completely speechless. Bernd smiles softly as he watches her, murmuring, "Lately you've been surprising me more and more." Suddenly, the dark horse rears up wildly and neighs loudly, causing a panicked Annette to scream, "Oh, kya!" as she desperately clings to the reins. Horse bolts into the forest at full speed, leaving a frantic Bernd running after them while screaming in panic. "Annette, damn it, bring me that horse immediately!" The horse gallops recklessly down the forest path as Annette screams, "Ah!" while trying to hold on. Clinging tightly to the horse's neck with a tense, determined expression, Annette tries to calm herself down, thinking, "Calm down, Annette, you can handle this." Annette tries to calm herself by remembering her past experience working at a riding stable, thinking, "Calm down, I've tamed plenty of horses before," as she desperately tries to stay on the rearing horse. Clinging tightly to the reins of the galloping dark horse, Annette screams in terror, "I don't want to die!" The horse finally slows to a halt, prompting a relieved and breathless Annette to mutter, "Phew, it stopped." Sighing deeply as she wipes away her sweat, Annette thinks, "I thought I was a goner, jeez." Annette's eyes suddenly widen in surprise as she notices her surroundings in the quiet forest. Looking around at the breathtakingly beautiful forest stream filled with glowing light and blooming white flowers, Annette gasps, "Wow, I was a little scared, but I feel like all my frustration has disappeared." Dismounting from her horse, Annette steps onto the soft grass and decides, "Since I've come this far, I might as well enjoy the scenery." Suddenly, a panicked voice calls out, "Annette," causing her to spin around in surprise. Bernd rides up in a hurry, his face filled with worry as he asks Annette, "Are you all right?" With a smug grin, Annette crosses her arms and proudly gestures to the wild horse, asking Bernd, "What do you think?" Byrne blushes slightly and sighs, thinking to himself that when she smiles like that, it is truly hard to stay mad at her. Looking back at her disapprovingly, Byrne asks, as promised, the gift will be this horse. Is that all right? To which Annette replies, fine. Annette happily points up and declares, I even came up with a name, Thunderbolt. But Byrne grumbles, how childish, which instantly makes her snap back, what? The next day at the Grand Royce estate, a loud crash and clatter echo through the mansion's halls. The butler stands in the hallway, sweating nervously and letting out a deep sigh as he recalls the events of yesterday. As he watches them ride off, the butler remembers Annette teasing Byrne by saying, Thunderbolt is still a better name than Benny, though, prompting a sulky Byrne to reply, that name is precious to me. The butler smiles warmly to himself, pleased to see how lively and close the two of them have become. The butler's hopeful thoughts are suddenly cut short, just when I thought the two of them were finally getting closer. A loud slam rattles the door as a furious voice bellows, Annette Ethelred! Bursting into the room with absolute rage, Byrne confronts Annette and demands, is it true that you went to the ball with Charles Aven? Byrne stands tall in his anger, glaring as he confronts her with the question, is it true that you went to the ball with Charles Aven? Annette, dressed in her maid uniform, is taken completely aback and stammers, what? Where is this coming from? Reaching into his coat, Byrne asks in a jealous rage, what kind of relationship do you have with that guy for him to send something like this? Don't tell me you're involved with that unpleasant jerk? As a letter and paper scatter through the air, Annette looks on in horror, thinking, this is insane. What kind of letter did he send this time? Before protesting aloud, we're not involved in any way. With a panicked blush, a chibi Annette frantically denies everything, shouting, and nothing happened that night either. Clenched with a murderous look in his eyes, Byrne mutters, Annette, Charles Aven, I'll kill him. Byrne fumes with jealousy as he imagines Charles holding Annette close at the ball, thinking, I don't know how he lured Annette out from the temple, but I've been by her side the longest, you sly fox. Stomping out of the room to let him cool off, Annette throws her hands up and declares, cool your head, I'll go to work alone today. Left standing alone in the room, Byrne watches her depart with a heavy heart, thinking, fine, I guess it was inevitable that you and I would drift apart. I was foolish to think we could rebuild our bond because you lost your memories. I thought if I gave you everything you wanted, you'd never leave my side. But if this is the outcome, then The next morning, sunlight brightly illuminates the grand and peaceful temple where Annette works. As Lucy energetically hangs the laundry to dry, Annette walks by carrying a heavy basket of clothes, humming in deep thought. Sweating with anxiety, a chibi Annette lets out a heavy sigh and wonders, I turned down Noah's offer, so where should I earn money now? Annette turns to her fellow maid and asks, Lucy, is there anyone else around here with a problem to solve? To which Lucy thoughtfully replies, not that I can think of right now. Clapping her hands together in sudden realization, Lucy gasps, oh wait, how could I forget? Come to think of it, the head maid was looking for you, Annette. Surrounded by a background of beautiful blooming pink roses, Annette asks in disbelief, huh? The head maid? For me? The head maid meets with Annette and asks, Annette, I wanted to discuss something with you. How about taking on a job? Which instantly makes a starry-eyed chibi Annette think, this smells like money. Grinning widely and holding her hands together in pure excitement, Annette eagerly replies, of course, what is it? The head maid explains, well, soon there'll be a volunteer activity near the border outside the temple, prompting Annette to ask, oh really? As the head maid describes the route through the forest, saying, it'll take a few days to get there, but it's close by if you take the forest path, just a day's journey, Annette nervously asks, and? As she begins to worry about what the job actually entails. The head maid asks, I'd like you to go, what do you think? And just as Annette is about to decline, thinking, I don't want to, the head maid temptingly adds, the pay is 3 times the usual. Her eyes lighting up with sparkles, Annette instantly changes her tune and boasts, I'll go. Who else in this temple is as capable as me? You won't find anyone more diligent than I am. Trust me. The head maid chuckles and says, yeah, I believe you, while secretly sighing to herself, this is just because Priest Enoch requested it. What could the priest be thinking? Annette hums happily as she looks out the window, thinking, yay, what luck. Now let's get to work. Annette gently pushes open the door to Charles's room and calls out, Charles, it's me, Annette, I'm coming in. Surrounded by blue flowers, a worried Charles immediately rushes over and grips her hands tightly, crying, Master, I was worried when I couldn't find you yesterday. Holding her hand to her forehead in exasperation, Annette asks him, worried? Why? What did you send out this morning? Smiling sweetly with starry eyes as he points to his lovely gifts, Charles is completely oblivious to her annoyance and asks, no, but do you know how much trouble I went through because of that? Charles's cheerful expression suddenly falters as he nervously asks, trouble? Annette sighs and points out, yes, thanks to you, Bernd misunderstood and I had to clear it up. Charles clenches his fist in fury as his expression darkens, fuming silently. Master, did that guy yell at you? How dare he treat you like that? That filthy man acting like a sibling when he's nothing but scum. With a firm expression, Annette tells Charles, that's none of your concern. Anyway, don't send stuff like that to my house anymore. Suddenly, Charles grabs Annette's hands tightly, desperately uttering, but... Surrounded by blooming white flowers, Charles gazes into Annette's eyes with a blushing, pleading look and says, you've been avoiding me. Flustered and blushing, Annette quickly retorts, I haven't been avoiding you. Leaning in close with a tearful, blushing face, Charles pleads, liar, please don't avoid me, master, leaving Annette completely dumbfounded as she thinks, what? Gazing at her with glowing, star-filled eyes and a gentle blush, Charles softly begs, please, master, as roses bloom in the background. Heart pounding rapidly, a flustered Annette sweats nervously and wonders to herself, what's going on? Why am I so flustered? Annette's sweat drops and steps back saying, fine, I won't avoid you anymore, but don't send things like that again, okay? To which Charles dejectedly replies, yes, master. Charles smiles brightly amidst a background of flowers and asks, would you like some tea before you go? Watching his dazzling, handsome face surrounded by glowing light, Annette is left completely speechless, frustration building up inside her as she thinks, if only it weren't for that face of his. With a heavy sigh, Annette reluctantly gives in, saying, fine, sure, pour me some. Annette sits on a plush white sofa, muttering under her breath, just this once because of his face. The sun begins to set, casting a warm golden glow over the magnificent Royce estate after a long day of work. Upon her return, the butler bows respectfully, greeting her welcome home, prompting Annette to reply, oh, by the way, I'm joining the temple's volunteer trip near the northern border, so I'll be leaving soon. Startled, the butler asks with concern, so you'll be traveling outside the border? And Annette reassures him, yes, the knight's captain and several healers are going too, so it should be safe. Sweating nervously, the butler responds, understood, while secretly panicking, Bernd will explode when he hears this. I'd better report it immediately. Back in her room, an exhausted Annette slumps onto her sofa with a deep sigh. Another maid enters the room hurriedly and asks, Annette, are you feeling unwell? To which Annette replies, just a bit achy, that's all. Oh, but more importantly, resting her head back on the cushion, Annette curiously asks, did you also get into this household through a recommendation? The maid nervously explains, yes, a lady from my previous workplace pitied me for having so many younger siblings and wrote a letter for me, prompting Annette to ask, how many siblings do you have? Holding a cup of tea, the maid replies, 3, they're still children, as Annette thoughtfully mutters, I see. Annette asks, then you must know about the slums, which surprises the maid, who sweat drops and replies, the slums? The slums, they're probably filled with filthy kids. Holding her teacup, Annette thoughtfully says, I know that much, but I'm curious why those people live outside the border without protection. The maid explained sadly, most of them were evicted because they couldn't pay taxes. If they don't pay their taxes, they lose protection. Stunned by the harsh reality, Annette's eyes widen as she repeats, evicted for not paying taxes? Taking a sip of her tea, Annette thinks to herself, they can't even get protection if they can't pay taxes, so what's the point of collecting taxes? To fund royal balls? While the maid watches her anxiously and thinks, is Annette very hungry? I'll hurry and prepare dinner. Suddenly, Annette sits up with a panicked gasp, shouting, ah, which completely startles the maid. Burying her face in her hands in sheer embarrassment, Annette groans, how am I supposed to sit at the table and face Bernd? Annette looks out the window at the sunset, thinking, we live under the same roof, but I don't want things to stay this tense. I should apologize first. While the maid trembles in fear, thinking, so scary. The scene transitions to the dining room, where a lavish dinner is set, though an awkward tension fills the air. Sitting with his arms crossed in an icy glare, Bernd coldly acknowledges her arrival, saying, you're here. Annette hesitantly approaches her chair, sweating nervously as she thinks, what should I do about this? Taking her seat, Annette anxiously takes a sip of wine while thinking to herself, I was hoping Bernd would skip dinner today. Swallowing her wine, Annette tries to gather her courage, thinking, well, I might as well see it as an opportunity. I was planning to make amends anyway. Surprised by the sweet taste, Annette gasps, huh? The taste has changed, prompting Bernd to explain, I told them to prepare a sweeter wine, just as you suggested. Lowering his gaze with a softened expression, Bernd unexpectedly apologizes, saying, my apologies. Bernd looks at her directly and continues, "I didn't mean to be so harsh on you. That was my mistake," leaving a shocked Annette uttering, "Huh?" Annette is left completely speechless, staring at him in disbelief. Annette's tense expression melts away as she lets out a soft chuckle and smiles warmly, saying, "All right, it's fine." Bernd asks, "Do you really have to go volunteer in the slums?" To which a proud Annette confidently boasts, "Of course, there's no one as capable as me, so I must go." Gripping his fork tightly with a dark, intense look, Bernd thinks to himself, "If I want to stay in Annette's good graces, I'll have to do whatever she wants, even if I don't like it. Anything she wants." Remembering a painful memory of their past relationship where they screamed at each other in anger, Bernd determinedly thinks, returning to those times, that's the one thing I can't let happen. Forcing a gentle smile, Bernd tells her, "Fine, be careful on your way," while his dark inner thoughts declare, "As long as you stay by my side." Under a bright, clear blue sky, the morning of departure arrives in front of the Grand Royce estate. Dressed in a dashing pink riding habit, Annette nimbly rides out on her wild dark horse, shouting excitedly, "Let's go, Thunderbolt!" Bernd stands quietly in the courtyard with his arms crossed, watching her ride away with a deep, longing gaze. Turning to a Shadow Knight, Bernd commands coldly, "Follow Annette closely, make sure the Temple Knights don't see you." Bowing respectfully, the knight replies, "Understood," while thinking to himself, Annette Ethelred participating in slum volunteer work? Unpredictable as always. Down in the bustling town, a grand carriage and a procession of Temple Knights in blue capes ride through the streets. Riding alongside her, the lead knight looks at Annette with admiration and says, "Lady Annette, what a splendid horse," leaving her blinking in mild surprise as she utters, "Huh?" Seeing her companion on horseback, Annette happily thinks to herself, "Oh, it's Enoch," as one of the knights remarks, "Isn't it? This one's on a completely different level from the other horses here. It's a prized horse from the Royce estate." Enoch smiles warmly and replies, "A horse from the Royce estate? It certainly lives up to its reputation. Its coat is truly magnificent." Blushing and smiling giggly, Annette excitedly thinks to herself, "This might finally be my chance with Enoch, hee, while Enoch looks at her in mild confusion. The sound of horse hooves clacking echoes as the group continues their journey along the dirt path. Gazing around at the lush greenery, Annette says, "We've come really deep into the woods. It wouldn't be surprising even if an elf appeared." Turning to her companion, Annette asks with a bright smile, "Enoch, have you ever been here before?" Enoch turns back with a dazzling smile, running his fingers through his hair and asks, "Huh? Did you call for me, Lady Annette?" Flustered by his breathtaking looks, Annette quickly says, "Oh, no, it's nothing," while secretly thinking, "Right, the elf isn't in the forest, he's standing right in front of me." Enoch tells her volunteering in the slums must not have been an easy choice, thank you, to which Annette proudly replies, "It's nothing, it's something that must be done," leaving Enoch touched by her seemingly kind heart. Annette's eyes sparkle with excitement as she thinks, "Besides, it's a win-win. I earn money and get to spend time with Enoch." Along the road, the knight captain in a blue cape takes a letter from a guard as they ride forward. Looking out at the village from the wall, the knight captain announces, "We finally passed the last village." Annette wonders, does that mean we're almost there? While thinking to herself, after running so much, I could really use a break. Suddenly, Annette stops in her tracks, her eyes widening in surprise as she looks ahead. Pointing ahead from his horse, the knight captain says, "As you can see, it's not a very organized place, so once we arrive, let's find a suitable spot to set up camp." Looking at the bleak landscape, Annette's sweat drops and thinks, the village we just passed at the border feels like a completely different world. Inside the cramped shelter, priests and maids attend to patients lying on floor mattresses, prompting Annette to think, can people really live in a place like this, even if they're poor? Now dressed in her maid uniform, Annette is holding a laundry tub when another maid approaches her and asks, "Annette, the interior setup should be done soon. Could you help me with some laundry by the stream?" And Annette replies, "Sure." Handing over the laundry tub, the maid says, "Last time, the stream was completely dry because of the drought. Thank goodness it rained this time," which surprises Annette as she thinks, the stream dried up? Not just the stream, even the deep lakes were drying out. Since this place is close to the border, the temple still provides aid, but places farther away, they're in truly dire conditions. Holding the heavy wooden bucket, Annette looks down with a solemn, thoughtful expression. Annette reflects bitterly on the class divide, thinking, while the nobles in the capital feast on food and wine, others are dying because they have nothing to eat or drink. She turns her head slightly, her expression softening as she tries to clear her mind. Walking toward her chores, Annette tells herself, "No, I shouldn't dwell on such thoughts. I'm only here to volunteer today." Annette vigorously washes the laundry in the wooden tub, accidentally getting soap suds near her eyes as she scrubs. As they wash clothes, the other maid suggests, if they're playing around like this, they might as well take a proper bath while they're at it. And Annette replies cheerfully, "That's a great idea." Cupping her hand to her mouth, Annette calls out loudly, "Hey kids, follow me." Standing by the edge of the clear blue lake, Annette happily instructs the children, "Line up and hold hands, everyone." As Annette scrubs a boy's cheek with a towel, he protests, "I don't want to bathe." But Annette coos, "Oh, come on, it'll be over in no time. We'll go back to playing after, okay?" Wiping him clean, Annette proudly presents him, saying, "Ta-da, all done now. Don't you look sharp?" Which makes the sparkling clean boy ask, "Really?" Running back into the water, the happy boy waves and shouts, "Thank you, sister." Annette plops down on the grassy bank, sighing, "Phew, I'm exhausted," when she notices a pair of boots approaching her. Annette glances up in surprise to see who has arrived. The night captain sits down next to her on the grass, wearing a loose shirt, and says, "You're quite skilled at dealing with children." To which Annette replies, "Instead of just watching, why don't you play with the kids too?" Annette lets out a soft sigh and turns her head away. The night captain sits beside her, adjusting his position while looking at her with a gentle blush. Annette turns back to him with a bright, welcoming smile and asks, "Why don't you come in and join us for a bit?" Annette reaches her hand toward him and says, "You've been sweating a lot on the way here," making the night captain flinch and blush deeply in silence. As he hesitates and says, "Fine, if you insist. No, never mind," Annette quickly pulls back her hand. Suddenly, the night captain grabs her wrist firmly, saying, "I'll go with you," leaving Annette surprised. A sly smirk spreads across Annette's face as she secretly gloats, "Got him." The night captain looks confused as he holds her wrist in the silent air. Laughing triumphantly, Annette pulls him and plunges him into the water, thinking, "If I'm working hard, there's no way I'm letting him slack off on his own." Drenched and highly irritated, the night captain glares at her and mutters, "Annette, let's see if you come out of this unscathed." Pointing her finger at him, Annette laughs gleefully and shouts, "It's a villain! Attack, kids!" Smiling brightly, Annette rallies the children again, shouting, "You're the villain! Everyone, attack!" The excited kids charge through the water, shouting happily as they head straight for the night captain. The children gleefully splash water all over the night captain, shouting, "He's a villain!" as he sits helplessly in the water. Stepping back onto the shore, Annette brushes her hair back and sighs contentedly. "Ah, that feels refreshing." Sitting in the water, the night captain watches her walk away humming a tune, a soft, silent expression on his face. Looking slightly flustered, the dark-haired man thinks to himself in surprise, "I can't believe these kids followed me like this, even though we've just met." He recalls his past impressions of her, thinking, "I thought she was just a little peculiar, but no different from other nobles," before concluding, "She's truly an unpredictable woman." Remembering her warm and radiant smile amidst a sea of flowers, he thinks, "Maybe that's why I didn't find her completely unpleasant." A soft, warm smile plays on his lips as he reflects, "Now I think I understand a bit better." Clad in her simple maid uniform, Annette stands with her hands on her hips, flashing a bright, cheerful smile. Looking at her from behind as she walks through the beautiful, blossom-filled woods, he realizes the reason why I keep feeling drawn to her. Bursting into the room with wide, panicked eyes, Annette calls out frantically, "Enoch!" prompting a surprised Enoch to reply, "Lady Annette?" Stepping closer with a worried face, Annette shows him her hand and says in distress, "Enoch, my hand, it's..." With a deeply concerned expression, Enoch reaches out to her, asking, "Are you injured? Let me see your hand." Examining her hand, Enoch gasps, "Ah, it's bleeding," while Annette acts flustered and brings a hand to her mouth. Though she tells him it's just a small scratch from washing the clothes, but she secretly squeals with excitement inside, thinking, "This is my chance to get closer to Enoch." Looking completely exasperated by her dramatic reaction to a minor scratch, Enoch sighs deeply and murmurs, "Lady Annette." Enoch teases her, saying, "I didn't know you were this much of a crybaby," which prompts Annette to indignantly protest, "Crybaby? Do you know how painful it is when water gets into a wound?" Enoch offers her a breathtakingly beautiful and serene smile, surrounded by sparkling white blossoms. Utterly dazzled by his radiant appearance, Annette wonderingly thinks to herself, could divine power be emanating from his face? While Annette secretly sweats and thinks, trying to force a romantic moment feels a little awkward, Enoch gently offers, "I'll heal it right away." Closing his eyes in deep concentration, Enoch channels his magical energy, casting a beautiful, glowing blue spell over her hand to heal the scratch. Staring in awe at her completely healed hand, Annette gasps, "Enoch is truly an amazing magician," but Enoch modestly downplays it, replying, "It's not that impressive. I can only use a little healing magic through the power of the goddess." Enoch explains that priestly magic comes from faith, meaning he can only use healing and protective spells, and when Annette asks if he can use attack magic, he explains that according to legend, offensive magic belongs to dark sorcerers who gain their power through difficult and cruel means. The Dark Sorcerer's legendary power is depicted as a terrifying curse, with Enoch noting, "There are so many legends." Pointing to a golden cross on the wall, Enoch says, "They're all related to the goddess, so I'd be glad if you remembered them. I am here today because of the goddess's grace," leaving Annette to repeat, "Grace?" Looking back on his past, Enoch shares, "Yes, I was originally from a poor neighborhood." He reveals a painful memory of being rescued by a priest, saying, "If I hadn't been discovered by Noah, I would probably have died," which leaves Annette whispering, "That's horrible." Looking out at a bleak memory of the slums, Enoch adds with a heavy heart, "Even now, there are still many people in that poor neighborhood who suffer." Gazing out the window at the children playing, Enoch continues, "I think you've heard this before, Lady Annette, that this neighborhood is relatively better because of the temple's charity. That's why Noah's trying to build the power of the temple in order to save the poor." Seeing her silent reaction, Enoch quickly waves his hand dismissively and says, "I don't mean to burden you with this." But Annette clutches her chest and gently replies, "I understand. It's okay." Annette quickly turns to leave, saying, "I'll go prepare dinner now since I'm late," leaving Enoch standing by the window in silence. Clenching his fist tightly against the windowsill, Enoch thinks determinedly, "Noah, I think I've done all I can." Under the golden afternoon light, he thinks, now it's just up to Lady Annette's decision. As she walks down the hallway, Annette deeply reflects to herself, "I didn't know Enoch had such a past." She recalls an old offer from a nobleman and wonders, if I had accepted that offer, could the kids have had a better life? Lost in her heavy thoughts, Annette suddenly flinches and stops in her tracks. Looking out the window at the playing children, she thinks with a downcast expression, "But I'm not someone capable of doing something that great." Hearing footsteps echoing down the hallway, Annette turns in surprise and utters, "Huh? Lucas?" She is greeted by the shocking sight of a shirtless Lucas, his incredibly toned body sparkling in a comedic aura of blue flowers as he dries his hair with a towel. Staring at her with a highly displeased look, Lucas reminds her, "You pushed me into the water and ran off." Noticing her intense gaze, a blush creeps onto Lucas's cheeks as he sweat drops and mutters in embarrassment, "What's this?" Boldly crossing her arms, Annette winks and teasingly remarks, "You keep showing me your bare body, so I figured you wanted me to look. It's not the first or second time," making Lucas flinch in disbelief. Grinning broadly, Annette holds up 2 signs with a perfect score of 10 and enthusiastically declares, "Well, out of all the bodies I've seen, yours is the most impressive. I'd give it a perfect score of 10 out of 10. From Lucas's perspective, he sees her with a sly, drooling smirk, thinking to himself in disbelief, "Really? So bold, confident, shameless, and on top of that, she's a devious woman." Shielding his face with his hand in deep embarrassment, Lucas scolds her, "How dare you say such things?" which makes an innocent-looking Annette defend herself. "What are you talking about? You were the one walking around naked." Dismissing the argument with a wave of her hand, Annette turns around and says, "Forget it. Let's go." Lucas stops in his tracks, staring after her in stunned silence. Looking down with a complicated, slightly bitter expression, Lucas complains, "You're just going to leave after saying something like that?" Before thinking, "When I talk to the kids, she feels completely different." Suddenly, Lucas senses a shadow sliding by the door and turns his head sharply, thinking, "A presence?" As Lucas walks down the hallway holding a towel, the cloaked knight hiding in the shadows gasps in panic. Looking deeply troubled, the Shadow Knight watches her and thinks, "No matter how I think about it, this feels strange. She's completely different from the woman I knew." The Shadow Knight continues to analyze her bizarre shift in character, thinking it's as if she's changed into someone completely different. A shocking realization dawns on him as he wonders, wait, someone different? Could it be that she's actually someone else? The Shadow Knight is left in tense anticipation, his mind racing as he thinks, if she really is someone else. Under a dark, ominous mist, a mysterious hooded rider peers down from a rocky cliff at the massive stone walls of the mansion in the valley. A cloaked and masked assassin with piercing green eyes prepares to infiltrate the estate under the cover of night. Earlier that evening, Annette bustles about her maid duties, carrying fresh bread and washing dishes before responding cheerfully to someone calling her name. Stretching her tired arms, Annette yawns and says to herself, "Yawn, I worked hard again today. It was a tiring day." Shivering as she walks down the quiet corridor, Annette thinks to herself, it's chilly today. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound outside the window catches her attention, causing her to mutter, Annette tilts her head in confusion and wonders, what's this? Is there still some work left? Did I forget to do something? A stealthy hand slowly reaches out from the dark shadows behind her. Suddenly, a firm hand grabs her shoulder, causing her to gasp in sheer shock. Turning around in a panic, Annette gasps, "Who is this?" Only to hear a familiar voice reply, "It's me, Lady Annette." Looking deeply concerned, Edwin pulls down his hood and urges, "We must leave immediately. This place is dangerous," prompting a startled Annette to ask, "What? Edwin, why are you here?" Before he responds, "I'll explain the details while we move." As they quickly make their way down the hallway, Annette asks in confusion, "What is this about?" Looking out, Edwin wonders, why is it so noisy, as he spots guards in the courtyard talking in hushed, panicked tones. From the shadows, Edwin watches in alarm as a group of dark-cloaked horsemen ride furiously toward the mansion with weapons drawn. Seeing the deadly enemy forces charging in, Edwin's expression grows incredibly tense. Turning back to Annette, Edwin warns her grimly, "Some unknown figures are heading this way. If we don't hurry and leave, we might be trapped here." Horrified by his words, Annette protests, "What? We can't just leave like that. We have to alert everyone." But Edwin can only reply hesitantly, "Yes, but..." Suddenly, loud noises echo from outside, catching them both by surprise. In the shelter below, priests and servants are already busy attending to the injured and evacuating residents, with Annette thinking, "Where is everyone? It seems like they found safety in an underground shelter." Determined not to run away alone, Annette firmly states, "Then I need to leave as well." Pushing past a startled Edwin, Annette cries, "Get out of the way!" as Edwin shouts after her in panic, "Lady Annette!" Annette runs frantically down the corridor, her mind racing with worry for the children as she thinks, of all times, why is this happening when everyone is asleep? What on earth is about to happen? Peering through the window, she catches a glimpse of a chaotic and bloody clash between the defenders and the masked intruders. Stopping in her tracks, Annette opens the doors to find a chaotic hallway filled with fleeing priests, maids carrying children, and panicked refugees. Grabbing a fellow maid, Annette frantically asks what is going on exactly, to which the trembling maid replies, "I don't know. All we've been told is to evacuate underground." A priest waves his arm urgently to guide the panicked crowd, shouting, "Everyone, this way, please." Following the crowd, Annette tries to reassure herself, thinking, "Right, if we follow the priest's instructions, we'll be safe. The knights are here too, so everything will be resolved." Suddenly, a mother bursts into tears of pure panic, crying out to a priest, "Wait a moment, my child, Ned, my child is missing." Desperately trying to run back into the danger zone, the mother weeps, "Ned! Where did he go, Ned?" While the priest holds her back and warns, "Ma'am, that area is dangerous." Annette instantly stops as she remembers the sweet face of the young boy, thinking in alarm, if it's Ned. Annette steps forward and gently places a reassuring hand on the weeping mother's shoulder. Annette calls out firmly, "Wait a moment," to stop the priest and the mother from arguing. Clasping the mother's hands, Annette reassures her with a gentle, determined smile, "I'll bring him back, so please don't worry and go ahead." With no time to lose, Annette dashes back down the hallway, leaving Edwin to chase after her in panic, shouting, "Lady Annette!" Bursting into a quiet room, Annette calls out frantically, "Ned! Ned!" While Edwin follows close behind, pleading, "It's dangerous, we must leave now." Annette turns to him in anger and snaps, "You're telling me to run away while there's a child missing?" To which Edwin replies firmly, "Yes, that's exactly what you must do." Clenching her fists, Annette insists, "I can't leave. Let me search just a little longer." But as she looks around, her thoughts turn dark. "I don't want to consider the worst, but if we still haven't found Ned, could it be..." Before she flinches at a rustling noise under a nearby desk. To her immense relief, a small purple-haired boy peeks out timidly from behind a chest as she gasps, "Ned!" Annette kneels down and smiles warmly at him, saying, "Thank goodness, your mom is looking for you." Ned crawls out, but suddenly stops and points a trembling finger behind her, whimpering, "Behind you," as a confused Annette asks, "Stay with me?" A masked assassin looms directly behind Annette, raising his sword to strike her down as she gasps in pure terror. A deadly blade flashes through the air with a blinding silver light. With a rapid rush of footsteps, a voice commands fiercely, "Step back." With a resounding clash of steel, Edwin's sword parries the attack and strikes down the assassin in a spray of blood. Clinging tightly to a trembling Ned, a shocked Annette cries out, "Edwin," as the silver-haired knight stands protectively before them, his cloak splattered with blood. Edwin turns to her with a grim, blood-stained sword and pleads, "I beg you, my lady, please return to the mansion. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming." Hearing the sounds of shattering glass and fighting nearby, Annette replies, "Edwin, there are people outside. We must rescue them." Looking out the broken window at the battle raging in the courtyard, Edwin asks, "Do you honestly think running away by ourselves would guarantee our safety?" Hugging Ned tightly to her chest, Annette glares at him with fierce determination and demands, "Abandoning the weak to save yourself? Does that align with the honor of a knight you sought?" Stunned by her words, Edwin looks down at his trembling, blood-stained hand and hesitates, whispering in conflict, Turning back to the shocked knight with a cold glare, Annette firmly tells Edwin, "If that's the case, then go by yourself," and walks away while holding Ned. Outside the mansion, blood splatters against the high stone walls as a blue-cloaked knight charges through the gates into the chaotic battle. From a high-angle view, the courtyard is a scene of absolute chaos as the defenders and dark-cloaked assassins clash fiercely, their blades clashing in a deadly struggle. Two knights ride on horseback through the forest as one grimly states, "This isn't working," and the other urges, "We must request help from the border guard." The leading knight in the blue cape turns back and explains, "They won't assist with matters outside their jurisdiction. Send a messenger to the temple," prompting a swift understood from his subordinate. Steely-eyed and resolute, the blue-cloaked knight gallops forward on his horse, surrounded by a magical aura of glowing blue flowers and floating white feathers. Drawing his sword with a swift motion, the knight prepares to strike down the encroaching intruders. With a powerful strike and a sharp clash of steel, the knight parries the enemy's attack and cuts them down. Standing amidst the chaos, the blue-cloaked knight holds his blood-stained sword, looking out at the battlefield with a calm yet troubled expression. Looking deeply thoughtful, he wonders what could they possibly gain from sending this many soldiers to the slums, before a terrifying realization dawns on him. Don't tell me. Inside the courtyard, the priests work frantically to maintain a defensive barrier, with one shouting in alarm, "Something's wrong, the protective spell keeps breaking." Looking up in despair, a priestess wonders, why is this happening, as she spots a dark hooded horseman infiltrating the gates. Wide-eyed with fear, she gasps, "A dark sorcerer?" as she catches sight of the sinister rider. Squeezing her hand to her chest in panic, she thinks, "But the dark sorcerers, they should all be dead." Bursting into the underground shelter while holding the purple-haired boy, Annette calls out happily, "I found Ned," making the panicked crowd turn to her in shock. Spotting his mother, Ned runs towards her with tears in his eyes, crying, "Mother!" while Annette watches them with a warm smile. Tears streaming down her face, the relieved mother hugs her son tightly, weeping, "Ned," as she cradles him in her arms. Annette smiles gently, her heart warmed by the sight of the mother and child safely reunited. Clasping her hands in gratitude, the mother worriedly asks, "Thank you so much. What should we do if the temple suffers because of us?" prompting a surprised, "Huh?" from Annette. When Annette gently reassures her, "This isn't our fault," the mother sadly responds, "But lives like ours are extendable, unlike someone as important as you." Standing tall and placing a hand over her heart, Annette firmly declares, "No life is expendable. Before the gods, all humans are equal." The surrounding priests, maids, and refugees stare at Annette in stunned, reverent silence at her noble and compassionate words. Closing her eyes tightly, Annette feels a deep sense of frustration and sorrow weighing on her heart. She thinks bitterly of the grand palace where fireworks explode and wealth is flaunted, reflecting, to think taxes meant to protect the people are instead being used to cast them out. Looking down at the bloody sword and bodies on the floor, she analyzes, moreover, the scale of the intruders was quite large for it to be just a simple robbery case. Could it be for some ulterior motive? Annette stands silently amidst the whispering refugees, her expression heavy with worry and determination. Recalling the imposing figures of the king and queen wrapped in thorns, she thinks in frustration, "But what can I possibly do about it?" Clenching her fist tightly in anger, she scolds herself. How pathetic, being unable to act in this situation. As Annette begins walking away with a determined stride, a priest stops her and asks, Lady Annette, where are you going?" Turning back with a resolute expression, Annette replies, "I'll check if there's anyone who hasn't evacuated yet," and runs off. Loud crashing noises and explosions shake the massive stone walls of the mansion under the dark night sky. Out in the courtyard, a brutal sword fight rages on as the blue-cloaked defender clashes swords with a hooded assassin, blood splattering the ground. Breathing heavily, the wounded knight looks out in frustration, muttering, "Tch, their numbers just keep growing." He winces as he snaps an arrow lodged in his shoulder, grunting in pain. Damn it! Looking out from a high window, Annette suddenly stops in her tracks as she gasps at the sight of the battle below. Peering through the glass in shock, Annette cries out in worry, "Lucas? Why is he fighting by himself?" Edwin, wearing a dark cloak, urgently calls out, "Lady Annette, you must evacuate immediately," prompting a frustrated "tch" from her. Down below, arrows rain around Lucas as he struggles to stand, thinking in despair, "No, if I fall here, Annette." Looking deeply conflicted, Lucas thinks, "For a moment there." Visualizing the image of a benevolent goddess and the innocent children, his resolve hardens as he thinks, "This isn't the time to hesitate. I must fight for the goddess and the children." Heavy, ominous footsteps approach the wounded Lucas as he kneels on the cracked earth. A group of dark-cloaked assassins surround him, with their leader sneering, "Will you not retreat now? I'll let you preserve what's left of your honor." Despite bleeding heavily and struggling to support himself with his sword, Lucas retorts defiantly, "I have no interest in a thief's definition of honor." With a cold scoff, the assassin remarks, "Ha, Knights of the temple are always so predictable as he prepares to deliver a finishing blow. Coughing up blood from a devastating wound, Lucas groans in agonizing pain. Seeing Lucas collapse onto his knees as the assassins close in, a horrified Annette screams from the balcony, "No, stop!" Suddenly, the loud, resonant sound of a horn blares through the night sky, drawing everyone's attention. Looking out the window, Annette's eyes light up with sudden hope as she exclaims, "Oh, it's you!" A noble company of royal knights on horseback charges into the valley, carrying brilliant blue flags that flutter in the night. Overwhelmed with relief, Annette watches the shining armor of the lead knight amidst blooming blue flowers and whispers, "Charles." Looking up with hope, Annette exclaims in relief, "Lord Charles." A gentle breeze carries shimmering feathers and glowing light particles through the quiet night sky as the battle begins to clear. Hearing the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, the dark-cloaked intruders spin around to see the royal knights charging down the road towards them. Struggling to support himself on his blood-stained sword, Lucas gasps for breath as the assassins mutter, "Damn it, what should we do? It's unfortunate, but let's go back for now. It would be better to target another slum first." Raising his hand to signal his men, the lead assassin commands loudly, "Retreat," to which his subordinate swiftly replies, "Understood." From a low angle, a wounded Lucas watches in exhausted silence as the leader of the assassins turns his back to depart. Before the assassin can make his escape, a brilliant flash of steel cuts him down from behind with a fatal strike as he groans, "Kier!" Breathing heavily and struggling to stay upright, Lucas sneers coldly, "If you think you can retreat." Gripping his bloody sword tightly, Lucas stands tall against the remaining foes and dares them, "Give it a try." A magnificent white stallion halts sharply, its heavy hooves striking the cracked earth and kicking up dust in the courtyard. Mounted upon his noble white horse, Charles arrives in the blood-soaked courtyard, looking around at the aftermath of the chaotic battle. Suddenly, a dark-hooded horseman charges aggressively out of the shadows toward Charles, drawing a sword to strike. Reacting with perfect knightly reflexes, Charles swings his sword in a wide arc to parry the charging assailant. With a swift, powerful stroke, Charles's blade cleaves through the air to deliver a decisive counterattack. With a powerful clash, the knight's blade strikes down the assassin, sending a spray of blood across the stone courtyard. Standing victoriously amidst the glowing blue flowers and floating feathers, Charles lowers his blood-stained sword. Looking around at the fallen defenders and enemies, Charles asks with concern, "Where's the captain?" Guiding his horse through the battlefield littered with bodies, Charles commands, "Let's go inside." Dismounting from his horse, Charles looks toward the mansion entrance with a worried expression, praying silently, "Captain, please be safe." Leaning heavily against the stone wall, a severely wounded Lucas clutches his bleeding chest, gasping in agony. Huff, huff. An ominous, imposing shadow stretches across the blood-soaked ground, slowly approaching the exhausted knight. Struggling against his fading consciousness, Lucas forces his blurry vision to focus on the silver-armored knight standing before him. Summoning the last of his strength, Lucas raises his bloody sword and asks, "Are there more enemies left?" Before Lucas can strain himself any further, a gentle yet firm hand in silver armor grabs his wrist to stop him. Overcome by exhaustion and blood loss, Lucas collapses forward, resting his head weakly against Charles's armored shoulder. Charles holds him up supportively and reassures him gently, "It's me, Captain." Lucas gasps in shock as he looks up, whispering in disbelief, "Sir Yvain?" Charles smiles slightly and remarks, "Yes, it seems I have saved Sir Royenthal's life once again," prompting Lucas to sigh with weary gratitude. "I'm truly grateful for that." As Lucas goes completely limp in his arms, Charles's expression darkens as he realizes the wound is deep. Charles tightens his grip around Lucas's waist, pulling the unconscious captain close to ensure he doesn't fall. Turning to the nearby guards, Charles orders urgently, "Move Sir Royenthal to a safe place." The blue-cloaked soldiers tremble in fear for their captain's life, stammering, "Yes, sir." The soldiers quickly carry the unconscious captain away to receive medical treatment, leaving Charles alone in the courtyard. Charles pulls out a white cloth to wipe the blood from his hand, wondering grimly, for Sir Royenthal to be injured to this extent, just what kind of people are they? Walking toward the heavy wooden doors of the mansion, Charles mutters to himself, "I'm worried about the captain." A group of white-robed priests runs frantically along the side of the stone building, eager to provide aid to the wounded. One of the priests gasps as they run, crying, "They disappeared without a trace," while thinking back to the dark sorcerer's glowing purple talisman. Could they really be black magicians? The high priest leads the way, replying grimly, "Perhaps, but right now there's a more pressing matter. Many knights are currently on the verge of death. Let's discuss the details once we have safely returned to the temple." Charging up the stone steps toward the main hall, the high priest commands his followers, who respond in unison, "Yes!" With a resounding crash, the heavy wooden doors are burst open, throwing bright light into the silent room. The high priest steps into the doorway, shouting anxiously, "Is everyone safe?" He freezes instantly, his eyes widening in complete shock and horror at the unexpected scene unfolding before him. He gasps in alarm. What's as he sees two deadly swords locked in a fierce, crossed standoff. Charles stands resolutely, holding his blood-stained sword, ready to strike down anyone who threatens his mission. Standing directly opposite him is Edwin, his expression cold and unyielding as he holds his blade high in defense. Sitting on the floor between the two clashing knights, a weak and trembling Annette looks up as a voice booms, "What do you think you're doing?" The two knights stand in a tense, dangerous standoff, their swords crossed directly above Annette, who sits helplessly on the ground in her maid uniform. The tense silence is shattered by a furious demand. "What are you doing right now?" Gripping the edge of a table with trembling hands, Annette thinks in relief, "Thank goodness, Charles." Before her thoughts turn to the wounded captain, "Please, Lucas." Seeing Annette sway and begin to lose consciousness, a panicked Edwin reaches out to catch her, crying, "Annette!" Edwin catches Annette in his arms as she starts to lose consciousness, calling out her name with worry, "Annette." Looking down at her peaceful face as she drifts off in his arms, Edwin wonders softly, has she relaxed now? He looks down at her with a gentle, sympathetic expression, thinking, this must be the first time she's experienced something like this. She must have been tense for a long time. With a soft grunt, Edwin carefully lifts Annette up into a warm, supportive bridal carry to move her to safety. Looking out through the glass window at the battlefield, Edwin watches silently and thinks, now that reinforcements have arrived, it should be fine. Turning his back to the window, Edwin carries Annette away as he tells himself, I'll leave the rest to them. My duty is to protect Annette. He takes a few steps forward when suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, a cold, blood-stained blade is pressed directly against his neck. Glaring furiously with his sword drawn, Charles demands, "You bastard, what did you do to Annette?" Unfazed by the blade at his throat, Edwin gives a sharp look and replies coldly, "I only followed my master's orders to protect her." Charles grips his sword tighter in anger and scoffs, "Ha, by master, you must mean that bastard burned Royce." Edwin gently cradles Annette closer, his expression softening as he holds her protectively. Looking at Charles with absolute seriousness, Edwin warns, "If you don't put away your sword." Gripping the hilt tightly, Edwin draws his weapon with a sharp ring, declaring, "I will fight back." Charles smiles defiantly and accepts the challenge. "If that's what you want, I'll accept." Just as a furious voice rings out from behind, "What are you doing right now?" Intervening with a powerful strike that forces their blades apart, the priest scolds them. Knights who understand honor yet behave like this in front of a lady? Truly pathetic. Glaring at them in frustration, the priest holds the unconscious girl and snaps, "Can't you grasp the urgency of this situation? She needs immediate treatment. She has already lost her memory once before." Even with the priest intervening, Charles and Edwin continue to glare intensely at one another, sparks of hostility flying between them. Charles commands coldly, "Step aside." But Edwin simply closes his eyes and shakes his head in refusal. Charles takes Annette into his own arms, walking away with heavy steps as he announces, "I will carry her myself." Suddenly, Annette's eyes snap open in shock as she wakes up from her unconscious state, gasping, before calling out, "Master!" Annette sits up quickly in bed and gasps, "Charles!" as the blonde knight stands before her in civilian clothes. Looking around the unfamiliar room, Annette clenches her sheets in confusion, wondering, what on earth? A sudden memory of Lucas fighting desperately flashes through her mind, making her heart race as she asks urgently, "What about Lucas?" Charles looks slightly hurt and sighs, "I was the one who saved you, and yet you're worried about him? Sir Royenthal is safe. He's receiving treatment." Clenching the white bedsheet tightly with both hands, Annette asks softly, "And the other knights?" Charles reassures her as they look out at the quiet village. All the other knights are safe as well. The only ones who died were the attackers, prompting a sigh of relief from Annette. Charles looks over at Annette, surprised by the sudden depth of emotion on her face. Tears of pure relief stream down Annette's face as she clutches her chest, finally letting go of the immense tension she had been holding on to. Charles leans in close to her, his heart melting at her vulnerability as she softly whispers, "Master." Surrounded by blooming spring flowers, Charles reaches out and tenderly wipes the tears from her rosy cheek. Leaning into his warm palm with a beautiful, bright smile, Annette whispers, "Thank you for coming to save me." Holding her hands gently in his, Charles kisses them repeatedly and says, "Don't mention it. If anything had happened to you, I would have died on the spot." Taken aback by his passionate words, Annette sweat drops and chuckles nervously. "I appreciate it, but that's a bit too much." She gently pulls her hand back from his grip, changing the subject as she asks, "What about the others?" Feeling slightly rejected, Charles pouts and complains playfully, "You're so cold, master. Praise me a little more." Standing calmly in the open doorway with his arms crossed, Edwin chimes in to answer her. They're all fine. Annette's eyes light up with joy as she exclaims, "Edwin, you're safe. Now that I think about it, where are we?" Edwin walks slowly into the room and explains, "A village inside the border." Suddenly remembering the vulnerable kids from the slums, Annette worries, "Then the children." Charles smiles proudly and reassures her, "I requested the royal family to bring them all inside the castle walls. Soon, all the poor will be moved to our family's domain." One of the villagers mutters with a heavy sigh, "The king does not allow the poor to stay in his lands after all." Gripping her skirt tightly in anxiety, Annette mutters, "The king," before Edwin gently interrupts, Annette?" Placing a hand over his chest, Edwin bows his head slightly and delivers grim news. "I hate to bring this up amidst good news, but it seems the intruder's target was the children." Realizing the connection, Edwin explains, "The pickpocket we saw in the village before was among the bodies of the attackers," leaving Annette to gasp in absolute shock. "No pickpocket we saw." Annette stands up from the bed resolutely, declaring, "Let's return to the mansion in the capital at once. We need to investigate further." Charles tries to soothe her, but Annette suddenly remembers something critical and screams, "Ah, now that I think about it, my thunderbolt!" Annette dashes out the door in a panic, crying, "I'm sorry, Thunderbolt! Wait for me, Thunderbolt!" leaving Charles calling after her in shock, "Annette!" Stopping Edwin in the hallway, Annette asks, "By the way, do you know where Lucas is?" To which Edwin replies, "The last room down the hall." Annette thanks him, saying, "Thank you. I should see him at least once before returning to the mansion." Standing before the wooden door at the end of the hallway, Annette gently knocks, her heart beating with worry. Annette opens the door slowly, saying, "Lucas, I'm coming in," but freezes instantly as her eyes widen in complete shock. Lucas lies unconscious on the bed, his head, chest, and arms wrapped heavily in white bandages, prompting a silent scream from Annette. "Lucas?" Lucas lies unconscious on his bed, his head and arm wrapped in thick white bandages. Annette stands beside him, crying out in her mind, "Lucas?" in absolute shock as the wounded captain slowly opens his eyes. Seeing Annette standing before his bed, Lucas sits up weakly, his arm in a sling and head bandaged, as he gently says, "Annette, I'm glad you're safe." Annette can only stand there, trembling in disbelief. Tears of overwhelming relief and emotion well up in Annette's eyes as she looks down at the heavily bandaged but conscious captain. Letting out a soft, trembling sigh, Annette whispers with a gentle smile, "That's such a relief." Annette clenches her hands into tight fists against her dress, trying her best to compose herself and hold back her rising emotions. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Annette turns around and quickly runs out of the room, her footsteps echoing softly down the hallway. Lucas sighs softly and says, "What do you mean, relief? Look at the state you're in." Annette looks at him warmly, her voice soft as she replies, "It means you and the others are safe." Holding his hand gently, Annette says, "Yeah, it's all thanks to you." Lucas shakes his head slightly in denial, replying, "Thanks to Sir Aven. He arrived on time." Looking at Annette with deep concern, Lucas explains, "If he hadn't arrived on time, I might have died. Then you would have been in danger." Squeezing his hand tightly in reassurance, Annette listens as Lucas mutters with a gentle sigh, "You really are stubborn." Annette gently places her hand on Lucas's shoulder, softly interrupting him with a quiet "but." Leaning in close, Annette tenderly kisses Lucas's bandaged forehead, making him blush furiously as she teases him with a bright smile. "You no longer cry and call for your mother, do you?" Lucas freezes completely, his eyes widening in shock as a deep blush spreads across his entire face at her sudden affectionate gesture. Patting his shoulder gently to soothe him, Annette says with a soft chuckle, "You should rest now." Turning to leave the room, Annette wipes away her remaining tears and whispers softly, "And thank you." Lucas lies back down on the soft pillow and closes his eyes, a gentle expression on his face as Annette quietly slips away. A group of riders gallop swiftly on horseback through the dense green forest under the bright blue sky. Looking back at the priest, Annette asks with concern, "Enoch, are you all right?" Enoch, looking pale and exhausted, gives her a reassuring smile and replies, "Of course, don't worry about me, Lady Annette." Annette looks ahead with a troubled expression, thinking to herself, he must be exhausted from using all those divine powers to heal the wounded. Suddenly, Annette catches something out of the corner of her eye and gasps in surprise. "Huh?" Annette's horse suddenly rears up in panic, neighing wildly as she struggles to hold on to the reins. Seeing Annette lose her balance and fall from her horse, a panicked Enoch screams out, "Lady Annette!" Enoch quickly catches Annette in his arms to break her fall, asking with deep anxiety, "Lady Annette, what's happened? Are you okay?" Trembling in fear as she points toward the dark forest, Annette whispers, "A monster. Didn't you see it just now?" Enoch looks around at the quiet, empty trees in confusion and asks, "Huh? What?" Annette stares intently into the shadows of the forest, her heart racing as she remains dead silent. Deep within the dark woods, a menacing gray ogre with sharp horns and fangs peeks from behind a tree, validating Annette's internal panic. I'm sure I saw it. Shaking her head to clear her racing thoughts, Annette tries to convince herself, no, I must have been hallucinating. Surrounded by dark, swirling purple mist, Burned Royce clenches his jaws. He mutters Annette's name in a low, dangerous tone, thinking, what should I do with you? A beautiful gold birdcage is bound tightly by heavy, cold iron chains in a dark void as Burn's dark thoughts echo. I don't want to be hated by you. If this is the result of not imprisoning you in order to start over again? A pure white wing is splattered with crimson blood, and blood-soaked feathers drift slowly down in a chilling, silent transition. The tense silence is shattered as Burned Royce charges forward on his horse, his face twisted in rage as he shouts, Annette! Annette turns her horse around in surprise and mutters in astonishment, Sir Burned? Burned grabs Annette's arm with a firm, desperate grip and commands, Annette, I've brought the carriage, let's go back. Enoch looks on with deep concern and softly calls out, Lady Annette. But Annette simply looks down and mutters, I'm fine. Seeing Burn's intense, burning gaze, Annette thinks anxiously, first I need to calm Burn down. Look at him, his gaze is completely heated. Suddenly, Annette's vision blurs and she begins to sway unsteadily on her horse, losing consciousness from sheer exhaustion. Annette collapses completely, but Burned quickly moves to catch her, pulling her unconscious body safely into his arms. Holding Annette close in a protective bridle carry, Burned walks down the dirt path toward the carriage while Enoch follows silently behind them. Suddenly, a figure on horseback rides past Enoch at high speed with a sharp whoosh, catching the priest by surprise. Charles tries to charge forward on his horse to stop Burned, but Enoch intervenes, grabbing his horse's reins and pleading, Stop, Charles, he's Lady Annette's family, isn't he? Slapping Enoch's hand away in frustration, Charles retorts angrily, Family? Nonsense. We're not even blood related. Enoch can only mutter back, Still, leaning weakly against Burn's shoulder, a weary Annette thinks to herself, Getting Charles involved in this would be a bit much. I'm tired, so let's head back home and think about it later. The white carriage rattles softly as it travels down the winding forest path, carrying them back toward the capital. Staring down at his hands with a look of immense torment, Burn confesses, I kept regretting it. Sending you off like that made me want to rip myself apart. Annette tries to soothe him, murmuring, I'm really fine. But Burn suddenly slams his hand down, shouting in anguish, Please stop saying you're fine. Burned clenches his fist so tightly that his knuckles turn white, his body trembling with pent-up emotion. With a heavy sigh, Burn looks away in deep sorrow and asks, If I said I'd never allow you to go back to the temple, would that make you hate me again? Burn takes Annette's hand and presses his forehead against it, trembling with raw vulnerability as he thinks in desperation, I don't know what to do with you. Annette looks down at Burned with a deeply conflicted expression, her mind racing with worry. I'm not a child anymore. What am I supposed to do? He is obsessed with me. Annette sighs with a conflicted expression, thinking to herself, honestly, a handsome and possessive man? I'd totally welcome that. But experiencing something like this for the first time, he is hard to handle. Keeping Enoch in her thoughts, Annette muses, after all, Enoch is perfect in so many ways, before a sudden chill runs down her spine, leaving her to sweat drop and wonder, what is this ominous feeling? Under the glowing full moon, the grand family mansion stands beautifully illuminated against the silent dark night sky. Annette takes a long, relaxing soak in a warm bath while her attentive maid pours scented essential oils into the steaming water to help her unwind. Sinking comfortably into the tub, Annette softly says thank you, to which her maid respectfully bows and replies, don't mention it. Recalling her past conversations with Noah, Annette thinks about his ambitious plans to gather funds, buy tax collection rights from the king, and lend money freely to struggling farmers, remembering how Claire's parents were also exiled for failing to pay taxes. Annette splashes water as she steps out of the bath, wrapping herself in a luxurious robe while thinking with absolute determination, indeed, money trumps law and fists trump money. Pulling her long pink hair back with a fierce, unwavering gaze, Annette declares in her mind, I'll personally crush the villains. Against a beautiful backdrop of roses, Annette makes a bold resolution. I'll become the leader of a just and righteous gang. Wearing elegant blue heels, Annette walks down the hallway with purposeful, rhythmic steps. Spotting her dressed up, the butler asks in surprise, Ah, my lady, where are you going right after you wake up? To which Annette quickly replies, I need to go to the temple. Looking nervous, Annette thinks to herself, I have to go and return quickly before I run into him, as Burn's voice suddenly cuts through her thoughts with a calm, go ahead. Burned Roy stands gracefully in the hallway, dressed in fine noble attire, surrounded by blooming white flowers that complement his striking red hair. Byrne looks down at her calmly and says, "I'll allow you to go, but staying out overnight is not allowed." Annette hesitantly agrees, thinking, how unusual for him to be this agreeable. Waving from the carriage window, Annette calls out, "Then I'll be going," as Byrne watches her departure quietly from the courtyard. Waving back with a warm, gentle smile, Byrne replies, "All right, take care." As soon as the carriage rolls out of sight, Byrne's warm smile completely vanishes, replaced by a cold, menacing stare enveloped in a dark purple aura. Reaching his hand out toward the horizon as if to grab her, Byrne thinks with dangerous resolve, "One day I will have her. To do that, I must wait for the right time." Clenching his hand tightly into a powerful fist, Byrne stands in the empty mansion courtyard, his obsession burning brighter than ever. Byrne's thoughts echo with chilling intensity until she slowly seeps into me. Arriving at the temple, Annette spots a familiar face and calls out happily, "Enoch!" Enoch turns around with a bright smile and asks, "Lady Annette, are you feeling all right?" Annette reassures him, "Yes, I'm fine. By the way, is the high priest inside?" While thinking, "Enoch, it's always a pleasure to see your face." Enoch opens the door to the office, saying, "I was just on my way to see the high priest. Let's go in together." Seeing them enter, High Priest Noah stands up and greets her warmly. "Lady Annette, what brings you here?" Looking determined, Annette looks at him and says, "The plan you mentioned before, I want to hear about it again." Sparkles fly around Chibi, Enoch, and Noah as their eyes widen in absolute joy and excitement, prompting them to gasp, "Lady Annette!" Noah smiles brightly and asks, "You've changed your mind because of what happened in the slums." Annette looks down with a serious expression and replies, "Yes, this empire's king is hopeless. Just because the slum dwellers couldn't pay taxes due to the drought, he refused to protect them." Annette explains further, "Even when a band of thieves appeared, the border guards didn't lift a finger," as she recalls the images of weeping families and armed bandits raiding the defenseless slums. Two heavily armored border guards stand passively on a stone wall, ignoring the conflict even though the war occurred right near the border. Looking directly at Noah, Annette states firmly, "Noah, in exchange for using me, I have a condition." Noah looks at her curiously and asks, "And what is that?" Annette points up playfully and says, "You must fulfill everything I ask for." A sweat dropping Noah asks, "What kind of?" But Annette teases, "I'll tell you later. It's not something to worry about, so don't worry." Noah smiles warmly and says, "Actually, I have prepared something to make a request of you again, Lady Annette. You can consider it a bribe." Annette tilts her head in curiosity, wondering, what is it? Is it a treasure from the temple? Noah closes his eyes with a knowing smile and murmurs, "It is." Noah gestures grandly, presenting a beautiful, spacious room as he says, "This." Annette stands frozen in awe between Enoch and Noah. Annette's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she stammers, "What?" before thinking, gasp, could this be about? In a comedic flashback, Chibi Enoch remembers asking Annette, "So you want a house?" To which Chibi Annette replied, "Huh? Well, yes. Wouldn't anyone feel secure having a house in their name?" Annette asks hesitantly, "Can I really accept this?" To which Enoch replies with a gentle smile, "Of course. I even renovated it for you. Would you like to take a look inside?" The renovated room is revealed to be absolutely breathtaking, featuring grand gold archways, elegant white walls, and sparkling chandeliers. Annette's face lights up as she exclaims, "This is amazing," while Enoch looks at her warmly, saying, "Seeing your joyful expression makes me happy too." Daydreaming wildly, Annette blushes and imagines Enoch leaning in close to say, "This isn't just my mansion, it could become our love nest," making her cover her face in embarrassed delight. Noah folds his hands and explains his strategy. "I plan to spread the rumor that Lady Annette is the incarnation of the goddess who predicts when it will rain." A gorgeous background of purple flowers frames Noah's next words. "Since you are a descendant of Ethelred, standing tall in an elegant purple gown, Annette looks like a true goddess," as Noah adds, "People will easily believe it." Under a divine light, a saintly goddess stands before a crowd of worshippers as Noah's voice continues. "Then we will restore the temple's prosperity. In the name of the goddess, we will collect donations and use that money to purchase collection rights." Annette suggests with a smile, "Then how about spreading rumors that I've predicted when it will rain again?" Noah replies with surprise, "That would be absolutely perfect, but are you sure about this?" Looking out the window alongside Enoch and Noah, Annette says confidently, "Yes, I think it is going to rain again soon." Staring at the clear sky, Annette secretly hopes, "It's just my feeling, not a real prediction, but somehow I feel like the drought is ending and steady rain will come." Annette's expression hardens as she brings up a crucial matter. By the way, about those bandits in the slums, as a memory of hooded riders galloping swiftly with swords flashes in her mind. Those guys, they were targeting children. Annette looks deeply troubled, her mind racing with concern. Did you say children? Yes, I once chased after a pickpocket and I saw them kidnapping kids. And one of them was in that group, Annette states with absolute seriousness. Thank you, Lady Annette. I will look further into this, High Priest Noah replies with a reassuring smile. In the sunny training courtyard, two knights engage in a fierce fencing match, their blades ringing loudly. One knight swings his blade in a wide arc, clashing fiercely against his opponent's sword in a burst of sparks. With a swift, powerful strike, one of the swords is knocked completely out of the knight's hand, flying high into the sky to end the duel. Panting heavily, the handsome knight rests his hand on his chin, sweating under the bright sun amidst a beautiful backdrop of blue forget-me-nots. Master! Annette smiles warmly as Charles suddenly looms behind her, a dark shadow of intense focus falling over his eyes. Ah, you startled me! Annette screams in comedic shock at Charles's sudden and dramatic appearance. Master, did you come to see Lord Royanthoff? No, I didn't. Then why did you come here? Blushing and looking away, Charles is clearly sulking. Annette sweat drops and thinks, he's definitely sulking. If I don't cheer him up, he'll keep acting like this. He is so cute. I came to see our Charles, Annette declares, striking a cute, heartwarming pose against a brilliant background of pink roses. Master came to see me? Charles clutches his chest, his cheeks flushing bright red as his eyes widen in pure delight. Master? For me? Charles asks, completely overwhelmed by emotion in a sea of pink roses and fluttering hearts. I almost misunderstood your feelings. You care so much for me, and I mistakenly thought you came to see Lord Royanthoff. Annette sweat drops, thinking to herself, it's a relief he's simple-minded, though he's a bit of a burden. As Chibi Charles chatters happily, you came all this way just to see me. I'm truly touched. Annette quickly shifts the topic. Oh, right, Charles. I'm thinking of opening an office. Huh? An office? Charles asks, looking very surprised. Well, I have my own space now. Ah, it's so wonderful to think about. I'm going to renovate it into an office. Annette happily imagines transforming her luxurious bedroom into her personal workspace. It'll be called Annette and the Gang. Annette daydreams about wearing a sharp black suit and sunglasses, sitting on a gilded throne like a powerful mafia boss surrounded by her loyal, suited henchmen. I'm going to help those who have been treated unfairly. Charles, if you have any trouble, come find me. I'll give you a special discount. Annette gives him a cheerful, enthusiastic thumbs up. Master. Charles looks at her with deep reverence and watery, touched eyes. A heartbreaking flashback shows a young maid crying bitterly, clutching her chest as tears stream down her face. I was worried you might still be struggling because of what happened then. Our master is truly... Charles gazes at Annette with a warm, incredibly gentle smile. Truly, what a wonderful idea. How can our master be so kind and strong? Charles eagerly clasps Annette's hands in sheer admiration. I, Charles Aven, beg you to let me help you. Annette sweat drops at his intense pleading, thinking, I can't refuse when you look at me like that. Well, I guess having more hands is a good thing. All right, I think having Charles around will be helpful. Hearing her agreement, Charles gasps in excitement. Master, I'll work really hard. Just give me any task. Annette sighs. Yes, as Chibi Charles follows her around like a loyal, enthusiastic puppy. This is my chance to become Master's right-hand man. Chibi Charles celebrates joyfully, laughing happily. Oh, right, burned. Plates clatter softly at the grand dining table as a beautifully roasted golden chicken is served. I quit being a maid, Annette casually announces while cutting her dinner, catching Burned completely off guard. What? Is that really true? Burned looks up in surprise, his heart racing as he wonders, could it be that Annette is finally understanding of my feelings? Instead, I'll be going to the temple for a different job. Burned's face instantly falls in shock as he asks, what kind of job? Well, you see, I'm going to open an office to help people who have been treated unfairly, Annette explains with a bright smile before taking a bite of her food. What? No one will believe you're doing such a good thing. Annette smiles and replies, I know, right? Someone might even come asking me to punish Annette Ethelred. In that case, I'll have to protect you. Burned bursts out laughing, his genuine bright smile framed by beautiful blue flowers. Annette stares at him in sheer disbelief, thinking to herself, it's the first time I've seen him smile so brightly. He looks completely different. So, Annette, are you free tomorrow? Burned asks softly, leaning forward and resting his chin on his hand. Why tomorrow? Burned smiles warmly and replies, I just want to spend the day alone with you. Thinking about it, we've never really done anything properly together. Well, all right. Annette says, raising her wine glass while imagining a funny scenario of dragging Bernd along on a massive shopping spree where he is completely buried under gift boxes and bags. Smiling warmly at each other, they clink their wine glasses together in a pleasant toast. I'll see you tomorrow morning then. Back at the Imperial training grounds, several young knights continue to practice their swordsmanship. Phew! A silver-haired knight wipes the sweat from his neck with a towel after finishing his intense training. He suddenly pauses, noticing some strange movement nearby. The other young knights look extremely tense and nervous, sweating as they whisper anxiously to one another. Feeling the silver-haired knight's gaze on them, the knights quickly turn their heads away to avoid eye contact. Annette recalls her past confrontation with them. If you've got any coins left, why not have a match with me? The knight stammered, a match of darts? As Annette added, while we're at it, you should stop acting so childish. The knights looked sheepish and asked, huh? What do you mean? To which Annette replied firmly, you knights keep looking down on others just because they come from a different background. It doesn't look good, you know? They haven't picked fights since then, Edwin thinks to himself with a sweat drop, when suddenly a voice calls out, Edwin! Exclamation point! Edwin turns around in surprise to see Annette standing there with a bright smile. He asks, what brings you here? To which she cheerfully replies, well, there's something I wanted to say. Thank you for saving me from the slums. Smiling warmly against a beautiful floral background, Annette says, thanks to you, neither the people nor I were hurt. Blushing and scratching the back of his neck, the silver-haired knight Edwin stammers, I was merely following Bernd's orders. Annette recalls a past memory of defending a child, shouting, and I apologize for talking about the knight's honor. I didn't mean it. Edwin looks down in heavy, contemplative silence. A teacup shatters on the floor with a loud crash. In the background, Annette smirks with her finger to her lips, saying, aren't all mercenaries just clueless? Annette points an accusing finger at Edwin, declaring, even if Bernd told you to protect me, I'm not someone a lowly person like you should serve, so get out of my room and rot. Staring at Annette, Edwin's sweat drops and wonders, is that really the same person? Just until recently, she was definitely... Clashing swords frame Annette as she cheerfully asks Edwin, can you teach me some swordsmanship? Edwin is completely bewildered as he repeats, swordsmanship? While Chibi Annette raises her fist and replies, yes, I've been thinking about it. Annette looks incredibly determined, clenching her fist as she says, to survive in this world, I need real power, physical strength, while Edwin watches her from behind. A grim flashback reveals a man forcefully grabbing Annette's wrist as she thinks, power is good too, but Edwin rests his hand on his chin, deeply lost in thought under the sun. Annette clasps her hands in pure joy, exclaiming, all right, really? We have a promise, all right? Annette waves happily and calls out, then I'll see you again tomorrow morning. I have an appointment today, so I'll be going now, leaving Edwin sweating in confusion. Edwin is left standing alone, completely stunned by her sudden departure. With a towel draped over his shoulders, Edwin looks thoughtful under the bright sky. Annette pets a majestic dark horse with bright amber eyes, happily shouting, Thunderbolt. Annette embraces the horse joyfully, crying, I missed you, my sweetie, while Bernd, a handsome red-haired man, stands behind her with a smile, saying, I'm glad I bought you a horse as a gift. Bernd gently pats the horse's muzzle and asks Annette, by the way, have you thought about where you want to go? Standing in a glittering golden background with the word flex written behind him, Bernd holds up his card and smiles, saying, today, I'll buy you anything you want. With a slightly different framing of the sparkling flex background, Bernd generously repeats, today, I'll buy you anything you want. Annette's eyes sparkle with excitement as she blushes and gasps, what, you'll buy me anything? Annette looks slightly suspicious as she thinks, but is it really okay for me to accept this? Even I have a conscience. Since we grew up together, maybe it's just an older brother's way of showing he cares? In a cute chibi panel, Bernd explains, I was thinking we could pick out your present together since your birthday's coming up. Don't tell me there's really nothing you want. Annette immediately changes her mind and answers, no, sounds good. Surrounded by beautiful cherry blossoms, Annette blushingly confesses, the truth is, there's something I've been dying to eat. A gorgeous bakery shop is revealed, filled with stunning cakes, tarts, and cookies on display. Annette clasps her hands together, drooling with excitement over a magnificent tower of pastries. Looking around the quaint bakery, Bernd asks with a hint of skepticism, is this all you could scrimp together for a meal? Annette is comically offended, arguing, scrimp? Not at all. They say it's the most popular bakery in town. She remembers her friend Lucy suggesting it, thinking, but wouldn't food taste twice as good when you're spending someone else's money? Annette happily digs into a slice of strawberry shortcake, cheering, then I'll enjoy it. Savoring her dessert in a sea of bubbles and fruits, Annette exclaims, it's delicious, so fragrant, it just melts in your mouth. The smooth cream and the burst of blueberries go so perfectly together. As Annette happily munches on her cake, Byrne looks at her warmly and smiles, saying, "You really like it that much? I can buy as much as you want, so just let me know whenever." Byrne suddenly stops and looks at her with curiosity, saying, Byrne reaches across the table towards her face, saying, "Wait," while Annette blinks in surprise with a fork in her mouth. Gently swiping his thumb over her lips, Byrne cleans off a bit of leftover cream as Annette widens her eyes. Framed by a dramatic background of glowing roses and falling feathers, Byrne slowly licks the cream off his thumb. Flustered and blushing furiously, Annette clutches her chest and thinks, what a surprise, barging in face first like that. Why is he so skilled at this? While Byrne gazes at her with a knowing smile. Annette swallows nervously, completely captivated as she thinks, wow, I know it's obvious, but really. Staring dreamily across the table, Annette's mind floats as she thinks, so handsome. Byrne asks with a smirk, "What, did you just say that to me?" Which makes chibi Annette sweat drop in embarrassment as she holds up a tart to cover up. "Oops, I accidentally let it slip. Haha, no, I meant it about the tart." Byrne sighs playfully and laughs, Yeah, you were calling the tart handsome." Annette turns completely red, jumping up and screaming, "I don't know." Pushing Byrne out of the bakery, Annette shouts, "Let's go to the next shop." As the staff calls out behind them, "Please come again." A breathtaking, multi-tiered jewelry store with gilded archways and brilliant showcases is revealed. Annette stands in awe of the shop, gasping, "Wow." Walking inside with eyes wide with wonder, Annette says, "It's really flashy, isn't it?" Annette smiles brightly, remembering Byrne's words. If you've tasted the best dessert in town, shouldn't you also check out the finest jewelry store in the territory? Before thinking, it's like they've put every gemstone in the world into one shop. Gesturing proudly, Byrne tells her, "Annette, pick out everything you like," as a nearby employee watches in shock. The jewelry store manager bows repeatedly in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh my, if it isn't the young master." When the young master of the Lois family shows up in person, one can hardly keep still. "Are you looking for something special for your fiancé?" The jewelry store manager asks with a polite smile, presenting a beautiful box containing a red gemstone necklace and matching earrings. "Then how about this one?" Fiancé? Annette sweat drops in complete bewilderment as she processes the manager's words. Byrne smiles charmingly and replies, "Yes, show me everything that you think my fiancé will love. I'll buy it all." Hey, why would I be Byrne's fiancé? Annette thinks to herself, completely dumbfounded, as the manager eagerly holds up another sparkling box. It's an extremely rare pink diamond. You can't just buy one even if you pay a fortune. It would suit your hair color perfectly. Or perhaps something like this? The manager continues to show off one exquisite piece after another. It's a trendy item among the young ladies these days. "Oh no, I can't leave this one out. There are only 3 of these in the entire world. And this jewel was crafted by the finest artisan in the capital." The gorgeous floral pearl necklace sparkles beautifully against a soft lavender background. Admiring herself in a hand mirror with the elegant bow accessory in her hair, Annette blushes and says, "Wow, they're all so beautiful." Annette begins to overthink in a cute chibi thought bubble, wondering, but do I really need all of that? These gems are so precious, I doubt I could even sell them. I feel like I'd get caught in no time. Annette happily places the accessory back down on the counter, leaving the manager in complete shock as she turns around and says, Byrne, forget the jewels. If you're gonna buy me something, buy me food instead. That cake we had earlier was really delicious." Byrne sighs playfully and smirks, saying, you just don't get it, do you? You're saying cake is better than jewels?" Before turning to the manager and commanding, "Hey, send all the jewels my lover saw today to the mansion." The manager bows in sheer ecstasy, exclaiming, "Oh my, thank you! I'll pack them up carefully and ship them off right away." While Annette panics, shouting, "What? You're really gonna buy them all? Isn't that a bit extravagant?" Byrne leans in close, surrounded by blooming pink roses as he whispers, "Really? I wouldn't hesitate to buy you the whole store." Annette is completely speechless, sweating as she thinks to herself, rich people really do have a different sense of economics. Somehow I feel he has never known the value of saving a penny. A beautiful white and gold carriage travels smoothly down a sunlit road lined with lush green trees. Inside the carriage, Annette sits in quiet, contemplative silence, looking out the window while Byrne watches her. Byrne rests his chin on his hand, gazing at Annette with a soft, affectionate smile as they ride along. Against a dark, ominous background, Byrne's inner thoughts reveal his deep attachment. "It's been so long since I felt such pure, heartfelt love for Annette." A painful flashback shows a shattered picture frame on the floor, reminding Byrne of their past hostility. "Not long ago, we were fighting every single day," as he remembers angrily grabbing a defensive and furious Annette. Shifting back to the present, Byrne gently reaches out and takes hold of Annette's hand. With a tender and devoted expression, Byrne raises her hand and gently kisses the back of it under the warm afternoon sun. Suddenly, a dark, heavy aura surrounds Byrne as his gaze turns incredibly cold and intense. We can't go back to those days, Byrne thinks to himself with a dark determination while holding her hand tightly. So I must make the most of this chance while her memories are blurred. Looking out at the carriage disappearing down the dark, shadowed forest road, Byrne resolves so that she never slips away from my grasp. Under a bright, clear blue sky, birds chirp merrily among beautiful blue flowers. Annette stands energetically in her training gear, stretching her arms as she enthusiastically declares, "Today my swordplay lessons with Edwin begin." Looking at a rack filled with various swords and daggers, Annette's eyes sparkle as she asks, "Wow, is this the weapon I'll be using?" As Annette reaches out to touch a sharp silver sword, a hand suddenly places a simple wooden practice sword in front of her. Edwin holds out the wooden weapon, explaining firmly, "Lady Annette, this is the weapon you'll be using. Long swords are difficult for beginners to handle." Annette droops in comic disappointment, imagining herself effortlessly defeating bandits with a cool steel sword. "Ah, I wanted a long sword, though." Smiling determinedly, Annette takes the wooden practice sword and says, "Oh well, can't be helped. Learning always requires humility. Do I hold it like this?" Edwin steps closer and places his hand on her arm to correct her form. "Keep your arms tucked in more," he instructs. Leaning in close behind her amidst a sudden flurry of flowers, Edwin adds softly, "And spread your legs wider." Both of them suddenly realize their extreme proximity and freeze, blushing furiously as an awkward silence settles over them. Edwin quickly turns away, clearing his throat in embarrassment while thinking, "What's with that atmosphere just now?" Coughing nervously, Edwin says, "Now I'll show you how to wield the sword properly." Standing in a ready stance, Edwin instructs, "First, try to attack me below my chest." Annette swings her wooden sword forward with determination, asking, like this? Edwin effortlessly sidesteps the attack, leaving Annette swinging at empty air. "Ah!" Annette gasps as her swing misses completely, while Edwin watches her with a calm, focused gaze. Frustrated but persistent, Annette turns back and shouts, "Again, please?" Ugh, how embarrassing. That was a mistake, just a mistake. Annette swings her sword once more, trying her best to make contact. Edwin smoothly evades every single strike, leaving a panting Annette holding her sword in exhaustion. Annette stands on the grass, completely worn out as she groans, "This is impossible. None of my attacks are landing." Edwin rests his chin on his hand, deeply pondering. Maybe I should try throwing the sword instead. As chibi Annette throws a dart in anger, screaming, "Is he ignoring me?" Clenching her hand around the wooden sword handle, Annette thinks determinedly, "Well, when it comes to persistence, I never back down and I'm not about to start here." Suddenly, Byrne's cold, imposing voice rings out from behind them. What are you doing?" Turning to face him, Edwin politely explains, "Oh, Lord Byrne, at Lady Annette's request, I've been teaching her swordplay." Byrne stares at them with a dark, deeply displeased expression, asking coldly, "Swordplay? Why would you?" Annette scratches her neck nervously, stammering, "Well, after what happened, I thought I should know how to protect myself," while thinking to herself, "I forgot to tell Byrne about this." Byrne confronts Annette angrily, declaring, "Stop it right now," to which she asks, "Why?" Byrne replies, "Why? I don't want to see you holding a sword." Annette argues, "But what if another dangerous situation arises?" And Byrne concludes firmly, "I won't let you be exposed to that kind of danger again." Dropping her wooden practice sword onto the grass, Annette decides to give up, thinking, "Fine, whatever. I probably don't have the talent for it anyway." Byrne steps in and smiles approvingly, saying, "That's right, Annette. That's sound reasoning. I'll assign guards to you so you won't have to worry about such things." Under Edwin's disappointed gaze, Annette sweat drops and argues back, "I don't need guards. I'll only go to safe places." Inside the quiet building, a bookshelf packed with heavy volumes sparkles brilliantly after a thorough cleaning. The polished round wooden table in the room gleams with pristine cleanliness, reflecting the warm sunlight. Annette lies flat on her back on the couch, staring blankly upward as she groans, "I'm so bored." A beautifully decorated sign declares the room as "Former Temple Annex, now Annette's office. So bored, I deep clean the place." Annette lies completely upside down on the plush white sofa, her long hair cascading onto the floor as she holds a feather duster in absolute boredom. Hearing a sudden knock, chibi Annette sits up instantly with sparkling eyes and wonders, "Is that my first client?" Opening the door with a bright smile, Annette calls out, "Yes, coming." A stunningly handsome nobleman with dark hair, dressed in a regal white and purple uniform, is revealed amidst a beautiful flurry of blue flowers. "Lucas?" Welcoming him inside, Annette asks, "What brings you here?" As Lucas replies with a gentle smile, "I heard a strange rumor that you were here." Annette proudly gestures to her new space, declaring, "Aha, seems word is already spreading. Welcome to Annette and the gang. Though it's on loan, this office is in my name." Lucas sweats nervously in complete bewilderment, contemplating her bizarre choice of words. Gang? Loan? Looking at him with concern, Annette asks, "Are you recovering well from your injury?" To which he quietly responds, "Yes." Lucas blushes slightly and looks away, murmuring, "I was also worried you might have gotten hurt," just as a sudden knock sounds at the door. Annette turns back toward the door in anticipation, gasping, "Is that a real customer this time?" while Lucas watches her with a nervous sigh. Bursting through the door in a shower of sparkles and pink flowers, Charles happily shouts, "Lady Annette!" Chibi Annette reacts with a deadpan, unamused expression. Ah, it's just Charles. This leaves a wounded Charles crying, "Lady Annette, what kind of reaction is that? Please be more welcoming." Charles's cheerful expression instantly vanishes as he glares intensely at Lucas, saying, "But Lord Royenthal seems to have too much time on his hands." Sparks of hostility fly between the two men as Lucas retorts, "Lord Avon, I've never seen you actually training." Sensing the rising tension, Annette backs away and says, "Yes, well, I'll leave you two to continue your business. I'll be cleaning the yard." Stepping outside, Annette rubs her forehead in exhaustion, sighing, This is draining. Why do they always fight like this whenever they meet?" Strolling down a peaceful path lined with lush green trees, Annette wonders, "Anyway, what should I do now?" A bright light bulb pops up above Annette's head as she gets an idea. Instead of just sitting around, I should look for work. Spotting a familiar face, Annette waves her hand high in the air and happily calls out, "Lucy." Turning around with a bright, welcoming smile, the maid exclaims, "Annette." Helping her friend scrub the laundry in a large wooden tub, Annette laughs as Lucy notes, "You said you quit working at the temple, but you're still coming around." To which Annette replies, "Well, I've started my own business." Pointing a finger thoughtfully, Annette asks, "So I was wondering, is there anything else I can help you with?" Lucy ponders for a moment and suggests, let me think. For something like that, wouldn't Ariel's parents know?" Surrounded by beautiful blue flowers, Lucy blushes happily and proudly holds up her hand to show off a ring. "By the way, Annette, I've decided to marry Ariel." Squeezing Lucy's hands in excitement, Chibi Annette cheers, "What? Congratulations!" While a blushing Lucy giggles, "Thanks." Annette looks on with envious adoration, imagining her own dream wedding as she sighs, I'm jealous. Will I ever be able to marry Enoch?" Blushing dreamily, Annette continues to envision their bright future, and then build a home together where we live happily ever after. Clenching her fist with fierce determination, Annette resolves, "To do that, I first need to make this business with Noah successful, and then create a strong gang so that no one can mess with Enoch and me." Smiling warmly at her hardworking friend, Annette says, "Lucy, I want to live like you do." A painful flashback shows Annette's exhausting past life, reminding her of how she struggled, carrying heavy boxes and waitressing. "Until now, I've been working blindly without any real purpose, while putting romance on the back burner." Surrounded by vibrant yellow blossoms, Annette smiles confidently and vows, "In this life, I'm gonna work so I can enjoy myself." Pumping her fists in the air, Annette cheers, "So I need to stay motivated, fighting," while Lucy looks on with a confused smile and replies, "All right." Under a bright sky, a traveler wearing a long golden brown cloak rides a brown horse swiftly down a dirt path through the woods. Remembering Lucy's words as she wrote down an address, Annette recalls, "Lucy, is there anything else I can help with?" "Well, for something like that, wouldn't your parents know better? I'll write down the address, so go find it." Wearing stylish riding gear and holding the slip of paper, Annette stands confidently next to her horse, wondering, is it nearby? Walking into the bustling village marketplace, Annette takes in the lively sights of a blacksmith hammering iron and merchants shouting, "It's my first time visiting the village alone." Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes from a nearby alleyway, "Please tell me," making Annette stop in her tracks and turn around in curiosity. Annette spots a young green-haired boy kneeling and begging a burly blacksmith. The boy cries, "I'm doomed without them," to which the angry blacksmith retorts, "It's the thief's fault, not mine. What do you want me to do?" And the boy pleads, "You know who took them. Please help me." Annette immediately recognizes him, thinking, "Leon? Isn't he that kid who works at the temple? I once helped him when he was getting scolded for breaking a plate." The ruthless blacksmith violently pushes the young boy to the ground, shouting, "Get lost. I have nothing to say to you, so scram," as Annette gasps in shock. Rushing to the boy's side, Annette kneels to support him and angrily demands, "What are you doing to this child?" Cradling the boy's face gently, Annette says in dismay, "My goodness, how could you hurt a child's face like this?" While a shocked Leon gasps, "Big sis Annette." Annette stands up to confront the massive blacksmith, demanding, hey, what did he do that was so wrong in order to deserve this? Which prompts a panicked Leon to tug at her cloak and clarify, sis, that man didn't hit me. Shuffling his feet nervously and clutching Annette's cloak, Leon looks down and stammers, well, you see, turning his back with a harsh, dismissive glare, the blacksmith barks, if you're done here, stop interfering with my business and get lost, before slamming his heavy wooden door shut. Annette is outraged by the blacksmith's rudeness and asks, what? What kind of nasty-tempered man is he? Leon looks down sadly, murmuring, if only they hadn't been stolen. To which Annette turns in surprise, asking, huh? What do you mean? Leon looks down nervously, shifting his feet as he says, well, looking at the troubled young boy, Annette feels a deep sense of sympathy as she remembers her own past. I ran away from the orphanage when I was about his age. Kneeling down in the street, Annette gently takes Leon's hands and says, Leon, tell me what happened. I'll help you. Leon is deeply touched by her kindness, thinking, no one's ever helped me before stammering, well, recalling the incident, Leon explains, I was running an errand for a night to pick up equipment from the blacksmith that was being repaired. But on my way back, Leon's flashback continues as he remembers being shoved aside. Some nights I saw at the blacksmith took the equipment from me. Leon explains with worry, this isn't the first time equipment has been stolen from me. If I lose something again, I might really get kicked out of the temple this time. Then I won't be able to earn money for my sick sister's medicine. This makes Annette suspicious as she asks, something smells really fishy about this. Was the knight who sent you from the first night order or the second night order? Leon replies, the first night order, ma'am. Knowing Lucas is in charge, Annette smiles confidently, planning to solve the issue and bill Lucas for the service, since they cannot ignore that temple equipment was stolen and a child was hurt. Patting Leon on the shoulder, Annette instructs, Leon, for now you should go back to the temple, leaving a confused Leon to ask, what? But surrounded by beautiful yellow blossoms, Annette gives a confident thumbs up, determined to get to the bottom of this. Annette knocks and enters the blacksmith's workshop, calling out, excuse me, only for the burly blacksmith to yell angrily, unless you're buying weapons, leave. Checking out a helmet, Annette retorts, what, do you treat all customers this rudely? While thinking to herself, wow, the merchandise here is good. Turning away with a harsh scowl, the blacksmith grunts, I have nothing to say, so leave. Annette confronts him directly, demanding, you could at least tell me who took it. Don't you feel sorry for the child? Suddenly, the blacksmith draws a large, gleaming sword right in front of Annette, causing her to cry out in terror. Eek! Is he trying to kill me? Pointing the weapon, the blacksmith tells her, look here. Annette sighs with relief as she realizes the blade is held steady for her to examine. Whew, he's not trying to kill me after all. That really scared me. Noticing an emblem of a lion and crossed swords on the blade, Annette wonders, is this a family crest? As the blacksmith sits down and says, I can't explain any further. I've got a weapon pointed at you, you know? Annette peers closely at the engraved sword blade, focusing on the mysterious crest. Realizing the blacksmith is looking around nervously, Annette wonders, why is he so afraid? Before she slides the sword away, saying, thanks for the information. Annette says goodbye to the fearful blacksmith, leaving him with a final warning. See you next time. A dramatic sound effect echoes as a sudden realization hits. Back in her office, Annette holds a paper with a terrible hand-drawn sketch of a lion and swords, sighing, this isn't right. Sitting at her desk in Annette's office, a stressed Annette tries to recreate the family crest from memory. It should be more like... Suddenly, Charles sneaks up behind her and happily shouts, boss, causing Annette to scream in terror, yikes. Annette scolds him angrily, don't come in without knocking. To which Charles defends himself, what? I did knock, didn't you hear? What on earth were you doing? As he leans in to inspect her drawings. Charles stares at the drawing in dramatic shock, gasping, this is... Comically imagining a green dinosaur and a pink worm, Charles says, a drawing of a dinosaur and a worm, I see. Annette snaps in anger, yelling, no, it's not. It's a lion and a sword. Charles quickly flatters her, saying, I mean, I could tell it was a lion and sword at first glance. It's so obvious. How could anyone mistake it? To which Annette replies dryly, obvious my foot. By the way, why were you drawing the Oldenburg family crest? Annette's eyes widen in surprise as she asks, huh? This is the Oldenburg family crest? And Charles confirms, yes, the lion and sword are that family's symbols. Staring down at her desk, Annette murmurs, I see, as a quiet thoughtfulness fills the room. Leaning in close with a playful grin, Charles asks, so you're curious about them? Prompting a flustered Annette to look away and lie, what? Not at all. Turning away dramatically, Charles teases, I see. No one knows more about them than I do, but if you're not curious, there's nothing I can do. Leaving Annette annoyed at this sly fox. Annette finally gives in, sighing, Fine, I am curious. Which brings a smug, handsome smile to Charles's face. Surrounded by a flurry of pink roses, Charles gently holds Annette's hands and suggests, if you grant me one wish. Feeling nervous under his intense gaze, Annette sweatingly asks, what's the wish? Charles smiles playfully, giggling, ho-ho, that's a secret, leaving Annette fuming with irritation. Charles reassures her, saying, but don't worry, I won't ask for something difficult, while Annette calculates, right, if he makes a strange request, I can just refuse then. Annette agrees, saying, all right, as long as it's not difficult, making Charles cheer happily. Of course, master. Charles' playful attitude vanishes as his expression grows serious. The Oldenburg family is... Charles explains the dark rumors. The Oldenburg family is famous for being greedy and vile. There are rumors of how they constantly beat their servants. He continues, and recently, they've been getting closer with the robed nobles, referring to those who bought their official titles. Annette deeply ponders this information, thinking, I see, but why would they steal Leon's equipment? Is the temple's authority really declining, or are they just that reckless? Annette stands up, thinking, I need to investigate further, as Charles happily suggests, by the way, master, how about having tea with me? Only for her to dismiss him, saying, I have a lot to do, so I should get going. Walking toward the door, Annette says, Charles, you should head back too, leaving him completely rejected as he cries, what? Even though I'd only gotten here 3 minutes ago? Master? Annette walks off deep in thought, wondering, should I go back to the village? Determined to solve the mystery, Annette resolves, maybe I can find a clue, as a tearful chibi Charles reaches out for her in the background. Suddenly, a ripe red apple is thrown swiftly through the air with a loud whoosh. A hand catches the apple with a sharp, clean snap against the bustling background of the village. Taking a big, crunchy bite out of a fresh red apple, Annette savors the sweet flavor. Annette hands a gold coin to the friendly market merchant, who smiles warmly and bids her, thank you, come again. Leading her horse by the reins, Annette takes a stroll through the bustling market plaza while enjoying her apple, thinking, all right, today is stakeout duty in the plaza, where most people come and go. Suddenly, an angry voice from nearby disrupts the market's lively atmosphere, shouting, damn it, those cheap bastards! Annette looks over and spots a knight in full armor arguing with a man who loudly complains to take all of that. Intrigued, Annette wonders, what did they take? Watching the knight turn and storm off, Annette overhears them say, you're going back, right? To which the frustrated knight replies, of course, I can't back down feeling this wronged. Deciding to follow them, Annette feeds the rest of her apple to her horse and says, let's go too, Thunderbolt. Annette quietly leads her horse down a dusty path that winds deep into a quiet forest. Keeping a safe distance, Annette follows the two men along the trail, wondering, how far in are they going? Isn't this just a forest? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind rustles the leaves and blows back Annette's hood, making her exclaim, ah, suddenly the wind! Squinting through the blowing leaves, Annette's eyes widen in sheer shock as she notices something unexpected through the trees. Reaching the edge of a cliff, Annette looks down to find a massive, packed arena nestled in the valley below, where two knights on horseback prepare to clash. Staring at the grand spectacle and the cheering crowds, Annette murmurs in disbelief, an arena? Down in the arena, a knight in silver armor raises a long spear and declares, I am Estelle of the Taylor family. I swear I will win for my beloved Lady Ludbona. The crowd of spectators erupts into thunderous cheers, waving their fists and shouting, win, win! Annette leads her horse down into the lively stadium grounds, passing a merchant's weapon stall while thinking, I didn't know there was such a large arena near the village. The friendly stall merchant notices her and calls out with a smile, hey young lady, first time here? Approaching the counter, Annette asks, yes, I am. What is this place? To which the merchant cheerfully explains, this is a jousting arena. It's where knights fight, staking their honor. Pointing toward the arena floor, the merchant adds, oh, it's starting just now. On the field, a knight charges forward on horseback with full force, yelling, take this! With a resounding crash, the two charging knights collide at high speed, their heavy wooden lances striking each other's shields. Under the immense pressure of the impact, one of the lances completely shatters into splinters. The broken pieces of the weapon fly high into the air as the crowd roars with excitement. High-angle view of the roaring crowd chanting, Estelle, Estelle, prompting a highly impressed Annette to mutter, wow, this is no joke. The merchant turns back to Annette and explains the tournament's simple rules. Did you see the lance shatter just now? The knight whose lance is intact won. Pointing toward the arena floor where a losing knight is kneeling in defeat, the merchant continues, the winning knight can take the loser's equipment. Look there. The merchant sets down another lance, adding, to re-challenge, the losing knight must buy back their equipment first. Smiling greedily as coins rain around him, the merchant chuckles. Scooping up the money spilling from the pockets of honor-obsessed knights makes up a pretty good business. There are even knights who become penniless from jousting, all for that so-called honor. Isn't that right, young lady? Annette nods in agreement, thinking to herself, yep, money is more important than honor. Suddenly, a realization strikes Annette, and she ponders, if knights can take and lose equipment, then could Leon's equipment be? Eager to find a clue, Annette asks, Mister, by any chance have the knights from the Oldenburg family participated recently? To which the merchant replies, I don't really know about that. Suddenly, a tall man in riding boots approaches the stall from behind, confidently declaring, I happen to know about that. A flamboyant nobleman with a golden mustache draped in roses and sparkles boasts, yesterday those foolish Oldenburg knights lost to me, so I took all of their equipment. Repulsed by his overly dramatic presence, Annette covers her mouth and thinks, what's with this greasy-looking guy? I feel like the apple I ate earlier is coming back up. As she looks closer at his cape, Annette notices a familiar emblem, thinking, wait, that's the temple's crest. Striking a theatrical pose, the arrogant nobleman brushes his hair back and preens. Ho-ho, I know I'm handsome, but it's troubling if you stare so intently. The nobleman bows and kisses Annette's hand, saying, I am called Baron Geoffrey. It's an honor to meet such a beautiful lady. Pulling her hand away in disgust, Annette snaps, skip the greetings. That equipment belongs to the temple, so please return it. Leaning in close with a sly grin, Baron Geoffrey replies, I can't do that. However, if such a lovely lady would go on a date with me, I might reconsider. Gagging at his advances, Annette backs away in horror, thinking, seeing a face like that up close makes me want to vomit. Retreat for now. Pointing an angry finger back at him, Annette yells, that equipment, I'll be back for it, so absolutely don't sell it. Annette stomps away in irritation, while Baron Geoffrey watches her leave with a smirk, thinking, finally, I found it. Looking around the crowded grounds in a panic, Annette gasps, where did Thunderbolt go? While a lovesick Baron Geoffrey gazes after her, whispering, my destined partner. A beautiful, sprawling view of a grand palace corridor with marble archways and towering columns. Back in her office, a nauseous Annette clutches her stomach, groaning, ugh. Remembering Baron Geoffrey posing with a rose in his mouth and saying, my lovely lady, please come on a date with me, Annette shudders. Just thinking of his greasy face makes me want to puke again. Frustrated, a chibi Annette flails her arms and screams, Arg, enough with this, I need to get back to work. Annette paces around, deeply contemplating her next move. That slimy old guy definitely won't hand back Leon's equipment easily, so there's no choice but to win it back through the tournament. Who should I ask? I can't go fight myself. Suddenly, something catches Annette's eye, causing her to stop and wonder. Chibi Annette tilts her head in curiosity, asking, what's going on here? From outside, a loud announcement echoes through the clear blue sky, declaring, Sea Captain wins. Standing victoriously in the training courtyard, a dazzlingly handsome Lucas faces his exhausted training opponent, leaving his junior knights completely breathless. With a gentle tug on his collar, Lucas unbuttons his damp shirt to cool off after the grueling sparring session. Lucas completely removes his shirt, revealing a perfectly sculpted, muscular chest and six-pack abs amidst a shower of sparkling blue flowers. Savoring the spectacular view, Annette happily swoons to herself. His body looks perfect every time I see it. It's like my tainted eyes are cleansed from yesterday. Standing confidently shirtless with his training sword in hand, Lucas calls out, all right, who's next? His exhausted knights nervously ask, do we need to continue fighting here? You always win anyway, Captain. But Lucas smirks and teases them, oh, you seem to have plenty of energy left to criticize my orders. So eager for extra training, I assume? Making them quickly panic, no, sir. Lucas grins and tells his men, then train with enough determination to surpass me instead of complaining. When suddenly someone calls out, Lucas! Turning around, Lucas tells his men, continue training on your own, before warmly welcoming Annette, saying, Annette, what brings you here? To which she replies, there's something I wanted to ask you. Looking over the training grounds, Annette asks, anyway, what exactly are you doing? And Lucas explains, it's a monthly tournament held at the First Knight Division. I'm personally participating to enhance the knight's capabilities. Deeply contemplating, Annette smiles as she thinks, right, Lucas is the captain, so a tournament is nothing for him. Since this is related to the First Knight Division, Lucas should be perfect for it. Recognizing her expression, Lucas asks, so what was it you wanted to say? Prompting her to nervously reply, well, the thing is, sitting across from her in his office, Lucas reacts with surprise, asking, a jousting tournament? In a cozy, chibi-styled scene, Lucas asks in confusion, you want me to participate? And Annette eagerly answers, yes, just retrieve the equipment they took. Folding his arms, Lucas admits, "I'm not fond of that kind of tournament. Winning gear through fights isn't honorable." Frustrated by his rigid sense of chivalry, a chibi Annette fumes with irritation, thinking, this is frustrating. Who cares about honor right now? Before Lucas chimes back in. However, Lucas smiles warmly amidst white flowers and declares, "We can't let stolen things stay stolen," making a chibi Annette cheer happily. "Precisely, that's what I was hoping to hear." Before Lucas asks, "When is the tournament?" Annette explains the details. 3 days from now. It's a tournament format, so you'll have to start from the preliminaries. Smiling brightly amidst a flurry of yellow flowers, Annette reaches out to him and says, "Lucas, I'm counting on you." Surprised by her warm gaze, Lucas blushes intensely and gasps in shock. Finding his voice amidst a beautiful floral background, Lucas gently replies, "All right." Annette walks away with a happy wave saying, "See you in 3 days then," while thinking to herself with a smug grin, "Heh, I kind of felt like a startup CEO just now." Left alone in his office, Lucas stares down at his hand with a dazed, blushing expression. Lucas's intense blue eyes burn with focus and dedication, fully resolved to win the tournament for her sake. Suddenly, a sweet, thought-filled bubble on a pastel floral background calls out, "My lady." The cheerful and sparkling Charles appears with a brilliant, rosy smile, completely basking in his deep admiration for Annette. Seeing him, a chibi Annette deadpans, "It's just you, Charles," making chibi Charles cry dramatically. "M'lady, I'm deeply hurt. You didn't even join me for tea yesterday." Forcing a polite smile despite her annoyance, Annette replies, "Haha, nice to see you, Charles. Anyway, what business brings you here?" Charles smiles playfully and leans in close, asking, "About that, remember when you promised to grant my wish last time?" Remembering their previous encounter, a sweating Annette nervously thinks to herself, "Right, I got hypnotized by his looks and agreed to grant his wish." Clasping his hands together in pure excitement, Charles beams, "Join me in watching the jousting tournament." With a sharp glint in his eyes, Charles explains his findings. "I've looked into the Oldenburg family some more, you see. Apparently, knights from Oldenburg always take part in jousting tournaments." Charles reacts with dramatic shock, exclaiming, "What? You've already decided to go with Lucas?" Charles dramatically holds Annette's hand and whines, "And as your knight too? You should have asked me for something like that." Sporting cute, droopy puppy ears, Chibi Charles tearfully asks, "So you're relying on Sir Royenthal instead of me?" Prompting Annette to defend herself. "Relying? It's just that it's the first Knight Division's responsibility, that's all. Like, how exactly are you managing your knights that things turned out this way?" As she mentally sighs, "Why did I even choose Lucas in the first place?" Seeing her dismissive response, a dejected Chibi Charles hangs his head in silent, comical despair. Suddenly, Charles's ears pop straight up with a soft bounce as a clever idea strikes him. Leaning in close with a charming, confident smile, Charles suggests, "There's no reason we can't watch it together, right?" Realizing she cannot refuse, Annette sighs, "I suppose not," making Charles cheer, "I'll cheer for Sir Royenthal as well. More supporters should help boost his morale, right?" As they comically cheer on a passing Lucas in the background. Charles chuckles mischievously, secretly plotting, "I'll flaunt my closeness with M'lady to make sure Royenthal loses," imagining a distracted Lucas getting knocked off his horse. Pondering the situation, Annette realizes, with his rival Charles watching, it might actually ignite Lucas's competitiveness even more. Smiling, she agrees, "Fine, let's go together in 3 days then." 3 days later, Annette steps out of her carriage looking absolutely stunning in a lavish pink gown surrounded by fresh roses. Stunned by her breathtaking appearance, Charles blushes intensely and cheers, "Lady Annette, I knew it'd suit you perfectly," while Lucas stares in speechless awe. Annette remembers how the beautiful dress was originally returned by Charles because of Byrne's interference. She recalls that Charles went back to the boutique to buy them back, insisting, "Telling me I absolutely had to wear them today." Looking at her with a racing heart, Lucas blushes and thinks, "I feel like this is my first time seeing her in something other than her uniform." Flustered by their intense gazes, Annette frantically defends herself. "I wore this to avoid looking suspicious. It's a bit flashy, but doesn't it look like a typical young lady just heading out to a tournament?" Clearing her throat to break the tension, Annette quickly urges them, "Anyway, let's hurry, we shouldn't be late." Stepping back into the carriage, Annette commands, "Right, let's move." As the carriage speeds down the forest road, a narration box declares, "Today is finally the decisive day. We'll definitely win and retrieve Leon's equipment." The bustling tournament grounds are packed with people, and a massive crowd cheers in the stands where Annette and Charles watch from their balcony. Annette feels a sudden wave of worry wash over her, wondering why she is feeling so nervous. Annette nervously asks if Lucas can win, and Charles confidently reassures her that he should, though he secretly hopes Lucas will lose and get embarrassed. Charles explains that the royal tournament is held every 4 years and sponsored by the royal family, bringing together knights from across the continent to fight for honor, with prize money beyond imagination sparking Annette's sudden interest. Annette's eyes instantly light up with sparkling stars at the mention of money, and she eagerly asks if there truly is such a tournament and if the Temple Knights can participate. Charles explains that Temple Knights are nobles sworn to the goddess and cannot strive for personal gain or glory, leaving a disappointed Annette to sigh at the wasted opportunity to make a fortune. Annette secretly plots to persuade Noah to join the tournament since he needs money to pay off his debt, giggling to herself while Charles notes that she seems to have finally relaxed. The stadium erupts with thunderous cheers as the announcer declares that the moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived and the first round is about to begin. Raising his arm to the crowd, Marquis Adolf proudly boasts that he has already won this match 3 times before. While Marquis Adolf laughs and promises to show off his winning skills again, Lucas stands calmly in his magnificent armor, introducing himself with quiet confidence. With the announcer's call for the match to begin, a loud trumpet fanfare echoes through the stadium. The horses gallop at full speed across the dirt field, kicking up dust as the 2 competitors charge directly toward each other. With a deafening splintering sound, the lances collide with immense force, shattering one of the wooden weapons instantly. The knights ride past each other in a flash of movement as the broken fragments of the shattered lance bounce off the ground. The spectators in the stands watch the intense action unfold with wide eyes and breathless anticipation. The arena erupts into a deafening roar as the crowd chants Lucas's name in sheer excitement while he calmly adjusts his helmet. Annette is delighted and relieved by Lucas's incredibly easy victory, while Charles stands beside her, trembling with intense jealousy and rage. Lucas removes his helmet, letting his dark hair fall loose as he stands victoriously on the field, looking incredibly dashing. Annette's cheeks turn bright red as she realizes that her eyes have met Lucas's from across the stadium. Sensing her gaze, Lucas looks up at Annette and offers her a warm, gentle smile that makes him look even more dazzling. As several noble girls in the crowd swoon with heart-shaped eyes over Lucas, Annette gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up, thinking he looks more handsome than ever, much to Charles's absolute irritation. As the announcer introduces the next match between Sir Gilbert and Sir Adonis, Charles slyly points out to Annette that they still have some time before Lucas's match with the Baron. The festival market outside the arena is bustling with activity, filled with various vendor stalls and crowds of visitors enjoying the event. Charles happily points out the wooden horse carvings at a souvenir stall, secretly gloating that Lucas couldn't enjoy a date like this with Annette, while Annette joyfully picks up a carving that resembles Thunderbolt. As they stroll through the market, Annette overhears a group of noblewomen eagerly gossiping about how incredibly handsome Lord Royenthal looked when he smiled so casually. Annette nods to herself in silent agreement, realizing that if Lucas looks handsome to her, he must look handsome to everyone else, while Charles follows behind with a thoroughly sullen expression. A sudden loud commotion interrupts their walk as a burly, gray-haired man aggressively grabs a struggling green-haired boy by the collar. The cruel man shoves the green-haired boy to the ground, declaring he expects a good price for turning him in, while his sinister blonde companion maliciously suggests selling the boy's sister instead. Terrified for his sister, the green-haired boy desperately clings to the man's leg, begging him to do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't harm his sister. The heartless man kicks the boy away, loudly calling him a thief, which causes the surrounding crowd to gather and gossip about what the boy supposedly stole. Shamed and helpless before the whispering crowd, the boy hangs his head in deep despair, crying because he was only trying to retrieve what originally belonged to him. The boy recalls how he discovered the 2 men casually walking off with a bag of newly acquired equipment to replace their broken gear. In his memory, the boy realizes with shock that these 2 men are the very thieves who stole the precious knight equipment. Summoning his courage, the young boy confronts the thieves directly, shouting at them to return all the equipment they stole. The arrogant knights merely mock the boy, remembering him from before and stating they have no intention of returning the gear, prompting the boy to fall to his knees and beg. When the boy reaches out, the gray-haired knight grabs him violently by the collar, but the sinister blonde knight halts him with an evil grin, claiming he has a much better idea. Back in the present, the boy stands helpless and weeping, knowing that no one would ever take his word against the knights and wondering what he can possibly do. Suddenly, Annette appears before the crying boy like a dazzling savior, surrounded by fresh roses and glowing light as she gently reaches her hand out to him. Annette takes the young boy's hand in a warm, comforting grasp, instantly giving him a sense of hope as he gazes up at her. With a fierce and protective anger, Annette shields the crying boy behind her, glaring coldly at the corrupt knights and calling them cowardly jerks. The two corrupt knights gasp in utter shock, completely caught off guard by the sudden and imposing presence of the noblewoman confronting them. Trying to save face, the gray-haired knight quickly plasters on a fake smile, asking for forgiveness but claiming that their harsh actions were entirely justified. He holds up his armored hand, falsely accusing the young child of trying to steal his steel gauntlet and breaking it in the process. Clinging to Annette's gown for protection, the boy tearfully protests his innocence, crying out that he is not a thief and actually works at the temple. The knight scoffs at the boy's claim, but Charles calmly steps forward and places a hand on Annette's shoulder, prompting her to ask the temple knight's second commander to verify if the boy truly works at the temple. With a serious and commanding expression, Charles confirms with absolute certainty that the boy indeed works at the temple and that he can personally guarantee it. The crowd immediately begins to murmur in outrage, realizing the knights lied, while the two corrupt soldiers turn pale and sweat in sheer panic as their deception is exposed. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the crowd's murmurs, asking what all the commotion is about. Sir Paul Oldenburg stands with a tense, angry blush on his face in the background, while in the panels below him, Charles and Annette observe the commotion with serious, questioning gazes. A voice calls out loudly from the bustling market road, asking, "Hey, what's with all this fuss about?" Paul continues to stand with an irritated expression, while Charles and Annette watch him closely, anticipating his next move. Recognizing the freckled noble instantly, Annette gasps in disgust as she realizes, "Huh? That man? Isn't he the pervert that I met before?" Before calling out, "Sir Paul Oldenburg." Annette is completely taken aback, thinking, "What? So he's really from the Oldenburg family?" As Charles confirms, that's Paul, the noble son of Oldenburg. Hearing them, Paul smirks arrogantly and sneers, "Ha, it's you again." Standing gracefully amidst blooming white roses, Annette confronts him with a cold glare, calmly replying, "That's right, it's been a while." Paul arrogantly thinks to himself, if it wasn't for her brazen personality, I would have seduced her a long time ago. It must have been a lie when she said that I'm ugly. He recalls how she previously told him, "I'm sorry, but you're just too ugly," and foolishly convinces himself, yeah, she must have been too embarrassed and hid her true feelings. That must be it. The corrupt knight points aggressively at the green-haired boy, complaining, "Sir Paul, that kid's a thief, but they're trying to cover it up by saying that they're working for the temple." Smirking confidently, Paul attempts to intimidate them by asking, "Then does the Duke of Royce know how the lady's been behaving, spreading lies wherever she goes?" Before threatening, "If you refuse to hand her over, then I'll have to file a complaint to the Royce Duchy." An outraged Annette demands, "What did you just say?" But Charles gently steps in front of her to shield her, saying, "My dear Annette, please leave this to me." Looking down coldly at the trembling noble, Charles asserts with absolute authority, "Paul Oldenburg, I assure you that this child definitely belongs to the temple." Charles warns, "If you keep denying it, I'll formally complain to your family." When Paul furiously yells, "Ha! Charles Aven, what qualification do you think you have to do so?" Charles calmly counters, "Didn't you say that you would file a complaint about the lady for being a liar? Then I also have the right to do so by bringing this case to your family from the temple." Staring him down with unwavering confidence, Charles challenges, "If you're confident of your qualification, then please do as you please," leaving a thoroughly defeated Paul to groan, "Ugh," in frustration. Cornered and sweating profusely, the two corrupt soldiers turn to look at each other in sheer panic, realizing their deception has failed. Forced to back down in front of the whispering crowd, Paul nervously plasters on a fake smile and says, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. There are a lot of people here, so let's talk about this later." He quickly retreats, adding, "For now, I shall trust your judgment and follow it." Paul stomps away with a furious, blushing face, while Charles and Annette stand together, watching his pathetic retreat with cold, disapproving glares. As Paul mutters bitterly in his retreat, "She's not even capable of liking anyone," Charles's expression turns terrifyingly dark, surrounded by a menacing purple aura of protective rage. Turning back to Annette with his eyes shadowed, Charles says, "Master, please stay right here. I'll be right back." Annette looks at him in surprise and asks, "Yes? Where are you going?" Walking off with a chillingly calm composure surrounded by dark, thorny roses, Charles softly explains, "I just want to have a word with them." In a quiet, wooded path, Paul furiously yells at the two trembling soldiers, screaming, "If only the two of you didn't lie, how are you going to take responsibility for my damaged reputation?" As they desperately beg, "Forgive us," but clenching his fist in absolute rage, Paul barks back, "Get out of here! I don't want to hear any of your excuses." Left alone to stew in his anger, Paul violently kicks a massive tree trunk in the forest to vent his immense frustration. As Paul seethes, "You dare to embarrass me like this again?" A gleaming sword is suddenly thrust directly in front of his throat. Sweating in terror, he gasps, "Ha! What's this?" Standing majestically with his sword drawn, Charles coldly says, "Paul Oldenburg." A panicked Paul stammers, "How dare you do this to me? Do you even know who I am?" To which Charles simply replies with an icy stare, "What were you saying again?" Charles calmly asks, "Annette Ethelred doesn't know how to like someone, is that right?" As Paul desperately pleads, "That is just an expression." When Charles presses the blade even closer, a terrified Paul yells, "I get it now. Fine, I'll speak." In a frantic bid to save himself, Paul loudly bellows, "The person that she likes is I, Paul Oldenburg," leaving Charles standing in stunned, silent disbelief. Speechless at the sheer level of Paul's delusion, Charles can only let out a disbelieving laugh as he slowly slides his sword back into its sheath. Paul collapses onto his rear, trembling and sweating as he looks up in absolute confusion, muttering, "Huh?" Terrified that the dangerous commander might strike again, Paul desperately drags himself backward along the grass. Smiling pleasantly but with a menacing tone, Charles remarks, "It'll be fun if words get out about this," while a sweating Paul bitterly regrets his actions, thinking, "I feel like an idiot now for chasing you like that in anger." Panicking at the threat of public humiliation, Paul frantically begs, "No, please. Right, if you want, I'll tell you how to steal Annette's heart." Charles merely smirks at his pathetic plea. As Charles walks away, a desperate Paul cries out on his knees, pleading, "Please, keep this a secret." Charles secretly feels a wave of relief, thinking, "I was worried that Lucas's name might appear, but it seems I was worried for nothing." Back at the market, the young green-haired boy tearfully apologizes, "Because of me, you're accused of being a liar." But a smiling Annette gently reassures him, "I'm fine. It was those guys who were liars." The young boy bids her farewell, saying, "Then I shall return to the temple." Annette waves happily, replying, "All right then, be careful." With a bright, tearful smile of immense gratitude, the green-haired boy turns and waves, shouting, "Yes, thank you so much for helping me." Watching the happy child run off, Annette smiles warmly, thinking to herself, the kid didn't do anything wrong. A determined chibi Annette ponders her situation, resolving, "I really need to increase my power as soon as possible." Annette continues to think, to prevent things like this from happening again, when a sudden deep voice calls out, "You." Annette freezes in shock, thinking, it can be, this voice. The arrogant, mustachioed Baron Adolf approaches Annette with a sleazy grin, cooing, "Oh, you look more beautiful with each passing day. Are you here to watch my finals?" Gagging in disgust, Annette covers her face and groans, "Oh, please, I never even want to see your face again. No way, absolutely not." However, Adolf completely misinterprets her reaction, laughing, "Aha, were you covering your face because you're embarrassed? How cute." Adolf grabs Annette's hand, leaning in close as he asks, "My lady, may I have the chance to kiss the back of your hand, or maybe I can have your handkerchief?" While Annette squeezes her eyes shut in absolute repulsion. Feeling physically sick from his sleazy advances, Annette covers her mouth and desperately thinks, I feel like I'm about to throw up. Let's run away from here." Suddenly, Lucas appears like a radiant savior amidst beautiful blue flowers, calling out, "Annette, what are you doing here all alone?" Annette's eyes instantly light up with joy as she cries, "Lucas!" and secretly sighs with relief, thinking, I think I'll be able to live a little longer. Adolf looks at Lucas with a smug, condescending smile, saying, Is he your lover? But that doesn't matter. It'll be more romantic to take and conquer you myself." He then confidently vows, "If I win today, I will get down on one knee and propose to her." When Adolf dramatically points his finger at Annette and boasts of his plans, a heavily blushed, furious Annette screams internally, what nonsense is he yapping about?" Standing with crossed arms, Lucas chuckles softly, before delivering a chilling, confident promise. "I won't let that happen. There's no way I'll lose." Adolf barks back angrily, "You just wait and see, I'll definitely make her mine," while Lucas completely ignores him and gently grabs Annette's hand to lead her away. Dazzled by Lucas's breathtaking appearance, Annette stares up at him as he walks beside her, surrounded by a radiant, flowery aura. Lucas looks down and gently asks, "Annette, are you all right?" To which Annette replies with a heavily blushed, happy smile, "Yes, I'm fine." Experiencing a second purification from his stunning looks, she gratefully thinks, "I can't believe I get to see this face daily, and I'm so grateful I survived." Lucas asks, "Sir Avon, where have you been?" Charles replies coldly, "Do I have to report my whereabouts to you every single day?" as tension crackles intensely between them. Adolf thinks to himself, "It seems that her relationship with the men is much more complicated than I thought, but that doesn't matter. The most important thing to me is beauty." Adolf continues to ponder, "I have met with many women so far, but none of them suited my taste." He recalls her sudden appearance, thinking, Then suddenly she appears, a woman so perfect, as if she's been prepared only for me. He watches her touch another man, convinced she is the perfect one destined for him. He clenches his fist with absolute resolve, determined to make her his own. Stadium erupts in a deafening roar as the crowd eagerly awaits the start of the final match. Annette curiously asks, "By the way, why'd you go to that guy?" To which Charles calmly smiles and replies, "It's nothing. It wasn't a big deal." Charles wears a chillingly cold smile as he says, "I just went there to scare him so he won't do something like that again," before a trumpet sounds, and he adds, "The match is starting." The announcer enthusiastically bellows, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for, the final match has begun." The announcer introduces the first finalist. The first competitor is a rookie who has made it through to the finals with his amazing skills. Not only that, his ability to capture women's hearts is something that shouldn't be taken lightly, and he is Lucas Royenthal. The previous champion in dark armor steps forward, declaring, "Today I have something I would like to declare." Baron Jeffrey raises his lance and proclaims loudly, "I, Baron Jeffrey, shall win the competition today and propose to the woman that I love at this very eventful moment." Annette seethes in irritation, crying, "Seriously, why does that guy keep tormenting me?" Prompting Charles to gently ask, "Master, do you also like that kind of man?" A horrified Annette snaps, "Are you crazy? Even if it was the death of me, I would still absolutely hate it. I'd rather die twice than get involved with a guy like him." Charles pauses before asking, "Then, Master?" Charles leans in close with a breathtakingly beautiful smile, asking, "How about a guy like me?" He looks at her with warm, pleading eyes and softly repeats, "Yes?" Annette squeals internally in utter defeat, thinking, "Isn't that too catchy? Who would even dare to say no after looking at that face?" Blushing furiously, Annette stammers, "Well, that's," admitting to herself, "Not gonna lie, I kinda like his face," as Charles chuckles, "Haha, you don't really have to answer." As a trumpet sounds, Annette cheers, "Oh my, it's really about to start," while Charles secretly gloats, "Master makes it so obvious that she likes me." The crowd watches with bated breath as the two knights charge toward each other at full speed on horseback. Gripping his lance with absolute precision and focus, the knight prepares for the final, decisive impact. With a powerful swing, the lance slices through the air, creating a dramatic shockwave. A thunderous crack echoes through the arena as one of the wooden lances is violently shattered into pieces. Annette gasps in shock, while Jeffrey stares at his broken lance in complete disbelief, muttering, "How can this be?" The crowd erupts into a massive cheer, chanting, "Lucas! Lucas!" in celebration of his victory. Annette stands up excitedly and cheers, "Wow, he won! Charles Lucas won!" While Charles sits beside her with a highly unimpressed, irritated look on his face. The announcer officially declares, "The winner of this competition is Lucas Royenthal." A peaceful transition frame of blooming blue flowers and fresh green leaves gracefully ushers in the next scene. As sunset blankets the campsite in a warm orange glow, a quiet evening begins in the wooded valley. While Charles is inside the tent adjusting his uniform, a polite knock on the door interrupts his thoughts. Annette peeks through the tent flaps with a radiant smile, happily congratulating him. "Lucas, great job!" Annette steps inside and cheerfully asks Lucas, "Did you pack your stuff?" Lucas waves his hand, instantly cleaning up his armor with a magical flash as he replies, "Of course." Annette gasps in amazement. "Wow, I'll be sure to tell Leon later." But Charles steps in and suggests, "Master, the air is getting cold. We should return for now. It'll take some time for Royenthal to sort things out here." Charles agrees. I guess so." But Annette suddenly halts and gasps, "Oops, I forgot the most important thing." Annette turns around and calls out happily, "Lucas, thank you." Lucas looks at her with warm, happy eyes and replies with a sweet smile, "Of course." Charles stands in the background, staring at them with a dark, terrifying glare while tightly squeezing his sword. Annette waves goodbye cheerfully, saying, "Well then, I'll get going for real this time." Suddenly, Baron Adolf runs up behind them and desperately yells, "Wait!" With a dramatic pose, Baron Adolf begs, "Wait a minute, I have something to tell you." Annette groans in utter disgust, thinking, this guy still won't give up, as she scrambles inside the carriage while Adolf calls out, "Wait a sec." Charles steps directly in front of the Baron, blocking him with an icy glare as he demands, "What business do you have with my lady?" Cowering under Charles's murderous aura, Adolf sweated profusely and mattered, "My lady, it seems that today won't be the day, therefore I shall take my leave for now." Adolf defiantly yells back, "But the next time we meet, I will definitely propose to you." To which an outraged Annette grumbles internally, "Who says that we'll meet again, you punk?" Charles lets out a dark sigh, as he slowly grips his sword, furiously thinking, Who would have thought that so many pests would propose to my master? There's so many flies roaming around today. Should I go after him right now? Annette pokes her head out and asks, Charles, are you coming? Instantly melting Charles's dark aura as he smiles gently and replies, yes, master. With a bright and cheerful smile, Annette invites him. Phew, then come ride inside the carriage with me. There's something I want to tell Charles on the way. Glowing with a sparkling aura, Charles clasps his hands together with a brilliant blush, thrilled by the thought, Master has something she wants to tell only me? As the carriage rolls along the bumpy dirt road, Charles asks with anticipation, Master, what is it that you want to tell me? To which Annette replies, actually, I want to talk about the royal tournament that you were talking about earlier. Looking slightly disappointed as Annette discusses her plans, Charles mutters, that. While Annette enthusiastically notes, the prize money is huge, isn't it? I'll go and try to convince Noah later. Pointing her finger up with absolute excitement, Annette explains, so that Charles, who's a temple knight, can participate in the tournament. But Charles crosses his arms and reasons, Master, the high priest will never allow it because of the image of the temple, because it would seem that the temple knights are obsessed with fame and money. Annette implores desperately, so is there truly no other way? I don't know about honor, but what about making money? Charles then hints, there might be some other ways that allow the knights to participate. Hearing this, Annette gasps, really? What should I do? Leaning in with a playful smirk, Charles coos, curious? Only for Annette to quickly look away and huff, oops, I'm not curious. Charles chuckles, I guess you're curious. Before sweating, Annette relents, hey, fine, what do you want? Surrounded by a radiant floral glow, Charles looks at her with warm, blushing eyes, asking sweetly, then could you please come to the ball with me once more? Excitedly imagining piles of gold coins falling around her, Annette beams, all right, yeah, considering the prize money, going to a ball is not a big deal, so what should I do? Charles explains, you need a sponsor to participate in the royal tournament. If Master becomes my sponsor, then I'll participate anonymously. Suddenly realizing a potential danger, Annette asks, oh, but what if you get caught? Charles casually says, of course I would get kicked out of the temple. A shocked chibi Annette screams, then you can't. But Charles blushes and joyfully claps his hands, saying, don't worry about it. If that happens, the master, who might also get kicked by the temple too, should take responsibility. To which Annette yells in frustration, that's not fine at all. In a simplified chibi style, Charles dismisses her concerns. Haha, you don't need to worry too much. Since I am a highly skilled knight, I'm pretty sure I won't get caught. Annette glares at him suspiciously, asking, then you're not trying to get caught on purpose or anything, are you? Looking deeply hurt and offended, Charles places a hand on his chest and asks, Master, I too have something called honor, and why would I do something that could cause trouble for my master? Annette ponders thoughtfully, right, even if Charles is evil, he wouldn't willingly give up his position as the head of the temple. She then confidently states, good, then I'll decide to participate in the tournament anonymously. Charles smiles, good choice, master, while secretly scheming, hee, though at the crucial moment, I might have to pretend to make a mistake and reveal my identity. In his vivid imagination, Charles envisions weeping dramatically in Annette's warm embrace as she comforts him. He confidently schemes, my kind master will not be able to cast me out later if I told her that I have nowhere to go while I cry and cling on to her. If I do this, I can stay by my master's side for the rest of my life. He happily cheers, my plan is perfect. Back in reality, a dark shiver suddenly runs down Annette's spine as she senses something is off, while Charles simply smiles innocently, wondering what's wrong. A view of the Grand Palace courtyard at sunset is shown as Annette's voice rings out, calling, Leon, while a boy sweeps the grass with a broom. Leon turns around in surprise as Annette happily walks up, holding a heavy set of dark iron armor in her arms, exclaiming, ta-da! Look what I brought you! Looking down at the heavy chest plate, Leon gasps in absolute shock. This is... How could this... While Annette proudly says, this is what you were looking for, right? Holding the steel gauntlet close to his chest, Leon looks up with teary, grateful eyes, saying, thank you, sister. How can I ever repay this favor? Annette drops to one knee to look him in the eyes, gently holding his hand as she reassures him, you don't have to pay me back for anything. What had happened to you was unfair. Gazing at the boy, Annette somberly thinks, and you're just a child. Annette looks at Leon with a gentle, determined expression, saying, and at that age, it's natural for a child to be protected, as a dark silhouette of an abusive adult looms in Leon's memory. Overwhelmed with emotion, Leon wipes away his tears as he thinks, no one has ever said that to me. Until now, everyone kept saying that I was just an orphan and of low birth and that there was nothing I could do. Annette then cheerfully reaches into her dress, saying, by the way, I have one more thing to give you. Annette holds out a heavy pouch overflowing with shiny gold coins, asking, didn't you say before that your sister was very sick? And explains, this should probably be enough to buy the medicine you need. Staring at the pouch in utter disbelief, Leon stammers, "Why are you giving me this? I can't accept this kind of money." Annette laughs. I wasn't the one who gave you this. This is a message that the commander of the First Knight's Order requested me to convey to you. He said that since a knight of the First Order didn't trust you at first, he had to take responsibility for their actions. With a cheerful thumbs up, Annette smiles and says, "Therefore, if a rich person gives you something, you can accept it without hesitation. I already conveyed my thanks separately, so you don't have to thank the commander directly." Leon sniffs, crying softly as he murmurs, "Really?" Clutching the heavy pouch of gold tightly to his chest, Leon bursts into a radiant, tearful smile, crying, "Thank you so much!" Gently patting Leon's head, Annette smiles and says, "Right, since it's late, you should head back home. Your sister must be waiting." Leon happily dashes off into the distance, turning back to wave and shout, "Yes, I will," as Annette watches him go with a warm smile. As the wind gently blows leaves and feathers around her, Annette watches the sunset and thinks to herself, "Even though the money I was saving up is almost finished." Annette smiles softly with absolute peace of mind, thinking, "Even so, I have no regrets." Stretching her arms high above her head to relieve her stiff muscles, Annette yawns and thinks, "Still, I need to make a plan later after I earn the money." A delicious, freshly grilled steak garnished with cherry tomatoes, asparagus, and herbs is shown being neatly sliced with a fork and knife. Seated at a grand dining table in the palace, Annette takes a bite of her meal, chewing thoughtfully as she ponders, "In order to be a sponsor at the royal tournament?" Recalling her conversation with Charles, Annette remembers screaming in shock, "What, 1,000,000 loud? Do we really need that much to participate?" To which Charles had calmly replied, "That's not all." Back in the dining room, Annette's sweat drops as she guiltily admits to herself, "Although I said that loudly, but I actually don't have that much money." Putting down her wine glass, Annette turns to the butler and asks, "Muller, is Byrne coming home late again today?" The exterior of the magnificent manor is shown illuminated by warm lights, surrounded by lush green trees under a starry night sky. Looking tired, Annette reflects, "But that's not without a reason, because I've been nervous since this morning," as she remembers her intense worry from earlier in the day when she asked Charles, "Lucas can win this, right?" Firmly squeezing her cheeks, Annette resolves, "Even so, I shouldn't go to sleep yet. I must see Byrne today. I already said that we had to meet." Suddenly, a polite knock sounds and the bedroom door creaks open. Byrne peeks his head inside with a warm smile, calling out, "Annette?" Spotting him, Annette's eyes instantly light up with joy as she happily calls out, "Byrne." Byrne smiles warmly, framed by a gorgeous, magical backdrop of blue and white flowers, as he asks, "Were you not sleeping because you were waiting for me?" Annette smiles brightly, thinking to herself, "He must be really busy these days. Even the dark circle under his eyes has gotten darker. It should be a little easier to see your noble face." Blushing slightly, Annette thinks, "Well, since it's burned, even his tired appearance looks sexy." Byrne then steps closer, asking with a playful smirk, "Did I make you feel good to the point that it made you miss me that much? So what's going on?" In the hallway, Byrne is greeted by Muller, who says, "Lord Byrne, welcome home." Byrne inquires, "Yes, how is Annette today?" To which Muller reports, "She went to the arena with Temple Knights early in the morning." Hearing this, Byrne adjusts his collar and sighs, "Right, I guess she must have been so tired that she's probably fast asleep by now." Byrne looks surprised and asks, "Me?" To which Mueller replies, "Yes, she mentioned that she has something she really needs to tell you." Byrne then decides, "All right, then I'll go right up." After a polite knock, Byrne opens the bedroom door and calls, "Annette?" Annette immediately springs to her feet in joy, shouting, "Burned," while Byrne chuckles and asks, "Were you not sleeping because you were waiting for me?" Byrne looks completely taken aback and asks, "What?" Annette quickly waves her hands to explain, "I'm not asking you to lend it to me for free, of course. I'll pay you back with generous interest." She then confesses, "To be honest, I'm trying to participate in the royal tournament." Byrne agrees without hesitation, saying, "Well, all right then." Annette is stunned and asks, "Huh? I haven't even told you how much it is." But Byrne calmly responds, "It doesn't matter," leaving Annette in awe of his incredible wealth. Byrne then adds, "It's fine if you don't pay me back, but you need to grant me one wish in return." Annette, bowing in gratitude, happily promises, "Oh, of course, I'll be sure to listen to what you want later," thinking to herself that it's just one simple wish. Watching her cheer, Byrne's thoughts take a dark, possessive turn as he thinks, "Annette, you have no idea what's on my mind. I've been thinking of building a birdcage just for you." Byrne envisions Annette happily spinning around inside a massive open-air golden birdcage, thinking one that is wide enough so that you won't even feel suffocated. Looking intensely determined and serious, Byrne resolves, "Yes, I will have to be the king in order to get you, Annette." Outside in the palace training grounds, Charles trains intensely, swinging his heavy silver sword through the air. Annette peeks out from behind some leafy green bushes, shaping her hands like binoculars as she happily thinks, good, he's training hard today too. With this pace, there shouldn't be any problem later. Nearby, two guards whisper to each other. What is the commander of the Second Night Order doing, right? He was never that passionate about training before. Hearing this, Annette's sweat drops in panic, realizing, oh, I didn't consider what Charles' usual behavior was. What if Lucas also finds Charles suspicious? Annette bites her finger in anxiety as she thinks, there's no way a man of principle like Lucas would tolerate our plan. This won't do. I have to go and take a look at it myself. Annette gently pushes open the door and peeks inside, calling out, Lucas, do you have a minute? While Lucas stands silently holding a sealed letter. Lucas turns his head toward her with a quiet, solemn expression and replies, of course. Annette notes his grim look and panics, thinking, his expression doesn't look too good. Did he catch on to us already? Lucas asks her, is something wrong? And Annette quickly sweated and stammered, not really, it's nothing. I just have something on my mind. But you don't seem to look good right now. Seeing him look so troubled, chibi Annette smiles and cheerfully thinks, perfect timing. Lucas gently grabs her arm to pull her closer and says, come here first. We shouldn't hide our problems from each other. A surprised Annette blushes, thinking, each other, before laughing nervously, aren't we supposed to be able to share our worries with each other? Sitting side by side on the couch in a simplified chibi style, a quiet silence falls over the room. Lucas sighs and explains, that's actually the Duke of Royenthal sent a letter from the duchy. Lucas reveals, I have a younger brother, and it seems that the Duke wants to make that boy the king. Annette asks, oh, you have a younger brother? While feeling incredibly relieved, thinking, phew, I guess he hasn't noticed the tournament yet. Lucas explains further, but if I don't cooperate, he said he'll expel me from the family. Annette is deeply shocked and angry, thinking, wow, there are actually dads that do that to their own child? Now that I think about it, he has always been treated that way from the beginning. Recalling Lucas's painful past and his difficult family life, Annette thinks, I knew that his relationship with his family wasn't the best, but to think his own father would hurt him too? It would be difficult for me to comfort him since I don't know the situation that well. She then places her hand on his thigh and softly says, I see. Annette gently pats Lucas's thigh to comfort him, saying, there's not much I can do, but if you have any more concerns, just tell me. Just talking about it will make you feel better. When her hand suddenly brushes against something very solid and prominent. Annette freezes in absolute shock as her eyes widen, thinking, this feeling, while wild images of large cucumbers, carrots, baguettes, eggplants, and elephants flood her mind. Blushing bright red, Annette jumps back in panic and raises her hand, screaming, I didn't mean to do that on purpose, while a deeply embarrassed Lucas sits with steam rising from his head. Lucas blushes furiously and stammers, no, I didn't know why that's on your thigh even, to which a panicked Annette backs away, shouting, anyway, I enjoyed our conversation. I'll get going then, as Lucas calls out, that? Lucas is left sitting on the sofa, his face completely flushed red as he watches her run away. Lucas looks down with an incredibly embarrassed, blushing face, sitting in stunned silence. Annette looks at her hand in absolute disbelief, her heart racing as she thinks, wow, just wow. Is that size even real? I guess it really is true when people say that well-endowed men need to store it on their thigh. Suddenly, Annette sniffs the air as she notices something and thinks, this is... Annette gasps in surprise as she peeks over a hedge and catches sight of something unexpected. A grand view of the palace courtyard's magnificent dome structure is shown against the bright blue sky. Lucas is shown standing with his arms folded, watching the knights train with a stern and thoughtful look. Nearby, two guards whisper to each other. Why has the commander been acting like that today? He has been staring blankly at nothing all day. What happened? Lucas stands completely lost in his thoughts, his expression turning melancholic as he softly murmurs, Annette. In his mind, Lucas remembers the sensation of Annette's hand resting on his thigh as she softly said, I see. Lucas recalls her comforting words. There's not much I can do, but if you have any more concerns, just let me know. Just talking about it can make you feel better. Lucas remembers Annette's beautiful, blushing face looking up at him with genuine concern. Covering his face in sheer embarrassment, Lucas blushes deeply as he thinks, since that day I've been unable to concentrate on anything else. Lucas lets out a heavy sigh, only for a boy's voice to suddenly call out, there you are, Commander, making him turn around in surprise. The green-haired boy bows politely and smiles, saying, You are... My name is Leon. You helped last time. Leon happily explains, thanks to the money that Sister Annette gave me, my sister's illness was cured. Lucas is completely stunned, thinking to himself, What? I never gave any money to anyone. Lucas suddenly envisions a beautiful, glowing memory of Annette smiling warmly at him amidst a backdrop of gorgeous pink roses. Realizing the truth, Lucas thinks, she used me as an excuse to help this kid, while Leon waves goodbye, shouting, "Thank you so much. That's it for now, so I'll get going." Leon runs off into the distance, waving happily, leaving Lucas watching him go in silence. Clutching his chest as his heart beats wildly, Lucas wonders, what on earth is this feeling? Why does my heart only ever beat this fast when I think about Annette? Right, perhaps this feeling is a beautiful young noble with long, flowing golden hair sits peacefully in a library, gently turning the page of a massive, ancient book. Peeking through a crack in the door with hearts floating around her, Annette beams in adoration as she thinks, Kya, my Enoch is shining today too. I guess I do like intelligent and handsome men. Enoch turns around holding a large book and asks with a gentle smile, "Oh, Annette, what brings you here?" To which Annette playfully replies, "Guess what?" Standing proudly with a confident smile, Annette poses with her hands on her hips, showing off her beautiful yellow dress. Sitting behind his desk in the library, a surprised Enoch exclaims, "No way!" While Annette confidently confirms, "That's right." Standing by a window framed by lovely blue flowers, Annette brightly announces, "It'll rain soon." Clasping his hands together with a delighted smile, the head priest says, "If what you said is really true, Annette, I can finally put my plan into action." Annette's anxious thoughts fill the frame as she worries, now that I'm actually about to do it, I feel nervous. Will I even be able to do well? As a nervous and sweating Annette stands beside Enoch, the head priest reassures her, saying, "Of course, all you need to do is just do as I say." So here's the plan. First of all, once there's a manifestation of the goddess in the temple, looking down on the trio from above, Annette inquires, "You won't reveal who I am?" And the priest replies, "Yes, that will be revealed in the prayer service a few days later. That way people who want to see the apparition will be able to attend the service." The priest greedily anticipates the results of their scheme, thinking, "And from there, we can collect as many donations as we can." Looking up at the massive, glowing statue of the goddess Hela in the Grand Cathedral, Annette thinks to herself, "This guy, if people looked at him closely, he'd be a great politician." She then asks, "And then?" To which the priest instructs, "And on the day of worship, please recite the prayer in front of the people." In the glowing golden light of the temple, a panicked Annette tries to recall her instructions, thinking, "What was the prayer that Noah taught me?" Realizing she can't remember, Annette sighs in frustration, thinking, "Darn it, I don't know. I guess I'll just have to pretend to utter it." Standing before the altar with eyes closed and hands clasped in prayer, Annette mutters under her breath, "Dear goddess, please let it rain or something. Enoch, I like you." As the temple crowd whispers in curiosity, asking, "Is she really the incarnation of the goddess?" Annette continues to mumble random things in her prayer, "Charles, you practice hard," while nervously thinking about her 16 million lore. While the onlookers continue to whisper and wonder, asking, "Who on earth is she?" And that's what I'm saying. Annette keeps muttering her hilarious private thoughts, praying, "Lucas, you are a man among men." Annette slowly raises her hand, preparing to pull back the white veil covering her face as a dramatic silence falls over the sanctuary. With a graceful and dramatic movement, Annette flings off her white veil, causing the gathered crowd to gasp in utter astonishment. Standing before the crowd in her pure white robes, Annette closes her eyes as a brilliant, holy golden halo shines radiantly behind her head. Annette slowly opens her eyes, revealing a pair of strikingly beautiful, glowing red eyes that mesmerize everyone in the temple. The crowd instantly breaks out in a frantic commotion, murmuring, "Why is that evil woman here?" No, if you think about it, she's the last bloodline of the Ethelred royal family. Some remain highly skeptical, whispering, "Still, it doesn't make sense. But how do you know if it's real?" Suddenly, several onlookers gasp in shock as they peer through the cathedral windows and whisper, "Rain!" Outside the massive temple windows, a heavy downpour of rain begins to fall as the people shout in disbelief, "It's raining!" A sweating and completely bewildered Annette looks on in shock, thinking to herself, "What? It's suddenly raining at a time like this?" Spotting Enoch in the crowd, Annette smiles brightly and calls out his name, "Enoch." Turning around in surprise, Enoch gasps as a joyous Annette cheers, "We did it!" As Enoch suddenly avoids her gaze, a confused Annette thinks, "What, just now? Did he just avert his eyes?" Meanwhile, a woman in the audience weeps tears of joy and cries out, "Oh, Saintess, you really came to save us." The entire temple erupts in wild cheers and shouts, "Thank you, praise the goddess Hela," leaving a sweating and utterly stunned Annette standing frozen on the altar. Inside the royal chambers, the king stands with his back turned, looking out a rain-slicked window as his aide reports, "Your Majesty, one time there was a severe drought, and the next, it hasn't stopped raining for days." Bowing deeply, the aide continues, "Your Majesty, there's a rumor going around about the temple," to which the king calmly inquires, "Right, what is it?" The aide reveals, the incarnation of the goddess Hela has appeared, and it is said that her name is Annette Ethelred, causing the king to pause in silence before letting out a dark chuckle, whispering, "Yeah, this'll be fun." Looking intensely pleased with a wicked smirk on his face, the king sinisterly murmurs, "Annette Ethelred, you say?"